Chapter 286, The Pool of Divine Purification. By the time Lu Yi and his companions regained their senses, they found themselves standing just in front of a large pit with tendrils of mists hovering lazily out of its bottomless abyss. Sentinels of the Xianyuan City Watch stood guard around the area of the pit, and the captain immediately bowed and saluted at the sight of the Lord Governor appearing. The master of the city waved a hand to dismiss the captain. Lu Yi looked at the pit. He could see nothing inside except the roiling plumes of fog rolling out of a hole in the ground listlessly, and somehow the mist just wouldn't leak out of the edge as if an invisible wall was keeping them confined inside. Is this really the legendary pool of divine purification? If this is a pool, then where's the water? Yi sidled close and whispered, Lu Yi, the mist. I have a feeling that they could be a boon to me. As a spectral entity herself, Yi had a certain sensitivity toward the spiritual qi circulating in the mist. Lu Yi could not feel anything, but Yi was positive that if she could enter the pool, she could derive plenty of benefits. So, that's it? Lu Yi panned his focus to the Lord Governor just beside him. Just jump in? The master of the lost city paced a couple of steps nearer to the pool with his hands held behind his back as if he was surveying its interior. That's right. Just jump in. But you have only 6 hours. After which, I will transport you back to where you came from. He barely finished speaking when Lu Yi threw himself inside. There was no time to lose, and Lu Yi knew he would need to make good use of every second he had. As he plunged down the shaft, Lu Ye's weight pulled him down into the blackness of the pit. He plummeted deeper and deeper, until he began to feel something amiss. Is it me, or is this godforsaken hole disguised as a pool just too deep? The Lord Governor mentioned nothing of this sort. Lu Yi was about to activate glyph wings when he felt an invisible force coming from below his feet and stopping his descent. But the feeling below his feet was not of anything rocky or even remotely solid. It felt like stepping on cotton. He looked at his feet and saw nothing below but the gaping darkness of the abyss staring back at him. All around him, his sight was obscured by fog assailing him from all sides, and he could not find Yi and the others. But he was not alarmed. They must be somewhere in the pool as well and must be safe. With only 6 hours, Lu Yi wasted no time in sitting down and beginning his meditation. Being here reminded Lu Yi of his experience enriching his physical endurance in the Dragon Spring, where one needed to breathe in the deep scarlet effulgence from the spring to gain the benefits. Unlike the spring, Lu Yi could feel power enveloping every inch of his skin and entering his body. The sensation of being weightless left him in a very relaxed and tranquil mood, dispelling all the discomfort that had been accumulating from his long hours of insipid study. Such were the effects of immersing oneself inside the fog of the pool of divine purification, a spiritual cleansing that refreshed one's mind and spiritual self. If Lu Yi was at a higher rank where his senses could perceive his own soul or other ectoplasmic substance, then the benefits that he would enjoy would be far greater than his imagination. Even so, just being here was already a huge boon to him, and most particularly his spiritual well-being. But if he could already derive such benefits in his normal state, what about meditating? Would he gain even more? Realizing this, Lu Yi constructed more glyph, gathering spirits around himself. The luminescent images of funnels hovered over every single one of his spiritual points. More churning swirls gathered around Lu Yi, rushing furiously into him. The torrents of energy being absorbed into his body greatly enhanced the clarity of his state of mind, and Lu Yi was feeling himself growing lighter and lighter. Standing by the edge of the pit with his hands behind his back was a curious Lord Governor of the lost city in deep contemplation. 2 of the 4 signs have been revealed. In fact, they share a resemblance with that one. Intriguing. He was still murmuring to himself when he discovered a strange development occurring where Lu Yi had jumped into. His face looked grim. What is going on? What method is he employing to make the consumption of spiritual qi around him faster? That was not anything worth celebrating or applause. The energies released by the pool were so rich that just immersing oneself inside its gaseous emissions could make one spiritually stronger and more potent. But as with all things, moderation is the key to success. Wanton consumption or absorption of the energies would only cause one to be disintegrated by the sheer power of the energies. He won't need 6 hours. By the looks of things, this brat will be out of the pit in an hour if he knows what's good for him, mused the Lord Governor. But the Lord Governor did nothing to stop Lu Yi. In fact, he stood there and watched with interest, eager to see what Lu Yi would do when he discovered the problem. The enrichment of one's spiritual being was something that many hoped for but oftentimes failed to achieve, thus making it easy for one to lose oneself within the pool. In the meantime, Lu Yi was still busy and thrilled in constructing more glyph, gathering spirits funnels. The more energy he consumed, the more he felt light and free. The inexplicable sensation of thrill and ignition was intoxicating and overwhelming enough to engulf him in joy and confidence, making him feel that he could accomplish anything. Feeling perturbed by the bizarre sensation, Lu Yi stopped constructing more glyphs. If the experience of enriching himself at the Dragon Spring had taught him anything, it was to not tempt fate by pushing limits further than he ought to. Lu Yi paused and re-examined himself. Something had changed. His spiritual senses had become more acute, no longer vague and murky like before, and the more he consumed the energies teeming the fog, the stronger the clarity became. As a matter of fact, Lu Yi could even see the energies flowing in his veins. He could see his tree of glyphs, how it was growing and how many of the leaves on its boughs were aflame. Then he saw himself sitting cross-legged, hovering in the middle of a bottomless shaft, surrounded by a deluge of fog swirling around him like a swarm of bees over a bed of flowers. That terrified Lu Yi enough. For one to see oneself from such an angle was surrealistic enough. He instantly thought of the tales of astral projection that he had heard before. Then it hit him, something was terribly amiss. He lowered his gaze and looked at himself. He had become something like Yi, a spectral being. The link between his body and his spirit was weakening. This cannot be. What in heaven's name is going on? He quickly stopped whatever he was doing and focused hard. That was when he felt a strong pull. He once again opened his eyes. He was back inside his body, sitting down in the middle of nowhere. He no longer was in his spectral state anymore. Something is wrong with the fog. Lu Yi understood that he needed to tread more carefully from now on. He made sure that he was fine and reflected on what happened. It did not take long for him to pinpoint the issue. Beyond any doubt, the pool of divine purification enriching properties could do any cultivator a lot of good, but Lu Yi realized that he needed to be careful since, as a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, there was a limit to how much good his physical body could take. If his spirit were to become too strong for his body to sustain, then it would break free from the confines of his physical body like what happened just now. The degree of this matter could be worse the stronger his spirit became. Once his spirit broke free from the force that bound it to his physical body, he would become a real spectral being, an apparition free and completely separated from its vessel. That was certainly not a price Lu Yi was ready or eager to pay. Being a spectral being had its uses, but without a physical body as an anchor, there was little he could do as well. His options would be severely limited. Yi did not have her own physical body, but as the spirit possessed Amber, Amber was, in a way, her physical vessel. Now that the problem has been identified, Lu Yi practiced more caution. At the Dragon Spring, Lu Yi did not have to worry about absorbing too much of the blood-red diffusion that the spring emitted. All it took was a short duration of time for him to get used to the enhancements of his body. But the pool was altogether a different story. Having one spirit become too strong and too potent wasn't good news. From the 130 glyph, gathering spirits he constructed, Lu Yi quickly cut down more than half the amount to prevent the situation from getting out of hand. He needed to slow down his intake of energy. Moments later he cut down another half, leaving only 30 gathering spirits funnels operating. But that barely improved things. He had absorbed too much energy from the pool, making the growth of his spirit now at a zenith. Any further and his spirit would be forcibly extricated from his physical body once again, this time possibly for good. He paused and waited. Ultimately, he concluded that all 30 gathering spirits funnels too needed to be unmade. Lu Yi wasn't enjoying this one bit. Here he was, surrounded by so much energy, yet all he could do was sit and allow his body to absorb it at an arduously ponderous pace. Outside the pit, the Lord Governor was still observing. His head nodded. That Lu Yi had discovered the crux of the problem and had decisively chosen to drastically lower his rate of absorption had come as a huge surprise. Interesting fellow. We mustn't be too greedy, eh? One really should understand that there's always a point where too much can do more damage than good. His sentiments of feeling impressed were quickly proven to be misplaced after all as Lu Yi took out his storage bag, made sure that its opening was as wide as possible, and began waving it around as if to fill its insides with as much fog as possible. That was hilarious enough for the Lord Governor that he groaned with exasperation. One must not be greedy? What a load of bollocks. Inside the pit, Lu Yi was peering into his storage bag. Did he manage to fill the bag with some of the fog? No, he doubted it would be enough anyway. The storage bag was not without its limits. there was no telling whether this method would work and how much energy he could gather. He had heard rumors about how people had brought back droplets of the pool's water to be presented to their elders and mentors as gifts. How on earth did they even find the water? He wondered. Lu Yi stowed away the storage bag. That was when his gaze panned downwards. The swirling fog containing all this energy must come from somewhere below, he realized. But how far is the bottom of this pit? Is the real pool really down below? He clipped his storage bag back on his belt and dove down, falling deeper at breakneck speed to seek the bottom of the shaft. He plummeted down the shaft with more fog wheezing by him as he fell. But it was not fast enough and he activated glyph, wings and zoomed all the way down. He punched through the fog like a lark streaking through clouds in its flight. After almost a quarter of an hour of diving, the bottom of this shaft was still nowhere in sight. Lu Yi was beginning to wonder if this pool was really a bottomless abyss. His long dive was beginning to feel unsettling. Outside the pit, the Lord Governor had elected to just sit by the edge and watch with his chin cupped in one hand. Humans who were alive were known to enter the lost city of Xianyuan every now and then, but seldom had the Lord Governor shown himself to them. It had been long since he had stumbled upon anything as interesting as this. He had been watching Lu Yi, and unbeknownst to Lu Yi himself, he had never been falling any deeper. In fact, he had been right where he was all the time. It was just the strange and otherworldly properties of the fog surging upwards that had given him the impression that he was moving. At last, Lu Yi withdrew his wings. He stopped and looked around, pondering quietly. If he could not determine the true depth of this pit, and he could not ascertain if he reached the bottom, why couldn't he just find some other way to produce the droplets? The fog should be thick enough for him to condense into liquid, like how normal vapor could be changed into water. As to how, Lu Yi had found an idea. But this time, as soon as the turbulence of air began, Lu Yi was ready to secure the droplets as soon as the funnel collapsed and poured them all into his jade flask. Lu Yi repeated the process again. The cycle would go on and on. In spite of having more mystic fruit cider to restore his power, Lu Yi nevertheless felt overwhelmed. The refreshment of his spiritual power just couldn't keep up with the incessant and taxing depletion from every attempt. As time passed, the funnels that he could construct eventually became smaller and smaller. Even so, none of them could hold out long enough to produce a satisfactory yield. Lu Yi finally lost track of time, but he did not stop until he felt a strange force constrict around him. Realizing that his time should be up, Lu Yi hastily collected what droplets that had formed in his last attempt. And he was fortunate his instincts served him well. As soon as he was finished, his vision went blurry. By the time he could see properly again, he was back in the enclosure of the cottage that was within the grounds of a large mansion where the rest of his Grand Sky Coalition allies were taking refuge. He crashed to the ground on all fours, an indication of how fatigued he was. Amber and Jia materialized just beside him. Seeing Lu Yi on the ground, wished to come over to help him up, but she did not look normal herself. Her spectral self was pulsing with a strange glow, and she, despite her struggles, failed to walk in a straight line. It was as if she was tipsy. She was not the only one. Even Amber and Jia were displaying similar traits. All of them wobbled around unsteadily as if they had just survived a drinking competition. Perhaps 6 hours really were too long for them. Each of them could barely get used to the sudden disorientation. Nevertheless, there was hardly anything to be alarmed about. They would fully recover in just a few days. Lu Yi got to his feet, waving a hand to indicate that he was fine. Satisfied that Lu Yi was uninjured, Jia immediately sat on the ground and began meditating. too vanished, retreating inside Amber to rest, while the tiger laid down on the ground and rested its head on Jia's lap. Within seconds the giant feline was in a deep slumber, snoring. Back at the Lord Governor's court complex, the master of the lost city of Xianyuan surveyed the aftermath of Lu Ye's visit. He sighed. The pool of divine purification had suffered a considerable loss, but fortunately he had intervened just in time to prevent permanent damage. That a young cultivator like Lu Yi could pull off such unusual methods to turn the fog into liquid really was beyond his expectations. To say nothing about the strange concoction he had been consuming again and again, to replenish his power so that he could keep on constructing those funnel-like glyphs. As Lord Governor, it would be unbecoming of him to stop Lu Yi, hence causing the turbulence without the latter's knowledge, and disrupting the funnel-shaped glyphs were the fullest extent of what he could do, which he only did after ascertaining that Lu Yi had his just desserts. He could have chosen to not interfere, but Lu Yi would walk out of this encounter with a huge amount of liquid energy, which was greatly endangering the stability of this city and the rift's existence. In the meantime, a satisfied Lu Yi was examining his spoils. His soul had grown spiritually stronger, and he had managed to collect 3 to 4 tiny flasks of liquid energy. Despite their relatively tiny size, the flasks, which were originally used to store pills, could fill at least 30 drops of liquid energy. That would make at least 100 droplets of liquid energy now in Lu Ye's possession. Liquid energy, which was the essence extracted from the swirling pool of divine purification in its gaseous state. Lu Yi wished to get back home fast. The droplets of liquid energy would make a great gift for his mentor, Grand Master of the Crimson Blood sect Tang Yifeng. And then there was also Shui Yuan. Still in the real lake realm, the droplets would be extremely useful once she began her attempt at the divine ocean realm. Lu Yi did not forget Li Baxin as well. While, like Lu Yi, Li Baxin still had a long way to go before reaching the state where the potency of one's spirit substantially affected one's strength and power, Lu Yi was confident a soul that was spiritually stronger and more potent would nevertheless be a great boon. On that note, Lu Yi reflected on and re-examined himself. He had been so busy in the pit that he had not reassessed himself just now. But now he realized that he felt starkly different. In the past, Lu Yi could only rely on the flow of spiritual power in his body to examine his condition. Even so, this method of probing would only provide a vague idea of what was going on in his body, not unlike feeling with his hands without any visual representation. But now that he had grown spiritually enriched, he could picture himself more coherently. It was a similar transitory feeling he sensed when he was in the state of astral projection earlier. That way he could more accurately reassess himself and make correct decisions. If he were wounded somewhere he could not physically see, Lu Yi could now project a sixth sense to properly probe the wound. And the use of this divine sense was not only limited to himself. With this ability he could now sense and see everything within 30 meters of his position. Everything that was close to him, especially within 3 meters, he could see with his sixth sense with tremendous clarity. The further an object was, the more unclear it would be from him, making distance one of the only weaknesses of this ability. He immediately thought of a great use for this newfound divine sense. He no longer needed to worry about being ambushed from behind by any ghost cultivators. He had relied on his 9-realm scroll to prevent him from being attacked by any ghost cultivators who managed to creep up on him from behind. Glyph insight could only help him so much because constructing glyphs required time. This newfound divine sense, on the other hand, was a self-subsistent ability without any blind spots. That easily made it more convenient and better than glyph insight. Lu Yi had encountered only a few ghost cultivators, and while most of them were skilled in surreptitious methods of assassination, barely any of them posed any potent threats to him yet. Nevertheless, Lu Yi was certain that he would one day encounter a ghost cultivator strong and deadly enough to be a menace, and this divine sense would be the very object of his salvation and triumph. Chapter 288 The Perpetual War. The benefits of having one's spirit enriched were more than just a heightened sixth sense. While it might still be some time until Lu Yi was able to freely perceive and manipulate his own spirit, the boons of his visit to the pool of divine purification ranged from his everyday life to fighting. Many things had changed. Lu Yi had noticed this back when he was still inside the shaft of the pool of divine purification. His control of spiritual power had become smoother. His diligent practice in the construction of glyphs had seen his control of spiritual power rise far beyond most other cultivators of the same rank, and this new enrichment of his spirit appeared to have further strengthened this skill. Lu Yi channeled his power and a ball of flames burst to life above the palm of his hand. He tossed it forth and the glob of fire contorted in midair as he willed it into what he wished, a beautiful phoenix. The flaming bird flew in the air with a streaming trail of cinders in its wake, soaring up into the sky. At long last, Lu Yi thought, finally after so long, my fire phoenix looks normal. It really was an emotional moment for Lu Yi. He had never been able to create anything more than a fiery, plump chicken even as he progressed up the ranks of his cultivation. For this reason, he had been actively reluctant to cast the Fire Phoenix spell just so that he could spare himself the embarrassment. Then he reached the 7th order and learned the Fire Dragon spell. In the sky, the flaming phoenix warped and assumed the form of something else, a slithering dragon of fire. This was not ordinary spell casting anymore. Even spell cultivators of the 8th and 9th order could not perform something like this. This was a higher order of fire manipulation that most cultivators in the battlefield could do. Lu Yi dispelled his power and the flaming dragon was gone, dissipating into the air. He had always been somewhat dissatisfied with the force of his telekinetic attacks, and it was due to the fact that he could not yet construct glyphs and apply them to his hiltless knife to enhance its speed and damage during flight. He had tried doing so before, but applying glyphs to his hiltless knife was just too difficult and his attempts had all ended in failure. The reason for those failures was that he still needed more finesse in controlling off-body spiritual power. He could employ telekinesis without a hitch, but constructing glyphs and applying them on his hiltless knife were altogether different conundrums. His initial thought was that he would first need to progress his cultivation rank further before he could try applying this method in combat. But now, Lu Yi thought he should maybe give it another go. He extracted his hiltless knife from inside his storage bag and cast it out. The small blade took to the air, zooming around like a little star. The hiltless knife sparkled as he mentally applied glyph, windwalk on the weapon. Flying weapon manipulation was all about speed and agility. Having glyph, windwalk would increase both attributes up to an incomprehensible level. That would make it both unstoppable and deadly to usual Spirit Creek realm cultivators, even 8th and 9th orders. Those who had begun transitioning to heaven-grade cultivation disciplines might be able to survive Lu Ye's newfound prowess, but not if they were caught unawares. The hiltless blade gave off another gleam. This time Lu Yi had cast glyph, sharp edge. Satisfied, Lu Yi stowed away his weapon. Being able to apply glyphs to his flying weapon would make it deadlier, but he noticed the time he was able to maintain its flight had shortened. For a cultivator to use telekinesis to remotely manipulate his weapon, one needed to have a certain amount of spiritual power stored in the weapon as sustenance for it to fly. Each of them could feel the drawing force growing in magnitude until it reached a point where their vision started to blur and everything around them twisted into a discombobulating whirl. By the time they could coherently perceive their surroundings again, the entire group found themselves in the middle of nowhere in the wilderness. At the same time, the Lord Governor of the lost city of Xianyuan was in his chair at his court complex. The captain of the Xianyuan City Watch came to him. "They're gone, my lord." The Lord Governor waved a hand gently and said, "Do it. Undo the enchantment." "At once, sir." The order was relayed to all levels of the City Watch, and one after another, the enchantments cast over the city were removed. The whole place trembled, a rocking earthquake, as the lost city began to undergo a massive transformation. The lost city was every bit a dilapidated and battered city during Lu Ye's stay. But that was only just an illusory facade. The city-wide enchantments were removed and waves of air rippled before they dissolved, revealing the real lost city of Xianyuan. The sprawl of buildings and structures was gone, giving way to endless rows and layers of defensive lines filled with magical wards and engines of war. These valuable spirit artifacts could have easily fetched prices of astronomical value in the Spirit Creek battlefield, yet here they numbered so many like two a penny. In the meantime, more fog billowed out of the pit where the pool of divine purification resided. Out of the thick, murky plumes, spectral figures emerged in endless streams. Most of them were clad in the garb of the Xianyuan City Watch, while the rest looked like ordinary civilians. Unlike any other apparitions that Lu Yi had encountered before, these were all powerful real Lake Realm and Divine Ocean Realm apparitions, with only a handful of Cloud River Realm ones between them. No one in the Spirit Creek battlefield or even in the real world of Jianghu, including Tier 1 sects and orders with centuries or millennia of glorious history, could boast of having a force of such strength and power. Grim-faced and somber, the apparitions stepped out of the fog, looking like they were spoiling for a fight, for each of them knew war was coming. A long, endless war that had endured for many, many years. If Lu Yi were here, he would definitely be able to recognize some of the faces here. The faces of the Xianyuan City Watchmen whom he had slain. No one knew that the spectral sentinels of the Xianyuan City Watch were indestructible. No one knew that so long as the pool of divine purification remained, so would the apparitions of this city live on. One could destroy these apparitions and reduce them into nothing more than gossamer dregs that dissipated into nothing but air, and they would still emerge anew from within the fogs of the pool. That was why the pool of divine purification held the key to the existence of the lost city and all other parts of the Rift of Fortunes. Lu Sanbao stepped out of his gambling den, his eyes gleaming with purpose and clarity. He kicked and soared into the air, heading straight for the Lord Governor's court complex. The girl with a zither left the brothel and paced pensively along the streets, making for the same direction. In the meantime, the scholar was still at the seminary he was studying at. He dropped the piece of paper he was holding, a half-written monologue, shaking his head, and he sighed heavily. Sound trumpets. Let our bloody colors wave. And either victory or else a grave. At the abattoir, the butcher reached for his honing steel and worked on sharpening his blade. At a street corner, the blind fortune-teller tossed a coin and read his signs. Ill omens, he muttered under his breath. They were 5 of the few apparitions that were under Amber's control until the Lord Governor released them, and they were all divine ocean realm cultivators. The level of strength and power they displayed before was just a facade caused by the enchantments placed upon the city. The only people unaffected by the city-wide enchantments were the Lord Governor himself and the Lady in Red. And this was why the Lord Governor forbade Lu Yi from taking the apparitions away from this dimension. Amber could not take them away. The moment the apparitions were transported away from the dimension of the Rift of Fortunes, the apparitions, once free from the influence of the enchantments, would regain their full strength. That would kill Amber, for it could not yet contain the power of so many divine ocean realm entities. In a matter of minutes, the lost city of Xianyuan, which looked like it just survived a war, turned into an entire city bustling with spectral entities rushing about to take their respective places at the defensive lines, readying themselves for war. Another war. A real one. The spectral defenders stood at their spots, silent and unmoving, as they took in the presence and whiffs left by those who were here not long ago, the smell of living humans who had just left. Lu Yi and the rest of the human intruders won't have noticed their own smells lingering around, but for these spectral entities who had long survived without their own physical bodies in their perpetual war for eons, the smell of human flesh was just too conspicuous to ignore. It was this smell of human flesh that had anchored the sanity of these spectral protectors of humankind for ages. The only thing that had kept them from faltering, or the years of fighting would have corrupted them enough to give up or even defect. In their never-ending war, they had died again and again, only to emerge once more to resume their place to resist the menace that threatened to destroy all mankind. The sheer amount of stress would have turned one into a mindless killing beast. It was for this sole purpose that the Rift of Fortunes appeared sporadically around the Spirit Creek battlefield and the real world of Jianghu. For humans to enter different parts of the rift and as living reminders to the spectral entities that resided inside the rifts about their duty to safeguard the well-being of all mankind. The Lord Governor sat in his chair, his eyes closed in deep contemplation, flanked by both the captain of the city watch and the Lady in Red. The former commanded every Xianyuan city watch sentry while the other led the rest of the civilians that made up the militia force in this interminable conflict. The Lord Governor opened his eyes, his gaze distant and somber as he panned upwards. Quietly he said, "So it begins. Let the war resume." Chapter 289 Departure. The Lord Governor of the lost city of Xianyuan had just finished speaking when a spiral popped out of nowhere in the middle of the sky. Small at first, the vortex gradually grew at a noticeable pace, spanning more than 300 meters as if the sky was about to regurgitate something. Where it connected to, no one knew. But the heads of every apparition manning the defensive lines of the lost city arched their heads upwards expectantly, like they knew what was going to spring out of the swirling vortex overhead. Countless eyes trained on the vortex spinning ominously in mid-air. Next, a quadrupedal exoskeletal being of almost 10 meters in length peeked its 3-headed torso out of the vortex before crawling out and clinging to it like an insect hanging upside down from a ceiling, the many ommatidia of its compound eyes reflecting the entire landscape of the lost city below. More buzzing filled the air and another insectoid monster came crawling out. Then a third, a fourth, and so on. In mere minutes, the entire sky was a massing swathe of insectoids threatening to overrun the city. One could almost wonder if a hand had unlocked a hatch that led to an insectoid nest, for all of a sudden, a massive deluge of more insectoids, each of varying shapes and sizes, rained down from the vortex. In just 10 seconds, the defenders' visions all filled with the same jet-black vista of impending death and destruction, and more were still crawling out of the vortex. "Kill them all!" A voice bellowed like a war horn. Rays of light of myriad colors screamed into the air, smashing through the ranks of insectoids. Scores of insectoids, both weak and powerful, fell as soon as the columns of colorful lights hammered through the insectoid horde and reduced them to sickening pulps of hemolymph and bug viscera. Nevertheless, the first volley daunted the insectoid advance not one bit. Fueled by a mindless impetus maintaining their charge, the insectoids surged forth like an incessant tide, a flood of black that the apparition's defenses could barely staunch. One would fall and 10 would rise up to take its place, ripping and tearing in their rage-like frenzy to destroy. One after another, the apparitions fell, their spectral forms turning pale with every hit and damage they sustained until they ultimately vanished in a puff. In barely an hour, the first line of defense crashed. The next defense line would fall an hour later, followed by the third and fourth after that. Apparitions perished in the hundreds or even thousands. Deep inside the Lord Governor's court complex, more apparitions emerged from the fog. The imprints of the souls they left in the pool of divine purification allowed them to resurrect their spectral forms to rejoin the fight. Every ghost that stepped out of the fog hurried forward to bolster the ranks of the crumbling front lines in their desperate attempt to resist the insectoid horde without so much as a beat of hesitation. They might not die just yet, but that did not mean that they did not know the feeling of being dead. Whenever an apparition suffered a blow strong enough to kill it, they truly felt what it was like to have their bodies destroyed. The stress of dying so many times compounded their suffering and anguish, chipping away at what remained of their sanity. In just hours since the war resumed, more than half of the lost city was lost to the insectoids' merciless invasion, even though the apparitions were finally showing signs of being able to hold back the insectoid onslaught. The apparition army stopped the insectoids from advancing from one half of the city to the other. This current stalemate, although far from an ideal situation, would have not been possible without the tireless and ardent defense of the apparitions and the pool of divine purification. Without the magical power of the pool to revive the apparitions, the lost city would have long been an insectoid-infested but otherwise barren and desolate wasteland. The magical power of the pool of divine purification was exactly the very beating heart the apparition defense hinged on. Such was the oath that every single resident of the lost city of Xianyuan, from the Lord Governor of the city and down to the most common lowborn, made to use their city as a base to mount the defenses and the pool as the very quintessential crux to help the defenders circumvent death and achieve power strong and potent enough for them to keep the insectoids at bay. One must not commit the error of mistaking this as something to be celebrated. For the apparitions of the lost city to be revived again and again just so that they could rejoin this savage and perpetual war with no end in sight, only to experience once more the torment and pain of being destroyed and killed, there was no glory or triumph, only suffering. Back when the lost city of Xianyuan was not yet mysteriously lost, it wielded prestige, power, and influence that even the Tier 1 sects and orders of today would salivate with envy. It was for the sake of the entire world of Jianghu that the whole city had to make such a terrible choice and forfeit their own lives. Someone needed to step forward to preserve humanity back when the threat was evident, and the lost city of Xianyuan was not the only one. A total of 17 other clans, sects, and orders had also made this terrible choice. All 18 powers and the pocket dimensions they were now confined to made up the cluster of interconnected dimensions now known as the Rift of Fortunes. Meanwhile, the Lord Governor of the Lost City peered at the vortex in the sky. He could sense a foreboding presence leaking out of the spiraling portal in midair. A pinprick-like tingling of dread that was only more distinct than the last time he had this feeling. Time really is running short, mused the Lord Governor. This city might last this time. We might still succeed next time or perhaps even the time after. But the day when we fail will come. Will surely come. If everything is still not resolved until then, the destruction of Jianghu will only be a matter of time. Let's hope that it will not be too late. The Lord Governor suddenly thought of the young lad who had managed to surprise him. He could be the one. A flying vessel resembling a ship gradually approached. It was the Lofty Plume Court contingent. The 4 nearest outposts had dispatched contingents of cultivators to come here when news of the Rift of Fortune's reopening got out, but somehow the Loft Plume Court contingent got delayed. That was why only 3 gained entry into the Rift and why the Hidden Light Sanctuary was at a disadvantage right from the start. But the Lofty Plume Court cultivators did not leave. They stayed around, waiting to receive their allies in the event of their return. The leader of the 100-man-strong contingent was the prolgate of their outpost here, Zhou Pei, and a longtime friend of Gu Kanyang. Being near each other had made both the Lofty Plume Court and the Hidden Light Sanctuary develop close ties to each other. Gu Kanyang and Zhou Pei exchanged a few words as soon as they met. With communications all cut off between the lost city of Xianyuan and the world outside, those outside did not know what was going on inside at all. Zhou Pei could barely hide his astonishment the moment he heard that it was the lost city of Xianyuan that had opened itself this time. He knew how perilous it was being there, and despite the odds of being outnumbered 2-1, most of the Hidden Light Sanctuary cultivators still lived to walk out alive, prompting Zhou Pei to express his marvel and praise for Gu Kanyang's leadership. The legate of the Hidden Light Sanctuary blushed. Never had he been in such an embarrassing situation before. As soon as he stepped foot into the lost city, he was captured by a bunch of spectral guards and locked behind bars in the dungeons beneath the city. He would have been dead already if it wasn't for Lu Ye's timely rescue. He quickly stopped Zhou Pei before the latter could sing any more praises and whispered the truth to Zhou Pei. The latter's face lit up with excitement. The name of Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect was also, for a time, the talk of all cultivators in these parts, and so he was familiar with the story of the Battle of Golden Tip. But Lu Yi was only just a fifth order back then, and therefore cultivators of greater ranks did not pay much attention to the news. However, in just such a short span of time, the central figure of the Battle of Golden Tip had added more entries to his long list of feats by making it into the inner ring regions of the battlefield and becoming the hero of this episode as well. If anything, his single-handed annihilation of the House of Wintry Blossom's contingent would henceforth be another legendary tale in these parts. It was this accomplishment of his that had helped the Hidden Light Sanctuary turn the tables against the Thousand Demon Ridge side and survive this time's Rift of Fortune's appearance. Naturally, Zhou Pei would love to make his acquaintance and be friends with him. The flying vessel rose up into the air. The Loft Plume Court acolyte at the wheel steered the flying ship in the direction of the Hidden Light Sanctuary outpost. At the same time, the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain both received word about the Rift of Fortune's closing. Next, they were informed about how none of their people had got out. They could not believe it. So many of their acolytes had gone inside and barely anyone from the Thousand Demon Ridge side got out. Those who did were friendly independents. It was they who provided an inkling of intelligence as to what happened inside the lost city of Xianyuan, although few could comprehend the staggering losses. More than 600 cultivators had entered the rift with the Thousand Demon Ridge side at more than 6/10 of the whole number. They had the advantage on their side. But none of their own acolytes survived, while the Grand Sky Coalition side traipsed out of the rift with more than 100 cultivators living to tell the tale. None of the Thousand Demon Ridge independents had anything resembling a coherent account of the events within. By the time the Thousand Demon Ridge side realized that the tables had all been overturned, it was already too late to salvage the situation, and the independents immediately went into hiding. They waited in silence until the rift closed. Prices that the Vault of Providence offered in exchange for goods were oftentimes obscenely low if compared to its selling price, but this was the only way Lu Yi could come up with on short notice. Zhu Jia needed a heaven-grade cultivation discipline, and he needed one on the double. Even the seniors of the other sects and orders did this when they wanted their younger acolytes to have proper weapons and tools. Lu Yi and Zhu Jia stepped into the Sanctum of Providence. This was Zhu Jia's first foray into the Vault of Providence. Yet, despite his blank and simple appearance, Zhu Jia was no fool. He immediately understood the ways of searching for what he needed in the vault after just one round of explanation. He activated his battlefield imprint and began going through the contents of the vault while Lu Yi began his own search. Chapter 290 Heaven-Grade Cultivation Discipline. Heaven-grade cultivation disciplines were numerous, but the only way for a cultivator to have access to that many cultivation disciplines of such excellence would be through the Vault of Providence. For this reason, contribution points have always been the single most important commodity for any cultivator in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Cultivation disciplines each had different directions, and with a total of 360 spiritual points, cultivators had an infinite selection of paths to choose from, just so long as the cultivation discipline was suitable. Pick a good and proper one and the cultivator could be faster and stronger in battle. Pick the wrong one and the results could backfire badly. The link between spiritual points and cultivation disciplines was never coincidental or arbitrary. Spiritual points could be next to each other, but they might not be linked. Bonds flippantly established could incur disastrous results. The many cultivation disciplines that could be found all around Jiuzhou were disciplines tried and tested through the generations. For all their strengths and weaknesses, they were all cultivation disciplines that all latter-day cultivators could rely upon at least to not fail. Cultivators could disregard the instructions in the cultivation discipline they selected and link spiritual points however they wanted to, but they would be lucky to find no permanent damage to their bodies and health. The rest might find themselves permanently impaired with spiritual points getting damaged or the flow of their spiritual power in complete disarray. No cultivator would ever wish for this to happen. That said, in spite of the importance of cultivation disciplines, they were not the biggest factor behind a cultivator's true strength and power. A gifted cultivator could adopt a lesser cultivation discipline and he or she would still be able to be dangerous and deadly. Lu Yi found almost 100 different sorts of cultivation disciplines suitable for him inside the Vault of Providence, but the difference in price between the disciplines was absurd. The most ordinary one could cost 1,300 contribution points while the best one was priced at a mind-boggling 5,000 plus contribution points, a stupefying 4-time difference. But by Lu Ye's own reckoning, the difference in training efficiency between both disciplines would only be 1 or 2/10 at most. The same could be said for the difference in yield output. An additional 1 to 2/10 of increase in power might be what many cultivators were willing to pay for, but the 5,000 contribution point price tag was what made it somewhat unrealistic. A cultivator who picked the most expensive cultivation discipline would progress faster and become stronger than most, but how long would it take for him to hoard enough contribution points before he finally had enough to purchase the cultivation discipline and begin his training? Even acolytes of the strongest and richest sects and orders barely come close to that amount come the day they reach the 9th order. The late Sima Yang, for instance, was only aiming to gather 1,500 contribution points, although it was a pity that he did not live long enough to see the day he achieved his purpose, or he would have already been using a heaven-grade cultivation discipline. Feng Yu, too, in her capacity as legate of the clan Feng outpost, had been skimming contribution points, although all she had managed to collect was 4,000 plus contribution points, and all of them had been surrendered to the Crimson Blood sect. Lu Yi examined his battlefield imprint. Identity: Acolyte of the Crimson Blood sect. Spiritual points: 155 unlocked. Position: Spirit Creek battlefield. Contribution points: 5,132. Lu Yi needed an additional 200 contribution points if he wanted to purchase the most expensive cultivation discipline. The successful invasions of both the Clan Feng and the Redoubt of Wrath outposts had raked in such huge rewards for the Crimson Blood sect that after Wuxia had purchased all the different levels of blessings she could for their outpost's divine opportunity column, she had still been able to give Lu Yi a stipend that brought his total tally up to 5,000. Lu Yi had spent 2,000 on 10 Flame of Earthen Spirits, where he gained the new glyphs, Burster, Conceal Spirit, and Insight, among others. That made his contribution points total no more than 3,000 when he set off from the Crimson Blood sect outpost. Part of the amount that had brought his total up to 5,000 came from the sale of the spoils he got from Silverlight Island. The storage bags he looted from the Sky Pillar sect acolytes contained a huge abundance of spirit artifacts. All that, plus storage bags that were empty, were all sold to the Vault of Providence. Aside from the usual toll for entries into the Rifts of Illusions, Lu Yi specifically refrained from using his contribution points. Nevertheless, he understood full well the importance of having a good heaven-grade cultivation discipline, which would dictate his future progress when he ascended to the Cloud River realm. Lu Yi extracted more spirit artifacts from inside his storage bags and sold them to the Vault of Providence. With the prerequisite amount of contribution points needed, he purchased the cultivation discipline he needed. Unlike his purchase of Inviolable, nothing appeared. At least nothing corporeal. A tiny glowing spark appeared and flew into his forehead where it vanished. A warm sensation swept all over him from head to toe, followed swiftly by a torrent of information flowing into his mind, allowing Lu Yi to learn everything he needed to know about this cultivation discipline. The Great Sun Valurium Technique. That was the name of this cultivation discipline. One that, unlike the Red Lotus Sky Mnemonic, did not carry any affixed spells or techniques of its own. But that did not make the Great Sun Valurium any less complex. Nevertheless, its quaint and bizarre nature was what Lu Yi wanted. From the Golden Liberation Technique he retrieved from Manager Yang to the Red Lotus Sky Mnemonic, he traded from the Mystic Sect, and finally the Great Sun Valurium Technique he obtained today. Each and every step had been an immersive learning experience for Lu Yi. It might still be some time before the Great Sun Valurium Technique meant anything to him, but that would come in due time. Lu Yi checked his contribution points tally. Barely 30 plus points. There was not even enough for a round inside the Rift of Illusions. Lu Yi peered at Wuxia. The hulking giant of a man was evidently still in a deep dive down the countless illusory aisles of the Vault of Providence. Was he lost somewhere inside? Lu Yi wondered. He gave Wuxia a gentle shove and the lumbering big man awoke from his tour. Lu Yi handed him a storage bag filled with goodies he specially prepared beforehand, saying, "Keep what you want and sell the rest." Wuxia took the storage bag and went back inside the Vault of Providence again. Lu Yi did not know exactly how many contributions points the contents of the storage bag would fetch, but he was certain that it could rake in at least 2,000 points. The loot from most of the enemies that Wuxia and he had killed as a duo were all with Lu Yi. Almost every single one of the enemies were 7th order armed with spirit artifacts of their own, hence one could safely guess that the gear that they used would most definitely be of quality. Each of the spirit artifacts, every one of the dozens or hundreds of them, was worth at least 20 to 30 contribution points, so Zhu Jia would have quite a substantial amount if he sold them all. More so, since there were also flying conveyance-type spirit artifacts included inside the storage bags, which were more valuable than the rest. A quarter of an hour passed before Zhu Jia finally woke up from his trance-like state and bobbed his head to Lu Yi, indicating that he was done. Lu Yi led him out of the sanctum of Providence. They were just outside when a popping sound made them stop. Lu Yi could hardly resist the curiosity and amusement to swivel his head back to look at his burly companion, who returned a blank look. They resumed walking and another pop came. Lu Yi looked left and right, there was no one else. They quickened their pace and with every step more popping noises came. To the uninitiated and the uninformed, it might seem like Zhu Jia was expelling flatulence. But Lu Yi knew better. He understood exactly what those noises were, the sound of the membranes of the spiritual points bursting open. Lu Yi's memories harkened back to the mysterious item reminiscent of a mutant core that Zhu Jia showed him. His cultivation rank might have been stuck in the 9th order for quite some time, but that did not mean that he had been idle at all. He had been amassing all the spiritual qi he accumulated in the tiny item. All he needed was a suitable cultivation discipline and he would be able to unlock more spiritual points in one go. But Lu Yi was rather surprised to find Zhu Jia's spiritual points unlocking in such quick succession. Most other cultivators needed time for the progression to be gradual, including Lu Yi himself, who needed to channel his own spiritual power to force open the membranes to unlock new spiritual points. This was difficult and time-consuming enough, especially for low-tier cultivators. But as he rose up the ranks of cultivation, unlocking spiritual points had become markedly easier, although not yet like Zhu Jia, who made unlocking spiritual points as easy as a walk in the park. Nevertheless, Lu Yi knew part of the reason was because of how much spiritual power Zhu Jia had been saving up. The membranes might have not been able to withstand the sheer pressure of spiritual power surging with the force of a breaking dam. All the way from the Sanctum of Providence, Lu Yi counted at least 59 pops. That would mean that Zhu Jia had unlocked a total of 59 spiritual points in quick succession. With 180 spiritual points at the start, Zhu Jia had increased the full total to 239. Just one more spiritual point and he would be able to reach the next order in his cultivation. Clearly this was intentional on Zhu Jia's part. As soon as they got back to their lodging, Zhu Jia immediately began to meditate. Lu Yi could only surmise that he wanted to replenish the exhaustion of spiritual power from his mutant core. Since their time together in the lost city of Xianyuan, Lu Yi had observed Zhu Jia to be a diligent and extremely gifted person who never wasted a moment meditating to save up as much spiritual power as possible. With Zhu Jia's studious vigor rubbing off on him, Lu Yi extracted a book and began reading. The enclosure of their lodgings, accommodations the Hidden Light Sanctuary maintained specifically for guests, was tranquil and peaceful enough. While they recuperated from their adventures in the Lost City, the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain never stopped their tireless pursuit of information as to the fate of their acolytes. By the time they discovered the truth that the deaths of their exploration contingents were orchestrated by none other than the notorious Louis Yi of the Crimson Blood sect, many within the 2000 Demon Ridge orders swore vengeance. Out of the two, the House of Wintry Blossoms reserved the greatest loathing and contempt for Lu Yi. The Battle of Golden Tip saw the house lose just one member, yet now the hatred had intensified 100 times. But with no other way to exact their revenge, the House of Wintry Blossoms joined up with Sunlit Mountain in venting their anger on acolytes of the Hidden Light Sanctuary, and the hostilities had ramped up in recent days to include acolytes of Lofty Plume Court as well. The whole area turned into a massive and chaotic battleground for a two-way skirmish and casualties were piling. Gu Kanyang was listening to a report by Ji Yen a few days later about another encounter between their acolytes and some assailants from the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain. At length, he nodded and said, "Have everyone maintain constant vigilance and be wary of any ambushes or traps." "Yes, sir," answered Ji Yen. Another youthful-looking man beside him in robes of white broke his silence. "What of Zhu Jia, brother? Do we really have no other way at all?" The man in white was the prolgate of the Hidden Light Sanctuary outpost. As Gu Kanyang was accustomed to leading sorties himself, it was usually his duty to keep the outpost safe. A formidable body-tempering cultivator like Zhu Jia had always been a much-coveted addition to any sect and order. It was only his attachment to Sima Yang that had prevented anyone from trying to recruit him. But now that Sima Yang was no more and his future was still uncertain, the Prolgate clearly believed that having Zhu Jia would be a tremendous boon to the Hidden Light Sanctuary. At the very least, his presence on the battlefield would help to greatly reduce casualties. Gu Kanyang shook his head and said firmly, "No. We forget about Zhu Jia. Brother Yi has not only saved me but he has saved us all. If Zhu Jia wishes to stick with him, then he's one of the Crimson Blood sect. To try to recruit him now would not only risk angering Brother Yi, it's dishonorable. But I heard that Zhu Jia is not yet an actual member of." Gu Kanyang shot his deputy a scathing look to cut him off. The Prolgate swallowed hard and responded, "I understand, Brother Kanyang. I shall perish all thoughts of recruiting Zhu Jia." Good. Chapter 291 Ward Breaking. The debate was still ongoing when the man in white lowered his gaze to examine his battlefield imprint. He had received a message. He checked the new transmission before he looked up again. With an odd look at Gu Kanyang, he said, "Brother Gu, is our guest a student in the crafts of ward casting?" Gu Kanyang paused to think. "I heard that he is being trained as a glyph weaver. He could cast and use glyphs, and we know that glyphs and wards are closely interrelated branches of magic. What is going on? It appears that Brother Lu is near the peripherals of our outpost's defensive ward. He seems to be studying how to undo its magic." Undo its magic? Both Ji Yen and Gu Kanyang yelped in unison, their faces replete with shock. If wards could be cast, it was only natural to expect that they could also be broken. Even so, defeating the magic of a defensive ward had, under most circumstances, been highly improbable for cultivators of the Spirit Creek realm. Those who were exceptions could only break simpler and elementary ones. Wards as complex and sturdy as defensive wards of outposts and strongholds often were impossible for them to defeat. Such was the prime reason that the invasion and successful capturing of an enemy outpost in the Spirit Creek battlefield had always been a rare occurrence. More so, since virtually every outpost in the battlefield had a defensive ward potent enough to keep it practically impregnable. Perhaps he is learning ward casting as well. Send word to everyone else. No one is to disturb Brother Louis Yi. Just leave him be, ordered Gu Kanyang, who was not at all bothered by the report. In the meantime, at the edges of the Hidden Light Sanctuary defensive ward, Lu Yi really was studying the subsistent operation of the defensive ward in its dormant state. He needed to find the weakness in the defensive ward if he wished to break it, and to do that he would need to employ a methodology that would force said weakness to reveal itself. Every defensive ward had its own weakness. No ward was perfectly undefeatable. But the more complex a ward was, the fewer weaknesses it would have. Most of the defensive wards that outposts in the battlefield utilized ward keystones that could be bought from the Vault of Providence, but those who maintained and operated it understood almost nothing about how the defensive wards worked. The defensive ward of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, for instance, was controlled by Wuxia using the jade tablet that corresponded to the ward. Despite her apparent lack of understanding of the sophisticated intricacies of a defensive ward, she had had no problems in handling the defensive ward at all. The same could be said for Hidden Light Sanctuary. The ones in charge of the defensive ward knew little about ward casting, making it difficult, if not impractical, to expect them to know how to strengthen their defensive ward. But most would just deem such notions as superfluous since defensive wards in the Spirit Creek battlefield were only expected to hold up against invasions conducted by cultivators of the Spirit Creek realm. Lady Yun's training of Lu Yi whenever he went back to the Crimson Blood Sect stronghold often began first with the dismantling of glyphs. She would construct various kinds of glyphs for Lu Yi to practice breaking them apart. Similarly, if defensive wards were like glyphs, then defeating a defensive ward would be akin to dismantling glyphs. Then again, Lu Yi was no fool. He knew that the construction of defensive wards involved more advanced glyph construction, especially those that encompassed the length and breadth of an outpost. An outpost defensive ward, for one, could easily carry more than 10 separate glyphs. Lu Yi did not understand enough about ward casting before he set off on this trip, hence he had not had the chance to properly examine the Crimson Blood Sect outpost defensive ward. But he had been reading a lot about the subject since he began his journey. As his knowledge about magical wards grew, he could already cast small and simple wards of his own, like the ones he attempted back when he was still in the lost city of Xianyuan. But Lu Yi could read every book about ward casting in Jianghu, and he would still not improve much if he did not have a chance for a practical way to test what he had learned. Examining the Hidden Light Sanctuary ward, Lu Yi realized that the magic was way more complex than he expected. The defensive ward appeared so immaculate that he could not find any weaknesses at all. And with no weakness, there was no way to know how the ward should be defeated. Lu Yi closed his eyes and concentrated his spiritual power on his eyes. The detailed runic shape of a glyph came into view. Glyph, Insight. The 11th glyph from the Tree of Glyphs had been especially instrumental in his defeat of a ghost cultivator during his attack on the Thousand Demon Ridge mines not long ago. Lu Yi reopened his eyes. The world around him looked completely different. Myriads of colorful hues surged into his line of sight, making the world around him strange and surrealistic. He could see iites twisting and dancing around him, shimmering and gyrating uncontrollably. He knew what they were: ambient spiritual chi flowing in the atmosphere around him. The ability to see the flow of spiritual chi and energy. That was the function of glyph, Insight. Quite some time ago, Lu Yi discovered that the use of insight was not restricted to finding invisible enemies. He had realized back then that this glyph could be especially useful with ward breaking. With his insight-enhanced sight, Lu Yi studied the workings of the Hidden Light Sanctuary defensive ward once more. It was different now. He could see the flow of spiritual energies in the phosphorescent magical ward like the swirl of water on a lake's surface. Only, the flow of the spiritual energies came from one direction, and that was because magical wards were actually not in a semisphere, but, in fact, a full sphere. With one half above the ground in full view, especially when the magical ward was fully activated. Stronghold and outpost defensive wards had another half of the shield underground. Hence the flow of spiritual energies in one direction would ensure the continued and perpetual operation of the magical ward so long as enough sustenance was supplied. But with the rich ambient spiritual chi in the atmosphere and the different levels of blessing accorded to every outpost divine opportunity column, defensive wards had more than enough spiritual energy to use and to hold up in reserve. This would allow wards to be strengthened during the occasion of an invasion. On most days the defensive wards would be kept dormant with a minimal amount of activity so that they could be activated at a moment's notice. To most people, an activated defensive ward resembled a transparent semisphere of water. But to Lu Yi, through his insight-enhanced sight, the shimmering shield of the defensive ward was a huge dome composed of thousands of tiny yin and yang element pieces, plus glyphs glowing like stars twinkling back at him here and there. It would not take a genius to guess that these glyphs must be there to amplify the defensive capabilities of the magical ward, augmenting its strength and increasing the efficiency of the spiritual energy to all quarters of the shield, among others. The whole magical ward was like one big enchantment made up of a tightly knitted amalgamation of glyphs. But unlike enchantments cast upon spirit artifacts, this would be one that would only come into shape and operation if and when spiritual energy was channeled through it. That would explain what Lady Yun had told him before about how ward casting was actually just a branch of glyph weaving. Lu Yi studied the link of the glyphs, finding patterns that were familiar to him. That was because the glyphs he had been using were not the only things his tree of glyphs had. There was also a plethora of techniques to bind glyphs together. Unlike ordinary glyphs, they were useless if used individually. But they were essential knowledge for anyone wanting to learn the applications of being able to bind glyphs together. Lu Yi went on with his observation. Still, the Hidden Light Sanctuary defensive ward yielded no discernible weakness that he could exploit. He paused for several seconds, then he decided to step nearer for a closer look. As he examined the phosphorescent ward, he slowly paced around. After almost a quarter of an hour of strolling, he finally halted and stared intently at a certain part of the ward. Unlike every other part of the ward that he had observed, there was something different about this particular spot. If the parts that he had seen before were perfectly flawless, then here he could find traces where the bindings were visible. These traces were the weaknesses that he had been searching for, the points where the ward was exposed. By his reckoning, Lu Yi knew that he must be somewhere in the middle of two of the ward's keystones. The defensive ward of the Crimson Blood Sect outpost consisted of 16 ward keystones. Although the distances between the keystones were enough for them to function and activate a viable defensive shield, the spot where the parts of the shield met would be weaker than the rest of the shield's other sections. If one were to liken the ward's shield to a jigsaw puzzle, then the Crimson Blood Sect's defensive ward would have 16 different parts in its shield when the ward was activated. Even if the bindings between each part looked well done, the spots where the different parts met would forever remain the weakest links in the entire shield. Most people wouldn't have realized this, and Lu Yi would have missed this too if he did not have his insight-enhanced vision. Lu Yi exhaled with relief. His intuition was right. With the help of glyph insight, he had found a way to detect weaknesses in a magical ward. Lu Yi drew Inviolable out of its sheath with deliberate slowness, all the while keeping his gaze transfixed upon the exposed binding. He channeled spiritual energy into his trusty weapon. Inviolable responded with a gleaming shimmer running down the length of its blade. With dual sharp edges activated, Lu Yi put his entire weight behind his weapon and drove Inviolable forward. The saber's tip hit right where the exposed binding was, and Inviolable gave off a violent shudder and a hum, radiating a pulsing shock wave of spiritual energy. The defensive ward gave an involuntary shudder and its otherwise calm surface twisted like a rumpled fabric. Lu Yi withdrew his saber. But he wasn't stopping just yet. He pummeled the same spot again and again, the weapon in his hand now a blur of countless afterimages stacked upon each other as he pounded the exposed binding with dogged ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. The signs of distortion on the shield's surface began to deepen and stretch further. The commotion sent the entire outpost into a panic. Every hidden light sanctuary acolyte raced around to find out what was going on. Cries of attack. We're under attack could even be heard reverberating down the hallways and corridors. No one knew where the attack was coming from, but there was no mistaking the signs. The shield was distorting, and that could only mean that the shield was under attack. Gu Kanyang, his white-robed deputy, and Ji Yen were alerted at once. The white-clad prolgate of the outpost immediately extracted his jade tablet to activate the shield and increased its strength to the fullest. The entire outpost went into complete disarray until word finally came that it was their guest Lu Yi who was behind the ruckus. It was he who had been attacking the defensive ward. There was no attack at all. The corners of Gu Kanyang's eyes were still throbbing as he listened to the reports by one of the acolytes. You mean he caused all that alone? Yes, sir. I saw it myself. He was using his weapon to attack the defensive ward's shield, said the acolyte who had not been far when he saw what Lu Yi did. He had witnessed everything. He too was caught between bewilderment and shock, for he had never seen anyone who was able to cause such a disturbance to the ward's shield before. If Lu Yi, now just an 8th order of the Spirit Creek realm, already possessed real strength and power to threaten the integrity of a defensive ward, then maybe he could even break it down with just one single stroke if he became a 9th order trained in a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Let's have a look, beckoned Gu Kanyang, who had clearly arrived at the same conclusion. With his prolgate and Ji Yen plus a mob of male acolytes in tow, he hurried to Lu Yi was. They arrived to find Lu Yi sitting on the ground, recuperating. Lu Yi had stopped when he sensed that the defensive ward was being strengthened. At that moment he learned that his actions must have unsettled the entire outpost. But what he did not expect was that the commotion was big enough to have rattled the whole outpost. Brother Yi, were you attacking the magical ward just now? Asked Gu Kanyang. I had an idea, that's why I wanted to test it. And were these attempts fruitful? Gu Kanyang cocked an eyebrow quizzically. I'm afraid it only opened doors to more questions. Sorry everyone for the alarm. No problem. Gu Kanyang waved a hand at Lu Yi. Whatever it is you wish, feel free to just put your ideas to the test. Chapter 292 Penetration. If Lu Yi were to succeed in discovering the methods of ward breaking, then woe be to every Thousand Demon Ridge sect in order that cross his path. With Hidden Light Sanctuary being the first to attempt such an invasion with Lu Yi, the first where invaders would not have the shields of the defensive wards to contend with, the rewards and loot would surely be handsome indeed. Gu Kanyang was so excited that he was willing to bear the risk of having his defensive ward damaged. To put it in another way, one could argue that the legate of Hidden Light Sanctuary was really hoping for it to happen. Naturally, Lu Yi caught on to Gu Kanyang's gist. Thank you so much for accommodating my request, Brother Gu. Gu Kanyang broke into a burst of merry laughter. This is the least of what I can do, my friend. If I may, who is the one handling the operation of the defensive ward here? Asked Lu Yi. Gu Kanyang motioned to the white-clad acolyte beside him. This is Wei Li. He's the one in charge of the control of the defensive ward. Wei Li stepped forward, greeting Lu Yi as he asked, How can I help you, Brother Lu? Please, I'm the one doing the begging here, said Lu Yi. I just want to request that you lower the strength of the ward back to its earlier state. When the ward was activated to its fullest, Lu Yi stopped striking at the exposed weakness because he knew that to continue would only be fruitless. If he wanted to study ways to defeat a defensive ward, then the best way would be to start with baby steps. That meant that he should start by determining the methodology with the lowest difficulty before moving upward. Wei Li immediately produced the jade tablet in his possession. The humming din of the defensive ward operating at full blast gradually ebbed. Gu Kanyang and everyone else exchanged a few more words with Lu Yi before they took their leave and left him be. The study of ward breaking was an undertaking that demanded both time and patience. Knowing that, the acolytes of the Hidden Light Sanctuary decided to not dawdle around. But they left the place with full knowledge that the outpost's defensive ward would be suffering a lot of abuse in the days to come. But Gu Kenyang was not worried at all. In fact, he turned out to be anticipatory of Lu Ye's success. Extremely supportive, he even instructed his deputy Wei Li to provide whatever assistance Lu Yi might need. When the commotion had finally settled down and everyone was gone, Lu Yi reactivated Glyph, Insight. He returned his gaze to the exposed bindings of the defensive ward's shield. What he was doing before the interruption had allowed him to understand that brute strength was not what he could rely on to defeat a magical ward, regardless of whether its bindings were exposed or not. It might work, but only if the enemy outpost did not immediately increase the shield strength to its fullest. Which was more than likely to be impossible. Anyone would have quickly done just that at the onset of an invasion like Wei Li had done earlier. Hence, Lu Yi knew that he needed more than just brute strength. He needed to depend on his knowledge of glyphs. Lu Yi observed the flow of spiritual energy coursing through the many yin and yang elements linked together as he racked his brain for ideas. He lifted a hand and placed it on the phosphorescent surface of the shield. He channeled his power and the spot where his hand glowed with pieces of yin and yang elements forming and linking together, spreading across an area of more than 10 meters wide. Lu Yi was unable to do anything like prior to his exploration of the lost city of Xianyuan. Even with his skills as a talented glyph weaver whose control of spiritual power already outstripped many of his peers, he could still not quite accomplish something like this. He could not construct such a wide radius of yin-yang elements back then. But the enrichment of his spirit in the pad of divine purification had greatly improved his control of spiritual power. That had helped him to surpass his former limits. Ward breaking could be described as being akin to unlocking the magical seals cast on storage bags in some ways, since wards were a form of magical seal, albeit bigger. But ward breaking was comparably more difficult. Magical seals on storage bags could easily be unlocked given time. All one had to do was to construct glyph elements that could counter those of the magical seal and the magic would be defeated. But the trick would not work against magical wards since they usually operated perpetually, and defeating this brand of magic demanded speed and efficiency. Assuming the defensive ward in question was not in manual control. Magical wards operated by manual control changed and shifted indefinitely, and any opportunities to defeat it could show in the first second only to vanish in the next. Hence, to defeat a magical ward, Lu Yi would first need to find and determine the weakness in any exposed bindings that he could find. Next, he would need to quickly construct the corresponding elements that would counteract against the ones in the bindings to nullify them. That would undo a portion of the ward's light shield, making a hole for entry through the defense. The first part of the task was easy enough with Glyph Insight. It was the second part that posed the biggest challenge. Lu Yi took a break before he attempted a second try. The whole attempt was not at all easy, even with his incredible control of spiritual power. The yin and yang elements that he needed to construct in a matter of seconds numbered up to the thousands. There was no room for error. One mistake and he would have to start all over again. Acolytes of the Hidden Light Sanctuary from that day forthwith could see a lone figure sitting all by himself beside the shield of the outpost's defensive ward, plus the occasional hums and tremors from the ward. The acolytes at first would still fidget and flinch at the disturbances. But as days passed and the number of the incidents gradually grew, most if not all eventually became accustomed. Prolgate of the outpost Wei Li would receive sporadic messages from Lu Yi with requests for adjustments to the shield setup. With the unconditional support and cooperation from the Hidden Light Sanctuary people, Lu Yi made steady progress in his study. Countless times he was battered by failures. But he did not let them keep him down. He just kept coming back for more with new ideas and adjustments gleaned from his mistakes. The manuscripts and books Lady Yun lent him played a huge part. Many a great difficult conundrum he had solved with the help of these invaluable materials. A month swiftly flitted by like an arrow. Gu Kanyang and Wei Li found themselves back at the same spot they were standing just a month ago, the spot where the exposed binding in the defensive ward's shield was found. Only this time they were standing within the ward while Lu Yi was standing outside. They were peering at each other with the glowing shield of light between them. "Let's do this," Wei called in a low voice. He took out the jade tablet used to control the magical ward and configured the ward's strength to the maximum. The radiance of the shiny shield of light intensified like a solid wall pulsing with rippling hues. On the other side of the shield, Lu Yi called upon Glyph, Insight. He studied the exposed binding at the joint where two parts of the shield met, following its constant shift in its composition of yin-yang elements for minutes before he approached the shield. His legs flashed with a fleeting swath of brightness. Lu Yi had cast Glyph, Windwalk. His walk turned into a sprint and the enhancement of Windwalk brought his speed to a zenith. At the same time Lu Yi channeled his power. Hundreds of yin-yang elements formed and linked with each other, spreading all over him like an extra layer of skin. He rammed into the wall of light. But instead of bouncing backward, he planted part of himself into, and through the shield, much to the incredulity and disbelief of Gu Kanyang, Wei Li and everyone else. Like he was punching through a membrane, Lu Yi tugged and pulled himself out with a loud pop. Well, that's it. By the time Lu Yi withdrew his power, he had successfully demonstrated how he had defeated the outpost's defensive ward by penetrating its shield. He strode up to Gu Kanyang and Wei Li. His original intention had been to learn ways he could defeat the magical ward in its entirety. But his path veered halfway because he realized that his rank of cultivation was not high enough to undertake such an endeavor. Even if he could blast a hole through the shield, he lacked the means to keep the hole open long enough for anything to pass through before it closed up. Opening a hole in a defensive ward's shield was like opening a hole through a waterfall's current. If a hole could be maintained indefinitely, an army could pour through the hole to engage the defenders of an outpost directly, conveniently circumventing the ward's protection. But Lu Yi could not quite make the hole hold up that lay with his present skill and capabilities. The tiny crack that he could make in the shield would quickly close itself like the never-ending water currents of a waterfall. Lu Yi was nearly disheartened enough to give up when he realized the infeasibility of his original idea. But going through Lady Yun's manuscripts and books led him to enough clues to come up with more ideas. The inspiration, followed by an almost a month-long period of trials and failures, eventually gave birth to this new outcome. Gu Kanyang and Wei Li were speechless. Seconds, minutes passed in silence with everyone present gawking at Lu Yi. But how is this possible? Gu Kanyang murmured, still unable to both believe and understand what just happened. The shield was still holding, yet somehow Lu Yi had just penetrated with such ease that barely anyone could comprehend how it happened. The defensive ward is made up of keystones and these keystones emit the different parts of the shield that guard the outpost. But where the different parts of the shield join up there are weaknesses. All I had to do is find the exposed bindings and construct yin-yang elements that correspond to those in the bindings. That allowed me to blend into the shield when I got into contact with it, making it possible for me to enter through it. Gu Kanyang thoughtfully responded, I see. Deep inside, Gu Kanyang could only lament, what on earth are you talking about? I don't understand a word you're saying. To put it more bluntly, it's a disguise, added Lu Yi to the benefit of those who could still not quite understand. I covered myself in a layer of spiritual energy that I used to construct elements that resonated with those of the exposed shield bindings. Here the shield was confounded into thinking that I was a part of it. This prevented the shield from rejecting me. The additional details at least helped Gu Kanyang enough to wade out of his quagmire of ignorance. Nevertheless, hearing all that, he was still puzzled. A defensive ward being confused? Is that even possible? It's just that every ward has its weakness and Brother Yi has found the one for this ward, remarked Wei Li all of a sudden. So, that means the weakness of our defenses is already known to him. That's an awfully direct way of putting it. But yeah, that's pretty much it. But I still don't see how this could be useful for invasions, Gu Kanyang frowned. Lu Yi might have performed a miracle that no one had thought possible, but a lone person being able to penetrate a defensive ward hardly seemed like a useful application to be used for an actual invasion. Well, as a matter of fact, I have been doing some thinking, said Lu Yi, and he began to present to them a detailed plan. The more Gu Kanyang and Wei Li listened, the brighter their eyes lit up. By the end of Lu Yi's proposal, both Gu Kanyang and Wei Li exchanged anticipatory gazes. They could almost see the interest and enthusiasm sparkling in each other's eyes. If this turned out to be a success, they would be heavily rewarded by the leadership of their order. Hence, without further hesitation, Gu Kanyang readily proffered his assent. Since you have volunteered yourself to attempt such a perilous undertaking alone, Brother Yi, the Hidden Light Sanctuary sees no reason to get on board with your idea at all. So, I'll be expecting news from you, I presume? Leave the arrangements to us. Progate of the Lofty Plume Court outpost Zhou Pei was in meditation at his chambers when he received a transmission from Gu Kanyang. How can I help you, Brother Gu? He responded. I bring you good news. That's a surprise. Let's hear it then. How interested are you in an invasion on the House of Wintry Blossom's outpost? Zhou Pei could barely hide his excitement as he straightened up when he read the message. Hours later, at the area somewhere between the attendant lands of the Hidden Light Sanctuary and the House of Wintry Blossoms, a fight had broken out. The defeated party was routed and they quickly fled. The winning side did not give chase. Knowing that this could very well be a trap, given previous experience, they knew better than to be overzealous in pursuits that could lead them well inside hostile territory. A young lass of the defeated party made up of Hidden Light Sanctuary acolytes cried from a safe distance, "Just you wait, you impudent scoundrels. I will have Brother Gu give you a walloping that you'll remember for life." A member of the House of Wintry Blossom's outpost replied with a smirking retort, "Only defeated dogs bark the loudest." The young lass turned indignant and roared with anger. But before she could recklessly storm forward to engage the enemies again, her more level-headed bunch of teammates quickly held her back. Chapter 293 Nighttime Infiltration. As the Hidden Light Sanctuary party sounded their retreat, one could still hear the angry grunts and hisses of the young female cultivator as she was being dragged away, much to her livid disgruntlement. If I remember correctly, that young lassie's the daughter of one of the Hidden Light Sanctuary elders, remarked one of the House of Wintry Blossom's acolytes, before she added with a chuckle, "Guess Daddy must have been doting on her too much for her own good." If only taunting after being defeated would ever work. For years, the bad blood between the House of Wintry Blossoms and the Hidden Light Sanctuary was enough to make both sides more than happy to trade blows instead of just barbed words. If anything, the young female Hidden Light Sanctuary's taunts only exemplified how childish she was. That was why no one really took her seriously. But barely a day later, the House of Wintry Blossoms received a summons from the legate of their outpost, urging them to withdraw home with haste. Apparently, the outpost was expecting an invasion by the Hidden Light Sanctuary. The acolytes were stunned. Then they remembered their face-off against the female Hidden Light Sanctuary acolytes and the things she said. Her words were not merely taunts, she really could make Gu Kanyang launch an assault on the House of Wintry Blossom's outpost. Maybe they really had underestimated the authority that the young, irascible lass with the emotional maturity of a 10-year-old wielded at her fingertips, they realized. Maybe she really could rely on her father to overrule Gu Kanyang. The House of Wintry Blossom's acolytes understood that the situation had spiraled out of their control, hence they quickly reported what had happened to their superior. But all they received was an indifferent, "I see." If the Igate of the House of Wintry Blossoms had other ideas, she certainly wasn't in the mood to share. One after another, House of Wintry Blossoms acolytes received summons to come back to assist with the defense. The atmosphere was nowhere as warm or friendly when the acolytes were reunited. No giggles or trading of tales or jokes, just melancholic somberness at the onset of what was expected to be a fierce battle. But no one was panicking just yet. With the shield of the defensive ward still holding, there was no need to. This was hardly the first time the House of Wintry Blossoms prepared for war, but every time the Hidden Light Sanctuary set its war dogs loose, they had always been sent home with their tails between their legs. But another piece of bad news came knocking on their doors soon enough. The Hidden Light Sanctuary wasn't the only one marching to their doorstep this time. Lofty Plume Court would be joining them as well. They had dispatched a force that was already on its way here. Clearly they must have come to an understanding. Legate of the House of Wintry Blossoms Yume was going through the scouting reports inside the sanctum of providence of her outpost. 2 Grand Sky Coalition orders were coming to attack them, but she was barely alarmed. She had seen this coming all along. Like the rest of her sisters in arms, she was not concerned at all about the integrity of the defensive ward. But also like the rest of her sisters in arms, she was worried about whether this invasion was real. If the invaders were only here as a show of force, then she would not be too worried. But if this was a real invasion, she would need to be more careful. At the very least, she would need to be expecting a siege. A few seconds of quick thinking was enough to convince her that she needed to do something instead of just resting on her laurels. She immediately transmitted a few messages. Before long, Every Thousand Demon Ridge order in the vicinity was duly notified about the invasion that both the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court were mounting on the House of Wintry Blossom's outpost. The messages she sent were not calls for help. It was too late for any reinforcements to arrive in time. But she expected that the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court outposts would be empty by now, and by notifying the other Thousand Demon Ridge orders, she was prodding them to launch invasions of their own as reprisal. That should be more than enough to force the invaders to shorten the duration of the siege, if not call off the invasion entirely. To lift a siege with such a method was not uncommon in the Spirit Creek battlefield. This was how allied orders and sects assisted each other. Hours passed into the late hours of the evening when two gigantic ship-like flying conveyances came lumbering into view of the House of Wintry Blossom's acolytes, lining up alongside each other. One of the ships bore the sigil of the Hidden Light Sanctuary while the other vessel was emblazoned with the livery of the Lofty Plume Court. The flying ships came to a halt somewhere 3 miles away and men began pouring out of their respective holds. Yume was hanging in mid-air, watching from inside the enclosure of the outpost with a grim look on her face. Both Grand Sky Coalitor's orals had at least fielded 400 men apiece, a number that was too big for her liking. Most inner ring area outposts had strengths of just about 500 to 600 strong. That both the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court were fielding 400 men each meant that they now had barely 200 men between them to man their own defenses. Needless to say, the House of Wintry Blossoms must brace themselves for what could be a long and fierce struggle. Could it really be true? Like those girls said, that young female acolyte had managed to get her father to strong-arm Gu Kanyang into launching this assault? Is he really so inept and soft? Something felt terribly amiss, but with the enemy invader now already fast approaching, it was too late for any more wishful thinking. The House of Wintry Blossoms would go to war and just hope that more of its acolytes could survive to see the next daylight. Meanwhile, the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court acolytes assembled. The 800-men-strong force was the best the two orders could muster. On the other hand, the House of Wintry Blossoms had only 400 acolytes. The annihilation of the contingent led by Chu Qing in the lost city of Xianyuan had dented the house's strength by almost 2/10. Yume had lost many a good night's sleep just because of this. With Gu Kanyang and Zhou Pei spearheading the advance, the invaders marched for the House of Wintry Blossom's outpost. There was no need for barter. As soon as the invaders reached the walls of the outpost, the assault began without delay. Spells and spirit artifacts wheezed through the air, slamming into the phosphorescent shield that was the only thing now standing between the outpost and its invaders. Like a handful of grains peppering the otherwise peaceful surface of a lake, the projectiles that hit the defensive ward's shields elicited ripples that numbered up to the hundreds or even thousands that swept in endless waves. Yume was observing the assault begin at the plaza just outside the outpost's sanctum of Providence. Her grip on the jade tablet used to magically control the ward's defenses tightened at each groan and tremor of the shield. At the same time, cadres of House of Wintry Blossom's acolytes scurried around the peripherals of the shield, making sure that the ward keystones were all stocked up with enough spirit stones to keep the shield running. The defense shield might have already saved up a rich deposit of spiritual chi, but no one could tell how long the invaders planned to keep up the assault, hence it was crucial and imperative to ensure that the defensive ward did not fully exhaust its supply. Anyone would do the same in the face of an invasion. Rich was the ambient spiritual chi in the atmosphere surrounding the House of Wintry Blossom's outpost. The divine opportunity column must have been enhanced with many layers of blessings that helped to further strengthen the sturdiness of the defensive ward's shield. For almost an hour, the invaders battered at the shield, yet all that incessant onslaught seemed to have accomplished nothing. Aside from the ripples that propagated on the surface of the barrier of light, its glow seemed to have waned not one bit. Clearly, the invaders would need to do more if they wanted to wear out the shield. From the other side of the screen of illumination, Yume focused her stare on Gu Kanyang and Zhou Pei pensively, wondering what they were actually up to. The countless times they had faced each other in battle were enough for Yume to know what Gu Kanyang and Zhou Pei's aces were and vice versa. Beyond any doubt, both leaders of this invasion knew as well as she did that a straightforward assault would hardly yield any favorable results for the invaders. Still, the invaders did not look like they were about to call off the invasion anytime soon, and Yume was beginning to feel that something was wrong. The suspense was killing her. If there was any consolation, that would be her earlier decision to inform her allies about the invasion. A coalition of cultivators from allied outposts was marshalling to launch an assault on both the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court outposts, and Yume could only expect that they were already on the march by now. Gu Kanyang and Zhou Pei had to withdraw the moment they got wind of attacks on their respective outposts. Yume was still caught up in her train of thought when the jade tablet in her grasp emitted a sizzle. The sensation transmitted to her via the jade tablet was giving off the signal that the shield had been breached. Aghast, Yume tore her glance to where the breach had occurred. But nothing. Everything in that area appeared to be fine. Was that just me or what? She wondered. But ever a cautious person, she quickly sent forth a squad of acolytes to head to that area to investigate the anomaly earlier. Unbeknownst to everyone else inside the outpost, Lu Yi had successfully infiltrated the outpost. The sensation that alerted Yume about the breach occurred exactly when Lu Yi was making his entry through the defensive ward's shield, which would have not been possible at other times. But the cover of night and the diversion caused by the assault had robbed much of the defender's attention and no one saw him enter. As soon as he was inside, the first thing Lu Yi did was activate the concealment bracelet to mask his spiritual power signature from being detected. He would not have decided on going behind enemy lines alone if not for this immensely useful piece of equipment that Lady Yun had given to him. He could easily slip through the defensive ward's shield, but he would still be discovered without this bracelet. The concealment bracelet could mask his presence better than ordinary ghost cultivators could their own. The plan he had made with Gu Kanyang specified that the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court would launch an assault to cause a diversion while he would infiltrate unseen. Next, Lu Yi was to locate and assassinate Yume and recover her jade tablet. That way the defensive ward would be just as useless as a glass hammer. The plan was straightforward enough and its simplicity would ensure its success. A complicated plan with too many moving parts and variables could easily fail when pieces fail to match. At the very least, the plan had been working well enough up until now and the concealment bracelet would be his key to ensuring the success of the second half of the plan. For the sake of stealth, he had not brought Amber and Yi with him this time. Lu Yi found a secluded spot and hid himself there to watch. As expected, a squad of House of Wintry Blossoms acolytes came hurrying to where he entered through the shield. Back when he was still studying how to defeat Hidden Light Sanctuary's defensive ward, Wei Li had told him about a tingly sensation the moment something foreign, him, slipped through the shield. But it was only a tiny and transitory feeling and Wei Li would not have noticed it if he had not been paying attention to it. But it was enough for Lu Yi to know that the legate of the House of Wintry Blossoms outpost must surely have felt the same fleeting sensation, as proven by the appearance of this small group of acolytes. The 6 acolytes came and looked around. Finding nothing, they marched off to investigate other areas for traces of anomalies. Lu Yi did not move an inch. He could feel something unnatural somewhere 30 meters ahead. Something was swirling in the air, something filled with spiritual energy. He would have not been able to detect the unseen object but for the spiritual enrichment he had undergone at the pool of divine purification had greatly increased his spiritual senses. He could sense the presence of anything within 30 meters of him. The closer it was, the stronger his perception of it would be. A ghost cultivator. As warned by Gu Kanyang, legate of the House of Wintry Blossoms outpost, Yume really was a careful person. On the surface, it looked as if she had just sent forth only one squad of acolytes to investigate the anomaly when in truth, there were 2. If Lu Yi had acted brashly, he would have already been discovered. The ghost cultivator dawdled around for a little while before she vanished and left after finding nothing. Lu Yi had not gotten a glimpse of her at all. But Lu Yi stayed there for almost another quarter of an hour before he finally felt safe enough to move further inside the outpost. The concealment bracelet had been helpful enough, except with one glaring flaw. He could not channel his spiritual power or move if he wished to remain undetected. At the moment, there was no telling if there were still people lurking around nearby. If he were discovered, then Lu Yi would have to withdraw the same way he came in. He could come in and he could still withdraw. Of that, at least, he was sure. Chapter 294 The Jade Tablet. What enabled Lu Yi to breathe more easily was the fact that he was not attacked even though he had revealed himself. He kept his presence low before he sped to where the commotion was coming from, looking rather frantic. That he had managed to reach this far without being detected meant that he was halfway to reaching his main objective. As if there was any need to stay invisible anymore. An outpost usually had not only the acolytes of a sect or order, but also allied acolytes from friendly sects and orders, as well as associated independents who had pledged their allegiance. Naturally, that would mean that no one could possibly know everyone, so even if anyone were to see Lu Yi traipsing around in broad daylight, no one would know that he was the enemy unless there were people in the outpost who knew what the famous Lu Yi looked like. To say nothing of the fact that it was already night, which made Lu Ye's job easier. Lu Yi kept his head down and let the bangs of his hair hang over half his face as he raced to the main plaza of the outpost where every one of the House of Wintry Blossoms members had congregated. They had begun assembling here since the attack began. But although they were not worried about the shield's integrity, they nonetheless wore apprehensive and wary looks. Many people saw Lu Yi coming out of nowhere, rushing to join them, although most of them merely cast a cursory glance at him before returning their gazes to whatever it was they were doing. Clearly, no one anticipated an infiltration when the defensive ward was operating at full blast and the shield was still holding. If anything, most of them only thought that he looked unfamiliar. But no one dwelt on the matter long enough to realize anything yet. After all, strangers were often common at outposts. Cultivators who were acolytes of friendly sects and orders seeking temporary refuge or associated independents proclaiming their allegiance. Acolytes could sometimes spend up to months or even years in solitary meditation, and by the time they emerged, they would find many unfamiliar faces in their midst. Outside the shield, Gu Kanyang saw with his own eyes how Lu Yi was joining the mob of defenders. The corners of his eyes twitched with amazement. Deep within him, Gu Kanyang made a mental note to remember to install some simple magical wards all around the Hidden Light Sanctuary outpost. After seeing Lu Ye's plan working smoothly so far, he knew that the outpost would need some sensing wards to raise the alarm in the case of any clandestine infiltration, lest any enemies replicate Lu Ye's feat in the future. While he was still busy thinking about what to do, Lu Yi got to a 15-meter distance from Yumei. Lu Yi had seen her even before he slipped through the defensive ward. Information supplied by Gu Kenyang indicated that this body-hugging robes-clad woman was the legate in charge of the House of Wintry Blossoms outpost. And Lu Yi immediately recognized what she was, a spell cultivator. He used to hate spell cultivators so much. Luo Ji and Dong Shai had never failed in making life hell for Lu Yi back when he was still a low-tier cultivator. But as he gradually grew stronger and more powerful, he found he rather liked fighting against spell cultivators. The great speed afforded by the activation of Glyph Windwalk allowed him to close distances and evade spells quickly and easily. For those that he could not avoid, there was always Glyph Protection to prevent any heavy damage. Spell cultivators rarely did well once combat cultivators like Lu Yi were able to close the distance and turn the fight into a close combat situation. Hence, one could argue that no spell cultivator of similar rank, or even those higher by 1 or 2 ranks, could ever pose a threat to Lu Yi anymore. Legate of the House of Wintry Blossoms Yumei was a 9th order spell cultivator very close to reaching ascension to the next rank. Her original intent was to make Chu Qing her successor before picking another acolyte to be the latter's future deputy. But Chu Qing and even the designated future Prolgate were killed during their foray into the lost city of Xianyuan. It was due to their deaths that the outpost still lacked a Prolgate, and Yumei had to shoulder the duties of both roles together. In the meantime, the members of the upper echelons of the House of Wintry Blossoms were still locked in an internecine squabble between each other. It was said that every one of the elders wished to nominate their own students to the post. It was no secret that being legate and prolgate had its uses and benefits. More income and more opportunities to earn contribution points. Everyone in the order knew that being pegged as the prolgate now would mean an immediate promotion to becoming legate when you may finally step down, which everybody expected to happen anytime soon. The order needs to select a prolgate after this. And fast, Yumei was thinking to herself quietly. She and the busy business of handling the outpost's day-to-day affairs could not suffer any more delays. Still occupied with her thoughts, a strange premonition of dread jolted her senses, and her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure bolting straight for her. She tore her gaze away from the front to get a better look at the stranger. It was a young man no older than she was, and he was dashing toward her with his head lowered, effectively hiding his face. Yumei could feel a chill shooting up her spine. She could not see him, but she was sure. She had never seen this stranger before. As legate of the House of Wintry Blossoms outpost, she knew almost every face, every acolyte, every allied cultivator, and even associate independents. She might not be close to all of them, but she knew their faces and names at least. Only she and the late Chu Qing knew every face in the outpost, for everyone who first arrived here had to meet them both before being allowed entry into the outpost. The unknown youth racing towards her might have kept his head down, but she could still see much of what he looked like. For this reason, Yume was sure that she had not seen this stranger here before. Not today, not before, not ever. Quick enough to remember the anomaly with the defensive ward earlier, Yume's hand shot up swiftly and a glow sparkled at the tip of her fingers as a blast came screaming straight for Lu Yi. That Yume could summon enough power in such a short time to fire a blast was a testament to her skill and strength. The spell was nowhere near lethal, but it was enough to defeat most Eighth Orders. But firing that spell did not make her feel safe at all. Lu Yi was hardly one of most Eighth Orders. Instead, panic engulfed her. He deftly ducked and weaved around, relying on the quickness of his magically conjured wings and his speed to skillfully evade the many crisscrossing rays of light that came screaming at him. A pallid-faced Yume stared at the figure waltzing in the sky with the adroit grace and dexterity of a butterfly. When she saw the stranger removing something from her arm and throwing the arm away, her blood went cold. So that is what he's after. "Back Tio Jojo," she cried with as loud a voice as she could summon. "Back Tio Jojo now." Such was Legate of the House of Wintry Blossom's outpost Yume, a decisive leader with circumspection and wit that in spite of the rending pain of an arm lopped off gnawing at her, she made the correct judgment. It was not a far stretch to expect that all legates in the Spirit Creek battlefield were each blessed with their individual qualities. At the very least, none of them were fools. Meanwhile, the rest of the acolytes of the outpost could barely believe what they had just heard. Petrified with bewilderment, they could hardly react to the order of pulling back to the Order's main stronghold in Jianghu when the defensive ward was still intact and the intruder was just an Eighth Order who was also heavily outnumbered. Those who were quick on the uptake immediately discovered why. The defensive ward might still be holding, but the jade tablet used to control it was no longer in their possession. Which was exactly why Lu Yi aimed for her arm in his second attack. He was after the jade tablet in her grasp. The very instrument that was the linchpin to the defense of this outpost. Destroy it and the defensive ward would be no more. Fast. Get out of here. Yume cried hoarsely, leading her fellow sisters in arms in a breakneck charge for dear life towards the sanctum of Providence. Everyone in the outpost tore after her. Still hanging in midair, Lu Yi exerted his full strength to crush the tablet to pieces. Oddly enough, it was so hard that it felt like an incredibly hard piece of rock. It looked like an ornate object hewn from jade, but he did not know what it was actually made of. But owing to the need for haste, there was no time to think. He tossed the tablet into the air and drove inviolable through it, skewering the object with a double glyph, sharp edge activated. As a neighbor and a rival of Lofty Plume Court, their animosity mirrored the feud Hidden Light Sanctuary and the House of Wintry Blossoms shared in every way. The success of the plan hinged on two parts: whether Lu Ye's infiltration was a success and whether he was able to pull off securing the jade tablet that controlled the defensive ward of the enemy outpost. But this triumphant victory had proven that whatever reservations he formerly had about the chances of this working were unnecessary. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect has turned out to be more dependable than he had ever imagined. Acolytes from both orders busied themselves with the task at hand. Time was pressing and everyone hurried around looting and clearing the dead bodies. "Where's Brother Yi? Has anyone seen him?" Gu Kanyang cried loudly. "Here," Lu Yi responded curtly, stepping out of the sanctum of Providence with Yi beside him, meticulously going through every inch of him to make sure he was unhurt. Yi had gone into a deep slumber since coming back from the lost city of Xianyuan. She had experienced many changes since then and now looked no different from anyone around her. Anyone could see her and they would think she was just another living person, even Shui Yuan herself. Prior to the enrichment they experienced at the lost city, cultivators more powerful would have been able to tell the difference. That was the difference between the good that she and the rest enjoyed. What Yi enjoyed was 4 to 5 times better than what Lu Yi, Amber, and Jujia had gotten from the pool of divine purification, for the pool itself doubled as the resting site of the horde of apparitions that resided in the lost city. That allowed spectral beings like Yi to attain greater advantage as juxtaposed against the others. In fact, her power and strength would have outstripped even Lu Yi, if not for the fact that she was a spirit attached to Amber. It was this bond with the tiger that prevented her from becoming stronger than him. "Come, Brother Yi," Gu Kanyang beamed at Lu Yi broadly, flourishing an arm magnanimously. They had succeeded in capturing the outpost. It was time to split the spoils as agreed. The blessings of the Divine Opportunity column were to be divided into 3 equal portions. There was no need to be coy. Lu Yi placed a hand on the Divine Opportunity column and channeled his power through his battlefield imprint. He should be familiar with the process by now, after what he had done at the Sky Pillar Sect outpost. The ambient spiritual chi that pervaded the atmosphere of the outpost's vicinity thinned at a noticeable pace as layer after layer of blessings on the Divine Opportunity column were removed. But that was not all. Even the range of the emanation itself was shrinking. Once Lu Yi was done, Gai Kenyang stepped in, after which he gave way to Zhou Pei for his turn. The quarter of an hour passed swiftly enough. Everyone regrouped at the plaza outside the outpost's Sanctum of Providence before they boarded the flying ships. It was time for their next target, Sunlit Mountain. They were halfway there when both Gu Kenyang and Zhou Pei received transmissions simultaneously, informing them about attacks on their respective strongholds. It was the same old trick again. Nearby Thousand Demon Ridge orders had dispatched enough men to make up 2 separate forces that had marched to attack the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court outposts in their bid to get both Gu Kenyang and Zhou Pei to retreat. Obviously, the enemies were unaware that the battle at the House of Wintry Blossoms outpost was over. Under usual circumstances, the maneuver would have worked. Both the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court forces would have been compelled to retreat since capturing the House of Wintry Blossoms would have taken longer time, effort, and not to mention losses. Just losing men during the course of an ordinary assault would have put both Grand Sky Coalition orders in positions much weaker than before and thus making them vulnerable to counterattacks. But no one other than the invaders knew that the battle had been won and the outpost fully sacked and vacated. It was just too fast. Too incredibly and inconceivably fast. The defenses of the House of Wintry Blossoms outpost were brought to heel with such lightning speed alacrity that not even its acolytes could fathom how everything had happened so quickly. Neither would the rest of their allied sects and orders who were now launching assaults of their own on the Hidden Light Sanctuary and the Lofty Plume Court outposts. None of them knew that the invaders had homed in on another prey and were sailing there now. For this reason, Gu Kenyang and Zhou Pei disregarded the messages they received. They left instructions that the strength of their outpost's defensive wards was to be activated to the fullest while the invaders maintained their advance on Sunlit Mountain. Minutes later, word came again from their respective outposts, reporting about the Thousand Demon Ridge forces retreating, very hastily too. Gu Kenyang and Zhou Pei had a quick discussion where both of them unanimously concluded that the fall of the House of Wintry Blossoms outpost must have leaked out. How else would the sieges by the Thousand Demon Ridge forces at their respective outposts be lifted so soon? That was true, though Yume had not been able to warn the rest of the Thousand Demon Ridge during the chaotic evacuation from the outpost. When she finally got to safety, she had been trying hard to transmit her warning. It took her a long time and a huge effort until her warnings finally got through. Messages between the real world of Jiuzhou and the Spirit Creek battlefield could not be transmitted directly. Yume had to deliver her messages to the main strongholds of the ones her warning was intended for, where the acolytes there would pass them onto the battlefield in her stead. Naturally, that would mean that the messages needed time before they could reach the intended recipients. When the legates received Yume's warning, all of them were flabbergasted. The purpose of attacking the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court outposts was to pressure the Grand Sky Coalition forces to retreat. It was to help lift the siege of the House of Wintry Blossoms outpost. But none of them could believe what they just heard. The House of Wintry Blossoms outpost had fallen before everyone could do anything. If only these legates could communicate with Yume directly. The foremost question looming in their mind was, what on earth went wrong? Is there something wrong with your outpost's defensive ward? With the House of Wintry Blossoms outpost already taken, the attacks on the Grand Sky Coalition outposts had become pointless. Even from a distance, the Sunlit Mountain force could see many-hued beams and rays bashing at the phosphorescent shield that guarded their outpost. They stood their ground and watched. None of them dared to press any closer. With just 300 men, stampeding straight into a force of more than twice their number was tantamount to suicide. They cowered and observed from their hidden positions, not wanting to attract any attention. The outside of the Sunlit Mountain outpost was pandemonium. The invaders fired and attacked relentlessly, trying to whittle down the shield's integrity by force. Inside the shield was wholly different altogether. The acolytes and associate independents of Sunlit Mountain were divided into smaller squads that patrolled the area non-stop, making sure that no one, not even Lu Yi, would slip through. The legate himself was surrounded by a ring of his own men who never stopped flinching at every little noise and bump. And that was only because of Yu Mei's warning about Lu Yi. He might be just an 8th order, but he displayed prowess far beyond anyone of his rank. The 2 blows that he delivered, the first nearly lopped off her head while the second severed an arm, which cost her the jade tablet. The current legate of Sunlit Mountain was formerly the deputy of his predecessor Qi Ming, who was killed in the lost city of Xianyuan. He had been in contact with Yu Mei before, after his promotion, and he knew how powerful she could be. So, if Yu Mei was defeated with just 2 blows, he knew he would fare no better himself. Hence his caution in facing this crisis. Chapter 296 Trials and Errors. The enemy response was proving most troublesome, at least that was the case with Lu Yi, who was hiding unseen in the shadows. He had spent some time observing. Deciding at last that he could not pull off the same trick he tried at the House of Wintry Blossom's outpost, he stepped out into the open. The acolytes of Sunlit Mountain were communicating too closely. They were clearly informed about his exploits during the defeat of the House of Wintry Blossom's outpost. Otherwise, Sunlit Mountain would not have come to such a deliberately meticulous arrangement. Lu Yi could only lament this outcome. Sneaking into enemy outposts to steal the jade tablet that controls an outpost's magical ward had officially become a one-time only trick that he would not be able to use anymore. Acolytes of the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court were, with Gu Kanyang and Zhou Pei leading them, raining hell down on the shield of the Sunlit Mountain defensive ward, the incessant rumbles of the detonating blasts terrible and daunting. Lu Yi stepped out of the shadows and strode out into the open step by step. Zhou Pei's heart nearly burst out of his chest when he saw Lu Yi, and he hurried forward to meet him. "Brother Yi, what's wrong? You can't get in?" Lu Yi shook his head. He could get in, but it wouldn't do much good with just him inside. It was due to the element of surprise that he was able to snatch Yu Mei's jade tablet in the first place. No one at the House of Wintry Blossoms had seen him coming, and that was what allowed him to close the distance unimpeded. If Yu Mei had not been careful enough, she would have died by Lu Yi and his saber already. But this time the situation had completely changed. Sunlit Mountain had clearly been informed about his ability to slip through the energy shields of magical wards, and they ramped up their defenses. Even the legate himself was constantly surrounded by a ring of his best and most trusted men. There really was no way for Lu Yi to get his hands on the enemy jade tablet anymore. Gods? Zhou Pei groaned sourly. If only they could conquer the Sunlit Mountain outpost. Life at the Lofty Plume Hall would be so much better in the future. For instance, the House of Wintry Blossoms had suffered few casualties in the capture of their outpost, but they had lost the blessings on their Divine Opportunity column, which was a loss that they would never be able to repair in a short time. Without the blessings to keep the ambient spiritual qi in the atmosphere rich enough, the House of Wintry Blossoms could re-establish their outpost and rebuild their magical ward, but it would no longer be as solid and sturdy as before. In other words, the House of Wintry Blossoms' force at the outpost there would never again be able to pose any threats to the Hidden Light Sanctuary. With the odds now perpetually against their favor for the foreseeable future, the Hidden Light Sanctuary would be wise to bank on this opportunity to ensure that the House of Wintry Blossoms became just a simple footnote in the history of the Spirit Creek battlefield. The House of Wintry Blossoms' invasion had turned out to be a massive success, and just when Lofty Plume Court had hoped that their allies would be able to assist in dealing with Sunlit Mountain, an ironic stroke of fate had denied Zhou Pei's wishes from coming true, and that left him somewhat disappointed. "If it's not working, we attack with all we can," Gu Kanyang remarked. The more than 800-man strong army made it possible for the joint force to capture the Sunlit Mountain outpost by force, although that would demand both time and patience to whittle down the defensive ward's shield. A straightforward invasion of such crudeness would not be feasible in the past. Nearby Thousand Demon Ridge forces would definitely launch invasions of their own on the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court outposts. But no one would dare to attempt such a move anymore. The shocking fall of the House of Wintry Blossom's outpost had left such a lasting impression on its allies that no one dared to risk dispatching any sorties for fear of having Lu Yi of getting past their outpost defenses and capture their outposts in their absence. There might be another way though. Lu Yi uttered suddenly. Zhou Pei's eyes lit up with excitement. "What is that way?" he asked at once. "I can't guarantee that this method will succeed, all I can only say is that it's a chance." "That's good enough. Let's hear it, Brother Yi." "We'll need 10, just 9 will do, 9 body tempering cultivators. the very best from both orders. Then equip them all with whatever defensive spirit artifacts you can find. Gu Kanyang and Zhou Pei might not understand what Lu Yi was up to, but they complied nonetheless. 9 body-tempering cultivators were speedily handpicked and assembled before Lu Yi, who surveyed them closely. Most of them were large and broad men with size and strength that could run through a brick wall with barely any difficulty. 2 of their numbers were even mutant cultivators. Clad in the full complement of every defensive spirit artifact their orders could supply them, they looked as dashing and intimidating as a coterie of knights. Lu Yi summoned Zhu Jia. Zhu Jia joined the rest and stood beside them, basking in the envious gazes of every other body-tempering cultivator around him. He might not be the biggest, but he definitely looked like the one with the most vigor and strength, easily eclipsing the rest of the 9. But that was not the only reason Zhu Jia was admired. As one of the strongest body-tempering cultivators, Zhu Jia's gifts made him highly coveted by many sects and orders. No one would ever commit the mistake of belittling him despite his rather modest provenance as being just a normal independent. Everyone knew full well that Zhu Jia was the sole reason Sima Yang managed to survive so long, the sole cause Sima Yang's fruitful life had managed to reach as far as the appearance of the lost city of Xianyuan. Naturally, the death of Sima Yang was much welcome news. Cultivators, especially Grand Sky Coalition cultivators, rejoiced on Zhu Jia's behalf for having the yoke of servitude finally removed. But all of them could barely confess to not feeling envious that Zhu Jia had chosen to follow Lu Yi and rejected other offers. Lu Yi led the body-tempering cultivators on a beeline trail straight for the spot where he found a weakness in the shield, then he gave them all his instructions. Everyone nodded their assent. Zhu Jia got to his position and prepared to charge, bending down and arching his back. Lu Yi gave him a look. He said nothing to Zhu Jia. Next he raised a hand and swiped it at the dome-like shield. At the other side of the shield, the sunlit mountain acolytes who had been watching had not been idle. More than 80 cultivators were mobilized to this position at the legate's command when he heard Lu Yi was about to try something. The men channeled their powers and positioned themselves, making ready to attack while their spirit artifacts pulsed with energy. They looked as Lu Yi placed a hand on the surface of the glowing shield of light, a knot tying in their guts. Every single defender had been notified about Lu Yi's strange ability to slip through defensive ward shields, hence seeing him up to something made everyone wonder if he was going to conjure that unknown witchery of his again. Yet despite the mounting apprehension, they were nonetheless curious and anxious to witness the feat itself. Without even blinking they eyed him intently. 80 defenders facing 10 body-tempering cultivators, with just a shield of light separating them, in spite of the clamor of war still roaring at the other side of the shield, it was the relative silence and stillness here that made the atmosphere tenser and more uneasy. Lu Yi focused his spiritual power on both eyes. As glyph, insight activated, his vision of the world transformed and the yin-yang elements swirling in the glowing wall right before him looked like a castle emerging from the mist. Power surged from his palms, centering right on a focal point as yin-yang elements materialized before him like massive jigsaw puzzle pieces locking into one another. The pieces grew to almost 10 meters wide as if Lu Yi was conjuring another layer over the shield of the defensive ward. The defenders could not help feeling worried. Deep within the taut, well-muscled torsos, the men thought, is this the devilry that Lu Yi is going to use to slip through the shields? A trigger-happy acolyte even lost his cool and fired a blast on his own outpost ward shield inadvertently. That elicited a chain reaction as more than half of the 80 defenders that huddled at the spot sprang into action. Radiant ribbons of myriad colors zipped through the air, ending with floral explosions on the wall of light, and its surface rippled wildly at every blast. Lu Yi paused and withdrew his power. He stared at them blankly from the other side of the shield. The sunlit mountain acolytes who fired at their own shield stopped in their tracks, trading embarrassed looks. That marked the first failure. Lu Yi was not certain if this method would work, and that was the reason he could not promise Zhou Pei anything yet. This was him really trying to defeat the magic of a defensive ward and the original intent of his study, which was what he had been attempting at first before he got sidetracked, where he discovered a way to disguise his signature and slip through a defensive ward's shield. Compared to cracking the shell, infiltrating the shell without breaking it was obviously the easier method, although not the better one. Nevertheless, the premise of his study had not yet changed. The principles remained more or less similar. But to defeat the shield would require an ungodly amount of precision and skill. The elements on the shield changed all the time, especially when the magical ward was running at its fullest. At the moment, the Sunlit Mountain Outpost defensive ward had been activated to just that, the highest strength. That would mean that the arrangement of yin-yang elements on the shield shifted every 3 seconds. Hence, to defeat the defensive ward, Lu Yi would need to read the arrangements and construct the opposing elements to cancel the ones in the shield, all in 3 seconds. Being able to do that would break a hole in the shield and thus defeat it. But that was easier said than done. That would include reading more than hundreds or thousands of elements and constructing the same number of opposing ones. Chapter 297 The Charge. Lu Yi was just inches from giving up when a pleasant surprise presented itself. The arrangements of elements on the shield's surface changed once more, and this time, a portion of the patterns appeared to be oddly familiar. And as if in a stroke of ingenuity, he knew why. The tree of glyphs had many bits and pieces of incomplete glyphs that had used to boggle Lu Yi as to what their purpose could be. Unlike glyphs like sharp edge or protection that Lu Yi used during battle, they appeared nothing more than, incomplete glyphs. That was until Lu Yi began his tutelage of glyph weaving under Lady Yun. His rapid progress could not have been possible without the incomplete glyphs, which were nothing more than useless bits and pieces of yin-yang elements. Yet, right here, right now, Lu Yi discovered that the arrangement of yin-yang elements in the shield matched the ones on one of the leaves on his tree of glyph. There was no time to think. No time for the slightest inkling of hesitation. Lu Yi immediately conjured the element directly from the tree of glyphs, and the moment he set it into place, the pattern spread all over the whole surface of the shield like a virus. A tiny click could be heard, followed by cascades of popping noises of balloons bursting open. A gaping hole almost 3 meters wide yawned open on the surface of the phosphorescent shield. Charge! Lu Yi grunted aloud. Ready as ever, Zhu Jia bolted forward like a loosened arrow. He stepped through the hole quickly and dove into the Sunlit Mountain outpost with Lu Yi peeling after him closely. Lu Yi was well inside when the rest of the 9 body-tempering cultivators broke from their stupor and rushed in after them. The hole in the shield quickly closed behind them, sealing them in. The energy shield of an outpost's defensive ward was usually able to regenerate and repair itself. A hole like the one Lu Yi created would close itself before too long unless the defensive ward had taken too much damage, and one that was barely just 3 to 4 meters was hardly crippling enough. Panicking, all 80 Sunlit Mountain defenders let loose their attacks on the invaders. The cultivators had been stricken with lethargic tedium and monotony when Lu Yi was still trying to figure out a way to defeat the shield. But as soon as the hole in the shield cracked open, the sensation of regret hit them like a sledgehammer, for they now had to contend with not only just Lu Yi but also a coterie of 10 heavily armored body-tempering cultivators that included Zhu Jia. The surface of the skin of the body-tempering cultivators, with Zhu Jia as then de facto leader, emanated a soft glowing crimson gold aura like iron red hot in the furnaces as they summoned their powers. Colorful strips of light belied how dangerous they were actually hit by the invaders, but the defensive aura that shrouded them reduced the spells to just harmless pops and sizzles. Those that managed to penetrate the aura too were, at the very least, greatly weakened. Zhu Jia lifted a shield spirit artifact. Like a raging bull, he fearlessly charged straight at the defenders. Lu Yi stayed close at his heels. Rummaging through his storage bag and finding what he wanted, he flung into the air 4 tiny sparkles of steel that zipped through the air as one. Like a flying scythe, they flew in front of Zhu Jia, cutting a path through the enemies for him, felling foes like shearing reed stalks. Since the spiritual enrichment he experienced at the lost city of Xianyuan had resulted in his control of spiritual power greatly enhanced, Lu Yi could now handle 4 flying weapons simultaneously. He could have used more than 4, but he did not want the strength and force to wane. The rest of the body-tempering cultivators quickly caught up. Forming up to Zhu Jia alongside his flanks, they charged together in an arrowhead formation with Lu Yi nestled safely in the middle. "Stop them!" a Sunlit Mountain acolyte roared, to no avail. Their number was 8 times that of Lu Ye's, but that did not make stopping the monstrous stampede any easier. That was a testament to Zhu Jia's strength and endurance. No one in the Spirit Creek realm could stop him when he began charging around like a thunderous rhinoceros, not unless anyone could kill him swiftly. On the other end, Gu Kanyang and Zhou Pei had heard the commotion. They soared up into the air to get a good look at the situation inside the Sunlit Mountain outpost, and there was the arrowhead formation plowing through the outpost, not unlike an insectoid stampede that could make any witness quake with trepidation. "They've done it?" Gu Kanyang murmured with some degree of disbelief. For so long Lu Yi had not been able to produce results that he was almost giving up. But Lu Yi had proven himself yet again. Not only had he managed to gain entry once more, this time he even took 10 body-tempering cultivators to wreak havoc behind enemy lines. Gods, he's just so marvelous, Zhou Pei exclaimed with envy. Lofty Plume Court had once extended an offer to recruit Zhu Jia before. But that accursed Sima Yang had flatly refused it on his companion's behalf, and Zhou Pei could hardly abduct Zhu Jia and force him to join Lofty Plume Court. Doing that was nowhere near honorable, and Zhu Jia would never respect or be loyal to him, to say the least. Fortunately enough, Zhu Jia had somehow pledged himself to Lu Yi, and thankfully, they now had him to depend on in this skirmish. Breaking through the Sunlit Mountain outpost was only the beginning. The true test awaited. The hole in the outpost's defensive ward meant that Lu Yi and the others were trapped inside without help and reinforcements. With Zhu Jia spearheading the charge, they might be in control of the initiative temporarily, but the unfavorable odds of more than 10 enemies to one of them remained their biggest disadvantage. For this reason, Lu Yi knew that he needed to secure the defensive ward Jade Tablet as soon as possible so that he could deactivate the ward and let the rest of the invaders in. That was why the Arrowhead formation did not stop to fight the 80 or so defenders. It kept pressing deeper into the outpost. Sunlit Mountain acolytes rushed here in their dozens to try to thwart the invaders' advance, but few could stop them. In barely 10 seconds they cleaved through the defenses like a hot knife through butter, trampling through all defensive lines and marching forward rapidly and unhindered. Sunlit Mountain acolytes who crashed to the ground quickly recollected themselves and gave chase, attacking the charging formation from behind and filling the air with the din of steel-on-steel clangor and explosions amid their enraged snarls and roars. The defensive gear that the body-tempering cultivators had put on earlier had been instrumental. The gear had kept them safe from the relentless attacks the defenders rained so desperately on them. But no amount or quality of equipment could be expected to hold on for so long under such an onslaught. As explosions began to blossom and balloon around his defensive detail, Lu Yi recognized what he was hearing, the death rattles of the protective gear failing. Zhu Jia's shield too was beginning to collect more holes than a chunk of cheese, prompting him to discard it. The non-opal enchantment shield was given to him by Lu Yi during their adventures in the Lost City. That it was reduced to nothing but scrap iron indicated just how determined the enemy defenders were in wanting to thwart their advance. But he just retrieved another shield from inside his storage bag and went on charging headlong. Sima Yang had been hogging all the kills himself, and he never tried to buy anything for Zhu Jia. Equipment never came cheaply, and Sima Yang was hardly generous enough to equip Zhu Jia with enough gear. But things had changed since he joined Lu Yi, who had never been stingy with making sure that the lumbering giant of a man had all the items he needed. 4 to 5 defensive spirit artifacts. That was the minimum number of gear that Zhu Jia now carried with him at all times. Fortunately for the whole band, they had managed to punch through the 80-man Sunlit Mountain defensive line. They pressed on at full speed like a procession of siege engines rolling forward at full steam. Nevertheless, the defenders remained hot on their heels with dogged ferocity. The body-tempering cultivators holding up the rear began to realize that the group would never make it inside in time. A few of them peeled off and turned around to face the pursuing enemies. "Gio," one of them cried. With their own bodies, a few nobly aspired to hold back the force of many. Not many could proudly claim to have the same courage. Yet their resolve wasn't enough to bridge the gap between the huge numbers. In seconds they crashed to the ground, splashing into puddles of their own blood as Gu Kanyang and Zhou Pei watched with racking guilt and misery. These were some of their best body-tempering cultivators, the cream of the crop that could not be easily replaced. Losing one was painful enough, and yet there were almost a handful of them. But the enemy defenders did not stay long to make sure that their fallen enemies were truly dead. The body-tempering cultivators might be grievously hurt, but they could be alive too. Nevertheless, they had bought Lu Yi and the rest more time, allowing them to put at least 300 meters ahead. That was when they spied a group of 30 or so Sunlit Mountain cultivators huddled together. Lu Yi caught sight of a man kept safe in the center of a ring, wearing an aghast expression of disbelief as if he was still having trouble believing that anyone could defeat the outpost's defensive ward shield. That must be the legate of the Sunlit Mountain outpost, and the Jade Tablet must be with him. Victory is at hand, Lu Yi realized. Capture the Jade Tablet from him and destroy it, and the 800-man-strong army will be able to come in. "Stop them!" the Sunlit Mountain legate cried as he saw the stampede of body-tempering cultivators led by Zhu Jia charging his way. The rest of the defenders did not need to be told that this moment marked the very survival of the outpost. With a signal, beams of light arced from all directions, homing in on the blitzing group. With an angry roar, Zhu Jia lifted his shield, ready to ram into his enemies. But with all the hails of attacks crashing down on them, the glow of the shield was waning fast and his pace was gradually slowing. On the other hand, the pursuers were swiftly catching up. Chapter 298, Defeating Sunlit Mountain. Which should have been nothing surprising. Amber had some degree of sway over spectral entities, which explains how its roars could have some manner of spiritual effect on the human mind. One could call this an ability or just simply a gift. Lu Yi, Zhu Jia, and Yi had all enjoyed the benefits of entering the pool of divine purification, making it perfectly logical to expect that even Amber, too, must have derived some good from being in the pool with them. One of them was how powerful its roars had become. The sunlit mountain acolytes were thrown into disarray at Amber's thunderous roars. That greatly weakened the strength of whatever attacks they were launching. Even flying weapons were falling out of the skies like flies. Yi materialized. Raising her arms above her head, a large disc-like mass of energy coagulated over her hands. Intricately detailed runes ran all over the disc. Without warning, the glowing mass of energy spewed out swarms of projectiles, raining the enemies below with a deluge of scythes. Gu Kanyang and Zhou Pei could only watch from outside in disbelieving bewilderment. Even from the other side of the shield, they could feel the tremors from the onslaught Yi was hammering into the enemy defenders. The emanation from her use of spiritual power told them what they needed to know about her strength, but they could not understand how she was able to use such a wide area of effect spell. Spells of such potency and magnitude could only be used by spell cultivators who had transitioned to a heaven-grade cultivation discipline. Only they had the precise control and the prerequisite amount of spiritual power required for such complex magic. That should not have been happening right here, right now, was taking place right before their very eyes and they were having trouble believing it. The two-pronged attack by Yi and Amber was a highly synergistic one. Amber's roar had first stunned the enemies both mentally and spiritually, rendering them all paralyzed and helpless. Before they could even recover, Yi was ready to rain hell down on them. The first volley immediately claimed several casualties and the rest did enough to annihilate the others. Lu Yi did not remain idle. He flapped his wings and swooped down on the sunlit mountain legate in a streaking jet of flames that zipped down from the air. For deadly sparkles flitted amongst the defenders like wasps, weaving and crisscrossing incessantly while eliciting more shrieks and screams of agony amid the veritable purgatory that was Yi's handiwork. But the din was hardly the only byproduct of the dance of Lu Ye's own metallic bumblebees. Men fell to the ground, dead and bloodied. Flying weaponry was known for its extreme speed. A flying weapon imbued with glyph. Windwalk would be even faster, so fast that the naked eye would not be able to catch up. While Lu Yi might lack what was needed to further imbue his flying weapons with more windwalk glyphs, the weapons in their current state were already deadly enough to deal with cultivators in the inner regions of the battlefield. Nevertheless, using glyphs on flying weapons came with its caveat. It reduced the flight duration of the weapon since flying weapons had a limited spiritual power reserve capacity, which was still enough to deal with his current enemies. By the time Lu Yi reached his prey, the legate's retinue of more than 30 men had dropped dead to the ground. Lu Yi drew inviolable. With the momentum of his descent and every ounce of strength behind it, he brought it down hard on the enemy legate. The latter had been fortunate. Amber's earlier roars had affected him too, but the tireless sacrifice of his men to keep him safe, plus some amount of luck, had spared him from the death that Yi's spell was bringing down on both men and earth beneath her. The enemy legate did all he could to defend himself. He seized his weapon and swung it up to meet Lu Yi, only for it to be knocked out of his grasp. Recoiling at the throbbing jolt of pain that shot up his arm, the legate dropped to his knees. His strength was nowhere near Lu Ye's in the first place, let alone withstanding a blow augmented by the momentum of his fall. That he tried to attack Lu Yi in retaliation was what saved him, for now. It was what prevented Lu Yi from coming back with a follow-up attack, and the latter did not want to haphazardly risk losing his initiative only to land himself at a disadvantage. Lu Yi used the momentum of his opponent's swing to propel himself back into the air. Rumble shook the ground. It was the cavalry arriving, Zhu Jia and the rest of the arrowhead formation of body-tempering cultivators. They had been bogged down by the defenders when Lu Yi took to the skies earlier. Amber and Yi's attacks had helped to lift the pressure off their backs, allowing them to catch up when Lu Yi began his assault on the Sunlit Mountain legate. The stampede blasted through the last of the Sunlit Mountain defensive lines, much to the despondent dismay of the acolytes who had been giving their all trying to repel the invaders. Like the predator it was, Amber roamed the area, launching attacks on its own on any unsuspecting Sunlit Mountain defender while Yi picked off one target after another. With her allies now making an entry and the status quo pretty much under control, she had stopped her area of effect spell. Still, each and every blast she fired remained as potent and deadly as ever. In the meantime, Lu Yi was wheeling back for a second charge at his target. Still on his knees, the Sunlit Mountain legate barely had time to react when he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He looked up frantically, just in time to see the glimmer of steel blinding his sight. In his panic he groped for his weapon. Only then did he realize that it was knocked out of his hand earlier. Desperate to survive, he lunged, aiming a bare-handed punch at Lu Yi. It caught Lu Yi squarely in the shoulder, the blow causing him to careen sideways, and they collided headlong into each other, crashing to the ground and rolling in a mass. Lu Yi sprang to his feet quickly with his prize, the jade tablet, firmly between his fingers. The legate laid on the ground, motionless with a spreading pool of red beneath him. Jade tablets used to manipulate defensive wards required a constant connection to the magical ward they controlled, or the ward would cease to operate. That prevented individuals who were carrying these tablets from stowing them away inside their storage bags. Lu Yi had noticed the jade tablet hanging off the legate's belt the first time he attacked him. Hence he was ready to snatch it the second time he wheeled around for a renewed attack. Lu Yi gripped the jade tablet in one hand and brought Inviolable down on it, smashing it with a crash, and the defensive ward gave an involuntary shudder. The invaders outside launched their last attacks, overwhelming the shield enough that it shattered with a huge burst. The unstoppable tide of the invaders surged into the outpost, pouring through every door, every alcove and every corridor. Any surviving Sunlit Mountain acolyte did not have to be told to escape. They began rushing for the Sanctum of Providence. The Divine Opportunity column inside was their only chance at making it back to Jianghu alive. The choice was obvious enough, it was either retreat or certain death. Therefore, by the time the invaders reached the inner depths of the outpost, everyone was gone. Aside from the handful of stragglers, the outpost was almost deserted. But the battle was not yet won. Far from it. At another battlefront outside the outpost, it was still ongoing. The Sunlit Mountain Prolgate and more than 300 of his men were stranded outside when the invasion began. Charged by the legate to launch a diversionary attack on the Lofty Plume Court outpost in a bid to force both the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court forces from attacking the House of Wintry Blossoms, the men marched away from the safety of their own outpost only to realize that they were now under attack as well. The 300-man-strong assault force hurried back home at once, but there was a larger force besieging their outpost. The 800 acolytes of the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court outposts, barring their way home. That was when the Sunlit Mountain assault force decided to just lay low. Until the moment when scouts reported to the Prolgate that Lu Yi had managed to gain entry with 10 body-tempering cultivators. That forced the assault force to take action. None of them could just sit by and watch their outpost being invaded and their brethren slain. Hence, the Prolgate made the suicidal decision of engaging the stronger enemy force from behind, hoping that this would at least relieve some of the pressure. But they had only just revealed themselves when, to the shocking despair of the Sunlit Mountain assault force, their outpost's defensive ward shattered right before their eyes. What hope there was that the defense would triumph dissolved into air, just like the flakes of energy dregs from the shattered shield that vanished with the winds. The very thing they had been dreading had happened and they had failed to stop it. But things had now changed. The magical ward had failed and the outpost had been overrun. There was no longer any need to continue the fight, especially with the enemy's superior numbers whittling down theirs. The Prolgate gave the signal to retreat and the Sunlit Mountain force steadily began to withdraw. But the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court acolytes were not eager to let their quarry leave just yet. The main invasion force had been outside long enough to rush inside as long as the shield fell. But they had barely seen any action at all aside from hurling blows at the shield and slaying a few mice that got left behind. Back when the House of Wintry Blossoms outpost was breached, the acolytes had managed to withdraw to the real world of Jianghu fast enough to prevent further loss of life. Similarly, there were barely dozens when the Sunlit Mountain outpost fell. For this reason, the invaders were restless, struggling with an itch they could not scratch. Until the 300-man-strong Sunlit Mountain assault force appeared. 300 extra targets to hunt. The invaders gave chase. They hunted the assault force down like dogs, cutting them down man after man until what remained of the force numbered less than half the original number. At last, the invaders decided to call off the hunt when they finally had their fill of bloodlust. The remnants could finally escape alive. On the other hand, the invaders did not want to back the remnants into a corner. Rat or tiger, anyone trapped with no way out would fight to their deaths, and that would mean further unnecessary losses for the invaders. The sunlit mountain Prolgate might have survived, but he must be regretting the deaths of his men. He had made the call to send his men to their deaths, and the fall of the shield had proven that their deaths had been for absolutely nothing. As he grieved his men, he blamed himself for the poor judgment. If only they had stayed hidden. The magical ward could fail and the outpost could fall. But if he had spared his men such reckless deaths, they could always rebuild. What followed next was straightforward enough. The invaders spent the following hours stripping the outpost bare while Lu Yi, Gu Kanyang, and Zhou Pei divided the blessings of the outpost's divine opportunity column among themselves, each of them immensely pleased at the booty. But the only rain on the proverbial parade was the outcome of the 10 body-tempering cultivators who went into the outpost first with Lu Yi. Of the 10 that went in, 4 were killed and 5 were grievously wounded. Only Zhu Jia emerged with light injuries. Such were the differences in prowess between the body-tempering cultivators. All of them were of similar strength and cultivation rank to Zhu Jia, and few would dispute that they were the absolute best from each order. Nevertheless, Zhu Jia was the one that took the brunt of the abuse being in front, yet he was the one who was with the fewest wounds, unlike the other 9. Compared to other types of cultivators, this illustrated how important talents and innate qualities were to body-tempering cultivators. A combat cultivator could still improve himself through hard work, training, or through other methods. But body-tempering cultivators without the much-needed qualities of physical strength and endurance, oftentimes being the ones to spearhead attacks in battles, would die very easily. To that end, body-tempering cultivators oftentimes received the most priority and attention. They would get the best portion of supplies and resources and the best training infrastructure, since their presence on the battlefield could dictate the outcome. That was what Hua Xiai told Lu Yi before. Body-tempering cultivators received the best amount of care and benefits, but they also needed to justify the favor by winning battles using their blood, sweat, and tears. The plundering took 2 hours before everyone finally boarded their aerial conveyances. The 2 flying ships took into the air with acolytes from both orders still exchanging tales and giggles and merriment. Beneath the ship, the outpost was engulfed in a furious conflagration. It was common for victors to lay waste to and raze enemy outposts to the ground. After all, the bad blood between Lofty Plume Court and Sunlit Mountain was the cast-iron guarantee of this happening. The flying ships flew together before they separated halfway, and acolytes from both orders traded farewells and withdrew to their respective outposts. Yet despite the discrepancies, one thing was clear and undisputed. Despite being just an 8th order, Lu Yi either possessed great mastery in the magic of glyphs or he was immensely skilled at defeating ward magic. On account of him alone, 2,000 Demon Ridge orders had lost their outposts. The men of both the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court might have been with Lu Yi during the 2 invasions, but no one bothered to mention them at all. Word of the invasion spread in small ripples at first. But in barely a day, all around the battlefield and the real world of Jiuzhou, people could not stop talking about him. For if what happened was just like what the rumor mill was speculating, then the implications would be devastating. Outposts in the Spirit Creek battlefield depended on their defensive wards to keep their acolytes safe from any attacks. Like how the common folk would keep their doors barred and bolted, cultivators relied on defensive wards to give them peace of mind. Yet, out of nowhere, there was someone who could walk through doors like a wraith. He could even open a hole in it and come inside. Then he would steal, plunder, and even kill. Anyone would go hysterical. If the outcome of the Battle of Golden Tip had shown the tip of the iceberg of what Lu Yi would grow to become, then the fall of the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain was the catalyst of the panic and fear the 1,000 Demon Ridge side had whenever his name was invoked. Even Divine Ocean Realm cultivators would not dare to discount Lu Yi anymore. With outposts everywhere in the Spirit Creek battlefield and how cultivators relied on defensive wards to keep their refuge safe, Lu Yi had now become the biggest threat to each and every enemy outpost everywhere. If outposts became no longer secure, then their existence would become obsolete and all Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators would be deprived of safe shelter. Without a viable defensive ward, all outposts would be exposed to invasion. Just when the entire battlefield was buzzing with rumors of Lu Ye's unbelievable prowess, more beans about him were spilled. A few months ago during the insectoid attacks, the outposts of 2,000 Demon Ridge factions nearest to the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, Clan Feng and the Redoubt of Wrath, were also attacked. The former suffered the biggest losses with every Spirit Creek realm member in its ranks almost extinct. While some might attribute the collapse of their stronghold to the insectoid attacks, everyone who was not a fool could recognize Lu Ye's handiwork in this. Both Clan Feng and the Redoubt of Wrath had never endured such ignoble humiliation before. That would make the total number of Thousand Demon Ridge orders severely crippled by Lu Yi for, first the Redoubt of Wrath and Clan Feng, then there was the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain. Chapter 300 This instant. Shui Yuan and Li Baxin spared no effort in peppering Lu Yi with messages about how he should lay low at the Hidden Light Sanctuary outpost for the time being. There was no reprimand, but Lu Yi knew how worried and concerned Shui Yuan must have been. Li Baxin's message, on the other hand, carried a wholly different sentiment. Instead of asking him to be careful, he encouraged Lu Yi to go wherever his heart would take him and leave the rest to him. In the meantime, Wuxia too had delivered him a message of her own. The duties and rigors of serving as Prolgate seemed to have turned her playful and bohemian self into a more mature person. There wasn't much in her message save a few words about some recent events at the outpost. But the message was mainly to convey the assurance that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. Lu Ye's forehead creased deeply when he arrived at the end. He could not help feeling like a soldier who had just received a letter from his wife. He made a quick calculation. It won't be too long before Wuxia reached the Eighth Order as well. She would be expected to make a foray of her own into the inner ring areas of the battlefield when the time came. She would be prudent to start hand-picking deputies by now. Picking Qin Yu would be out of the question. The de facto chief of the Independents was expected to enter the Eighth Order much earlier than Wuxia herself. That would leave her at an impasse. After all, the Crimson Blood Sect had only very recently flung open its door to accept new members. Electing a proper replacement to watch over the outpost would be a conundrum requiring both time and patience to solve. Nevertheless, future Eighth Orders of the sect would no longer have to worry about where to go if and when they were about to venture into the inner ring areas. Lu Yi had already taken care of that by making many friends along the way. Wuxia and Qin Yu would have all the freedom to make their own pick. Lu Yi was confident that all friendly sects and order that he had forged ties with would do their best to make sure that any guests from the Crimson Blood sect would be well taken care of. It took Lu Yi quite some time before he could finish going through the messages. "What are you grinning about?" Lu Yi asked without even looking up. "It's nothing," Yi shook her head. "Wow, looks like you have secrets of your own, huh?" Lu Yi muttered before he sighed. "That's you growing up, I guess." "Then you should know better than to pry," Yi returned a playful scowl. Unbeknownst to Lu Yi, Yi had always been worried about him. He was improving far too fast. They might not be equals when they first stumbled into each other. In fact, Amber was stronger and more powerful than the weakling Lu Yi was back then, but as they stuck through thick and thin together, Lu Yi began to catch up rapidly before he became better and flipped the tables. As of now, the gap between Amber's power and his was beginning to grow wider and wider. Since their departure from Green Cloud Mountain to embark on their journey together to find the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, Yi had discovered that as Lu Ye's capabilities had grown, and more powerful enemies kept popping out of the woodwork, the role that both Amber and she could play was becoming more and more limited by the day. To a certain extent, it would not be a far cry to describe that Amber had been relegated to nothing more than a white, furry mount while Yi could barely serve as anything more than a scout that was best suited for reconnoitering and reconnaissance. That was when the dread began to take root inside Yi. She started to worry that the day that Lu Yi would leave them behind would eventually come. The day when she would no longer be able to see him would eventually come. She could not bear to ever comprehend what that would even mean, nor could she believe that she would ever accept the mere possibility of this happening. Affected by this, Amber increased the intake of spirit pills as best it could, to no avail. Lu Yi was progressing just too quickly. Fortunately, being inducted as a member of the Crimson Blood Sect family helped to tilt things in her favor. Tang Yifeng's taking her under his wing gave her the chance to train and arm herself with panoplies of spells where she and Amber began to improve more quickly. Any increase in her power would be reflected upon each other hence, with both Yi and Amber doing their best to catch up, they would enjoy twice the amount of gain, plus twice the amount of satisfaction. That was how Amber managed to control all the apparitions at the lost city of Xianyuan. The spiritual enrichment Yi experienced in the pool of divine purification caused a paradigm shift in her abilities that was not only a one-time gain, but also a gradual one. The more she grew in the future, the greater the boon of the enrichment she would enjoy. During the invasion of the Sunlit Mountain outpost, Yi and Amber's assistance was what broke the impasse. Amber's stunning roars and her spells were what gave Lu Yi the opening he needed to seize the legate's jade tablet and allow Zhu Jia and the rest of the body-tempering cultivators to catch up. At that precise moment, Yi was finally certain that they had finally caught up to Lu Yi. No one could tell what the future had in store. But at least, for the foreseeable future, Yi and Amber did not have to worry about being left behind anymore. That was why she had been in an awfully good mood after that. "Oh, that reminds me. This came from the people of the Hidden Light Sanctuary," said Yi, handing Lu Yi a storage bag. "What's inside?" "Spirit stones and pills." The booty from the two invasions were not just the blessings of the divine opportunity columns, but also the bounty that could be looted off the dead, riches, treasures, rare herbs, among other stuff that could be found inside a storage bag. The people of the Hidden Light Sanctuary must have considered the notion that Lu Yi would not like having too many things inconvenience him. That prompted them to just convert everything to spirit stones and pills. Both were widely accepted currencies all around the battlefield. "Keep them then," Lu Yi muttered as he panned left and right, looking everywhere. "Where's Zhu Jia, by the way?" "Still training, I think." "How are his injuries?" "I've seen them. He's fine." Lu Yi nodded. After some food, he left and headed for the outpost training chambers to meditate and read. His initial plan was to leave after the invasion, but the situation dictated that he keep his head low for the time being while the hype and fervor of his recent exploits died down. Shui Yuan might have sounded paranoid, but she had a point. Lu Yi needed to lay low at least and not poke the bear any more than he ought to. More so, since Lu Yi was willing to bet every spirit store in his storage bag that his image would have been disseminated to every Thousand Demon Ridge sect in order by now. Retaining motion images was not a very difficult thing to do. Lu Yi knew that a glyph by the name of Record Image existed for exactly this function. Another glyph known as Record Sound functioned to retain the imprint of sounds and voices. And employing both glyphs at the same time would yield amazing results. Long ago, Lu Yi found from inside the late manager Yang's storage bag an art catalog. But it wasn't just any art catalog. One could inject spiritual power into it and the images in the catalog would not only come alive, they could even perform the most unbelievable and marvelous actions while emitting strange noises. The art catalog itself was a manifestation of both the glyph's record image and record sounds, although Lu Yi did not know about its true worth back then. Even as he did now, it was no good. The catalog had been confiscated by the Grand Master and his mentor Tang Yifeng. Apparently it was no ordinary art catalog. It was a manual for sexual methods of cultivation. Lu Yi did not believe it back then. He dismissed what Tang Yifeng said as mere piffle. But now that he knew better, Lu Yi understood how wrong he had been. Tang Yifeng was right all along. In the past, Lu Yi was just a speck in a multitude of hundreds or thousands of Spirit Creek realm cultivators that roamed the battlefield. Whatever feats he accomplished, remarkable or not, most wouldn't even bat an eye at him. Things had become different now. With the fall of 2,000 Demon Ridge outposts attributed directly to him, Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect had just become the enemy faction's public enemy number one. Any sighting of him being near another 1,000 Demon Ridge outpost could send the entire battlefield into panic and disarray. To that end, Lu Yi thought of purchasing something that could change his appearance from the Vault of Providence. Something like that wouldn't be cheap, but he could get it easily from the vault and it would help to change his face. Even so, getting his appearance changed would not help one bit. Anyone would instantly recognize Amber and Zhu Jia right off the bat. Wherever they went, they would remain conspicuously identifiable. Unless Lu Yi were to operate alone, he would remain instantly recognizable anywhere. Lu Yi griped quietly to himself. Is that it? Is my plan to come to the inner ring area for some payback dying in its crib before I even manage to do anything? But for all the frustration now swelling inside him, Lu Yi convinced himself that surely things weren't that bad. Luck had played a heavy role in the invasions of both the House of Wintry Blossoms and the Sunlit Mountain outposts, and Lu Yi could only keep his fingers crossed that the Thousand Demon Ridge factions were aware of this too. So long as they came up with measures to prevent these lucky situations from happening, another successful invasion in this manner wouldn't be possible anymore. Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were not fools. By the time they got to the bottom of what happened, they would most certainly come to the same view as Lu Yi. While Lu Yi was enjoying the peace and quiet in the training chamber to read and meditate, a huge ruckus erupted in the audience hall of the Hidden Light Sanctuary outpost. Guests from afar never stopped streaming into the outposts, all of them legates, prolgates, or even emissaries of all Grand Sky Coalition outposts nearby. In barely a day, representatives of more than 7 to 8 allied sects and orders had arrived. Gu Kanyang and Wei Li did their best to hold everyone at bay. Beleaguered by the incessant demands, none of them looked like themselves during the successful invasions. Lu Yi had given very specific instructions the moment they came back here. He expected that people would come asking for his help to launch invasions of their own, but he needed Gu Kanyang and Wei Li to disavow them of any notion of success. It was all because of the invasion with the Silverlight Island people that had lent him this insight. As soon as everyone nearby heard of how the Sky Pillar sect outpost was defeated, many began to try to make use of the serpent. But the smart beast slipped away, or more Thousand Demon Ridge outposts would have suffered its wrath. For this reason, Lu Yi knew that people would come banging on the doors, demanding to speak to him once word of his ability to slip through defensive ward shields reached every ear. Hence he refused to show himself, choosing instead to let the Hidden Light Sanctuary people deal with the crowd instead. Please? Everyone. Please. Gu Kanyang flung his arms wide in exasperation with the resemblance of an albatross, as if the gesture would kill the noise. I know the reason everyone is here and I understand how you all feel. But please understand. We're not trying to keep Lu Yi to ourselves. This is his request, and he has specifically confessed that the invasions were only successful because we're lucky. They can't be replicated. Not ever again. That's unfriendly, Gu. Both the Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court enjoyed the ride with Lu Yi and were just asking for a fair and equal chance of the same. If Lu Yi could defeat their defensive wards, then he could defeat anyone. Why can't he do it again if he's done so twice? That's right. We've known each other for so long, Gu, and I've been nothing but good to you. Now get Lu Yi out here or I'm gonna tell everyone your dirty little secret. Gu Kanyang could feel the corners of his eyelids throbbing. What dirty little secret about me could you possibly know? But he was not in the mood to find out, not in public. Caught between the anvil and the hammer, he begged feebly, "Please, my friend. Please. Listen to reason. Then get Lu Yi out here this instant." This instant. In the audience hall, repetitive peals of sonorous chants threatened to bring the roof down. Even those who just arrived joined in, much to Gu Kanyang and Wei Li's annoyance and exasperation. Chapter 301 Zhao Li. Never in history had a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator so praised. No one had ever been able to do what Lu Yi did at the 8th Order of the Spirit Creek Realm either. One might say that Lu Yi had become the new idol of all sects after the occupation of the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain. Was there anyone who didn't dream of breaching their hostile neighbor's grand ward and wipe the floor with them? The answer was no. However, no one had found a method that was even remotely viable until now. It was no wonder that the sects of Grand Sky Coalition had scrambled after the young man like worshippers after their idol. Gu Kanyang did another palm-down gesture and said, "Please calm down and listen to me, everyone." After drawing everyone's attention, the legate began, "It would be remiss of me not to give you all a proper explanation after you have traveled all the way to my outpost, so I will. I wasn't lying when I said that the element of luck has played a huge factor in the occupation of the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountains outpost. Let's start with the House of Wintry Blossoms first. You may not be aware of this, but the main reason we were able to occupy their outpost is because you did not know it was possible for someone to slip past a grand ward completely undetected." The legates and prolgates slowly calmed down as Gu Kanyang launched into his explanation. Wei Li seized the opportunity to order the servants to serve them some tea. After Gu Kanyang was done explaining how they occupied Sunlit Mountain as well, he said, "It should be clear now that Brother Yi infiltrates each outpost using different methods. In fact, both methods will not work a second time. I'm sure you all understand what I'm saying." The legates and prolegates had all fallen into thoughtful silence. Assuming that Gu Kanyang was telling them the truth, then the methods were impossible to reuse. The House of Wintry Blossoms had lost their outpost because Yume was too careless, was what they wanted to say, but that would be too unfair. No one could have done better in her place because no one had ever managed to slip past a Grand Ward undetected, much less snatch the control gem from a legate like Yume. Not only that, Lu Yi had cut off Yume's arm and seized the control gem in just 2 strikes. That was how Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court were able to break through the Grand Ward and invade the outpost. The occupation of Sunlit Mountain's outpost was even more clear-cut. After Yume had sent out the message, the Thousand Demon Ridge sect had immediately fortified their defenses to the point where even Lu Yi could no longer slip through the Grand Ward. He had changed his breaching method not because he wanted to, but because he had no other choice. In fact, the main reason he succeeded was because Sunlit Mountain did not have many cultivators in their outpost. Their total force numbered only a little over 100 cultivators, which was why Lu Yi and 10 body-tempering cultivators alone were able to disorient them. If Sunlit Mountain had 50 or even 30 more cultivators in their outpost, then the situation would have been completely different. Lu Yi and his group would have just died to a rain of attacks. For a long time, there was only silence in the main hall. Finally, the legate with the surname Yo said, "So, you're saying that we've wasted our time coming here?" Gu Kanyang shrugged. Brother Yi said that he might be able to make further attempts if his cultivation level and attainment in the way of wards was better, but yes, he can do no more at the moment. The crowd was disappointed, but they had to admit that Gu Kanyang was right. Lu Ye's tactics were impressive, but they were also pretty easy to defend against after they had been discovered. In fact, one might say that no amount of ward bypassing techniques were enough if people were guarding the outpost. Actually, this might not necessarily be a bad thing, a thin cultivator spoke up suddenly. What do you mean, Brother Zhao? The cultivator with the surname Zhao explained, if Brother Yi could breach any Grand Ward with impunity, then Thousand Demon Ridge would surely be wary of him. As long as he remained in the Spirit Creek battlefield, he would be beset by enemies and obstacles no matter where he went. In reality, the methods he used were fairly easy to defend against. He is a threat, but not a threat that they must eliminate at all costs. Therefore, Brother Yi should not be in danger for the moment. They agreed with him. If Lu Ye's methods were indefensible, then Thousand Demon Ridge would have been agitated beyond imagination. The previous fiasco might repeat itself, meaning that they might try every trick in the book to eliminate Lu Yi. There was no chance the young man could survive if he was visited by the champions of the core circle, specifically those who were named on the roll of supremacy. As of now, Thousand Demon Ridge was wary of Lu Yi, but they certainly hadn't been pushed to the point of complete unscrupulousness. It can't be helped. But damn it, Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court are so lucky. Someone lamented. Why hadn't Lu Yi visited their outpost? If he had, it would have been them occupying their neighbor's outpost. Indeed, it can't be helped. Ah. Gu Kanyang guffawed. Now that he thought about it, Hidden Light Sanctuary really was incredibly lucky. If it wasn't for Lu Yi, he and Ji Yen would have died in the lost city of Xianyuan already. Their sect would have been too crippled to attempt anything even if Lu Yi still possessed the skill to breach their enemy's Grand Ward. It would have been hell. Since Lu Yi could not repeat his feat, there was no point in staying any longer. The legates and prolegates bade Gu Kanyang and Wei Li goodbye, and the latter saw them off warmly. Gu Kanyang let out a small sigh of relief when the guests were finally gone. Then he returned to the hall, sat down on the opposite side of Wei Li, and discussed the follow-up matters with him. Around 300 House of Wintry Blossoms cultivators and 200 Sunlit Mountain cultivators had survived the occupation of their outpost. They were going to rebuild their outposts as a matter of course, but Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court weren't going to make it easy for them. It was impossible to wipe out their enemies completely, but they certainly could oppress the shit out of them and lengthen their period of recovery. With luck, it would be years before either Thousand Demon Ridge factions recovered their strength. Moreover, both Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court enjoyed a lot more freedom of choice than before. They could even lend some reinforcements to nearby allies and assist them in attacking more Thousand Demon Ridge forces. Of course, they would have to spend a good amount of time planning and discussing their future direction. Such things could not be rushed. The duo were still in the middle of discussions when suddenly, Gu Kanyang felt something and checked his battlefield imprint. He then sent out a message. Zhao Li has returned, Gu Kanyang said while looking at Wei Li. Has he not given up yet? Zhao Li was one of the legates who departed the outpost a while ago. For whatever reason, the guy had chosen to return. Wei Li pondered this for a second before answering. Brother Zhao is a thoughtful man, and we have said everything we should have said. I do not think he will come back just to pressure us on the same feudal issue. If that's true, then why did he come back? Have you forgotten about the roots of the heavenly derivative sect, senior brother? Gu Kanyang mulled over this for a moment before exclaiming in realization. I see what you mean. What a cunning fellow he is, this Zhao Li. He waited until everyone was gone before sneaking his way back. He must be plotting to monopolize all the benefits. Wei Li chuckled. That isn't necessarily true, but yes, I agree that Brother Yi may not turn him down. He stopped talking after that. It was because he could sense Zhao Li's presence. Brother Gu, Brother Wei, Zhao Li greeted while stepping into the hall. Gu Kanyang feigned ignorance and asked, Did you leave behind an item or something, Brother Zhao? Zhao Li smiled. No. I just recalled something I forgot to tell you while I was here. He then turned serious and said, Earlier I said that Brother Yi should be relatively safe after the Thousand Demon Ridge figured out the whole truth, but now that I think about it, that isn't necessarily the case. What do you mean? I'm saying that Thousand Demon Ridge may yet abandon all dignity and attack Brother Yi with everything they got. Zhao Li said seriously. Brother Yi is just an 8th order cultivator, but he has already pulled off the impossible multiple times. For now, his methods are easy to defend against once you've figured out the trick behind them, but who is to say he wouldn't come up with new, harder to defend tricks after his cultivation and attainment in the way of wards improves? Just as we hope he would be able to repeat the feat in the future, there is a good chance Thousand Demon Ridge might want to nip him in the bud. Assuming the worst, even your outpost would not be safe, Brother Gu. Gu Kanyang was surprised to say the least. How did his outpost get dragged into this? It is no secret that Brother Yi is staying in your outpost right now. If Thousand Demon Ridge wishes to nip Brother Yi in the bud even at the cost of their face, then they would already be plotting with all nearby Thousand Demon Ridge outposts and mobilizing their forces to attack you. Worst case scenario, your outpost would be under siege in a matter of days. Gu Kanyang's expression gradually turned solemn. Do you really think your prediction will come true, Brother Zhao? Zhao Li slowly shook his head. I'm not sure. As I said, it is just a possibility. This is why I've chosen to come back. If you don't mind, I would like to stay at your outpost for the moment and observe the situation. Assuming that Thousand Demon Ridge is plotting something big, then the Heavenly Derivative Sect would be able to respond in time. Of course, it would be best if my fears are just fears and nothing happens. Thank you, Brother Zhao. You are more than welcome in our outpost. But of course, that said, I think you should inform Lofty Plume Court and all allied sects to be ready to reinforce the outpost as soon as possible. They are closer after all. That makes sense. Gu Kanyang nodded seriously. If there is nothing else, then I would like to go to my temporary accommodation now. My apologies for the trouble, Zhao Li said while clasping his hands together. It is no trouble at all. Brother Wei, please take him to his room, Gu Kanyang said while looking at Wei Li. Wei Li nodded and took Zhao Li to the guest area. After he returned, he saw Gu Kanyang still sitting on his chair and thinking about something. Wei Li returned to his own seat and poured himself a cup of tea before asking, What are you thinking, senior brother? Oh, I'm just thinking how Zhao Li almost fooled me with his circuitous talk. Huh? Wei Li looked at him in puzzlement. Gu Kanyang smiled. Before that, Brother Zhao asked to be assigned next to Brother Yi's accommodation, didn't he? The guest area was fairly huge and filled with detached pavilions. Right now, only Lu Yi and Zhu Jiao were using the facilities. While Wei Li could assign Zhao Li to any pavilion he wanted, he certainly wasn't going to refuse his guest's request if possible. Yes, Wei Li responded. Brother Zhao asked where Brother Yi lived before choosing the neighboring pavilion to stay in. Gu Kanyang grimaced. I knew it. I don't understand, senior brother. I'm saying that he's here for Lu Yi. Wei Li wasn't stupid. He was just feeling a little slow after all the work he had done today. He immediately realized Gu Kanyang's meaning and asked, Are you saying that Brother Zhao was just distracting us with some alarmist talk? Chapter 302 Ward's Tower. I won't deny that he exaggerated things a little, but no, the threat he spoke of is quite real. Gu Kanyang said thoughtfully while clasping his hands and placing them on his legs. I would not have realized it if he hadn't brought it up, but we do need to watch our backs for the moment. Just in case, I've already messaged all our allies about this. That said, it is very unlikely that Thousand Demon Ridge would actually attack our outpost. Even if they somehow succeeded, we could just escape by teleporting away through the Divine Opportunity column or breaking through their encirclement. In any case, it is impossible for them to lay a finger on Brother Yi by attacking the outpost. A bitter smile cracked on Wei Li's face. Brother Zhao even claimed that he's staying here so he could respond to the threat in time. I know, right? That was the point where I realized that something was amiss. The Heavenly Derivative Sect's outpost is a long distance away from ours. Unless Brother Zhao could see into the future, there's no way his allies would show up in time to aid us. Sure, he arrived pretty early during today's meetup, but that's only because he happened to be in the area. If the Thousand Demon Ridge did decide to attack us, the battle would be over long before his people could reach us. Oh, Brother Zhao. I don't understand why he would go about this issue in such a roundabout way. He could have just told us his request directly. Like I said, he's here for Brother Yi. He doesn't know if Brother Yi is training under our sect right now. If he is, it would have been rather impolite to make a request directly. It's a different story if he spoke with Brother Yi in private though. Knowing that silver-tongued bastard, I doubt Brother Yi would be able to escape his clutches. Seriously. Wei Li didn't know whether to cry or laugh. I've heard of his reputation a long time ago, and as far as I can tell it's more than justified. So, should we respond to this or? No. Gu Kanyang waved his hands. Brother Yi never said anything about training in our sect, so there's a high chance he's just passing through. We've already received much kindness from Brother Yi, so it would hardly be right to influence his opportunities. If Zhao Li does succeed in inviting Brother Yi to whatever scheme he has in mind, then good on him. What we should do right now is to send out the scouts and monitor the movement of our enemies. Every second is precious if Thousand Demon Ridge really does the unthinkable. Yes. Recently Jujia had found a great place to cultivate in. It was the training chamber of Hidden Light Sanctuary. When he was following Sima Yang, the amount of times he entered an outpost could be counted on one hand, much less using a cultivation chamber. He had never cultivated in a world spiritual qi-rich environment until Lu Yi took him to a training chamber. Since then he became absolutely obsessed and visited the place at least once every night. He was barely seen during the day either. Jujia's tolerance for boredom was extraordinary. Even Lu Yi was no match for him in this regard. Then again, it wasn't that surprising. He was the guy who withstood Sima Yang's ridiculous exploitation without batting an eyelid after all. Jujia was grateful to Sima Yang for putting him on the path of cultivation. That was why he never complained a word no matter how much abuse he received from the spell cultivator. Today the cultivators who killed Sima Yang were dead in the lost city of Xianyuan, and even the House of Wintry Blossoms outpost had been occupied thanks to Lu Yi. If there was an afterlife, Sima Yang should be able to rest in peace now. In the pavilion, Lu Yi and Zhao Li were sitting opposite each other and engaging in an eloquent discussion. They were talking about warts. A few days ago, after the duo encountered one another by coincidence, they gradually grew familiar with each other's presence. However, they didn't talk much because Lu Yi spent most of his time in the training chamber. This lasted until Lu Yi accidentally learned that Zhao Li was a cultivator of the Way of Wards. His interest was immediately piqued, and he dragged the older cultivator into an academic discussion. Lady Yun taught him much about glyphs, but most of his knowledge regarding wards came from the books he took from her study. In that sense, he was a self-study in the Way of Wards, even though the Way of Wards was technically a branch of the Way of Glyphs. He thought he was doing okay in this field, but he could just be deluding himself. There was no one he could measure himself against after all. Naturally, he was most happy to find out that Zhao Li was a ward cultivator. So engrossed he was with the discussion that he did not notice that cold sweat was forming on Zhao Li's forehead at all. Zhao Li was wailing mentally right now. He already knew that Lu Yi was pretty good in the Way of Wards since he was able to slip through or breach a grand ward using his special methods, but it wasn't until they engaged in an academic discussion that he realized that he was seriously talented in this department. Zhao Li discovered that Lu Yi's knowledge was a bit skewed, however. There were two main directions in the Way of Wards. One of them was creating wards and the other was breaching them. Generally speaking, the two directions were complementary to each other. Someone who knew how to create wards must know how to breach wards and vice versa. However, that wasn't the case for Lu Yi. His knowledge was impeccable when it came to breaching wards, but he almost felt like a novice when it came to creating wards. The duo weren't just exchanging words. From time to time, they would create wards for the other person to breach. Zhao Li quickly discovered that Lu Yi was able to breach any ward he created in 2 or 3 breaths at most. Although Zhao Li's attainment in the way of wards wasn't particularly impressive, and the wards he created were a reflection of that, he could not understand how they were breached as quickly as they were. It hurt Zhao Li's pride and made him wonder if he had wasted his time all these years. The one thing that made him feel better was that the wards Lu Yi created weren't particularly impressive either. He wasn't able to breach them as quickly as Lu Yi, but it also didn't cost him too much effort. While the end result was nothing special, what really stunned Zhao Li was the process. Lu Yi had created his ward in an extremely short time by directly channeling his spiritual power. He did not use any ward creating tools in the process. His great elder was the only one he knew who could create a ward with a single thought. However, their cultivation levels were night and day, to put it mildly. Generally speaking, it was incredibly difficult for a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator to create a ward without using some tools. Some common examples were small ward flags or ward keystones. Moreover, each item possessed a unique characteristic of its own. Only by using them together in certain ways could a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator create a ward. Zhao Li wanted to confirm one thing no matter what. Who did you learn the way of wards from, Brother Yi? Lu Yi immediately thought of Lady Yun. Technically speaking, Lady Yun only taught him the way of glyphs. However, the way of wards was a branch of the way of glyphs, so it wouldn't be a mistake to say that she was his teacher in the way of wards either. He could not tell Zhao Li the honest truth though. Lady Yun had specifically told him to keep her identity a secret. So, he said, the Crimson Blood sect owns some books on the way of wards, and you should know that I've received the inheritance of a glyph weaver, right? Glyph weavers and the way of wards are kinda related to each other, so sometimes I would read those books to further my knowledge. You're saying that you're self-taught, Brother Yi? Zhao Li's eyes twitched once. If Lu Yi managed to come this far via self-study, just how much further would he go if he had a proper teacher? He could not even begin to imagine. In the past, the seniors in his sect often lamented that there were unparalleled geniuses in the world that ordinary people like them could never hope to stand with as equals. He never really took their words seriously because he thought that these so-called unparalleled geniuses might exist, but they could not be that much better than him. It was because he was a genius himself. But now he realized that he was just being arrogant and foolish. This also explained why Lu Ye's attainment in the way of wards was so unusual. He could breach most wards with ease, but the wards he created were rather shoddy. However, the process of that creation were paradoxically quite impressive. Even more stunning was the fact that a self-study had somehow managed to breach a grand ward not once, but twice using his own special methods. Have you ever heard of the 100 Wards Tower, Brother Yi? No. What is that? Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. He had never heard of it, but it obviously had something to do with wards. You could say that it was a treasure of the previous era. By that, he meant the era before the Spirit Creek battlefield came to be. Lu Yi was no longer completely ignorant about the state of Jianghu. Naturally, he was privy to the era theory. Previously, he thought that a world like Jianghu, one filled with countless sects and champions, would possess a long and deep history. In reality, things were a little more complicated than he thought. To put it simply, there were no written records of Jianghu before the Spirit Creek battlefield came to be. All the history books only recorded events after the formation of the Spirit Creek battlefield, and the battlefield was 2,000 or 3,000 years old at best. Not long after that, the two cultivation factions, Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge, came to existence as well. One thing was certain, the old Jianghu must have been an incredibly prosperous and powerful cultivation world. They knew this because there were a lot of relics that clearly did not belong to the current Jianghu scattered across the continent. From time to time, ancient ruins and inheritances would pop up on the Spirit Creek battlefield as well. Unfortunately, no one was ever able to find any written record regarding the old Jianghu. That was why they simply addressed them as relics of the previous era. It made no sense that their history spanned only 2,000 to 3,000 years considering the average lifespan of a cultivator. To make a comparison, a Divine Sea Realm cultivator had a lifespan of 1,000 years or so, a True Lake Realm cultivator around 500 years, and a Cloud River Realm cultivator around 200 years. As for Spirit Creek Realm, They were like garlic chives that kept growing back no matter how many times they were harvested. Of course, these were just theoretical numbers. All cultivators led a life of violence. Even if someone managed to live to old age, something like invisible damage or worse would definitely impact their lifespan. The most popular theory to date was that a catastrophic disaster had struck the previous Jianghu and reset their cultivation world altogether. It was the only explanation as to why their written history only spanned 2,000 to 3,000 years. The 100 Wards Tower Zhao Li mentioned was probably one such relic. There are 100 floors in the 100 Wards Tower, and each floor contains a different kind of ward. With the floors getting progressively harder, and the challengers who successfully clear a floor are rewarded by the heavens. Naturally, the rewards are all related to the way of wards in some way. There is a saying among ward cultivators, and that is that a ward cultivator who hasn't challenged the 100 Wards Tower is not a true ward cultivator. According to the current standards, someone who cleared the first 10 floors is considered a novice in the way of wards, 20 floors an elite, 33 floors, a master, and 66 floors a grandmaster. What about 100? No one has ever cleared 100 floors, but not because they are all wanting. A bit of pity entered Zhao Li's eyes at this moment. It is because the 100 Wards Tower itself is incomplete. It only has 66 floors. Chapter 303 Keeping an Appointment. The 100 Wards Tower wasn't just incomplete, it had been split into 3 separate portions. The first one was at the Heavenly Derivative Sect, and the second one was at the Cloud River Battlefield. As the name suggested, only Cloud River Realm cultivators could enter that place. The Cloud River Battlefield was very different from the Spirit Creek Battlefield though. For example, there were no outposts in the Cloud River Battlefield. Unfortunately, the third portion of the 100 Wards Tower remained missing to this day. It was a sore point for all ward cultivators of Jianghu because the rewards it gave out to those who cleared its floors could only be described as incalculable. There wasn't a single top-tier ward cultivator in Jianghu who hadn't received the boon of the tower. No one knew why or how the 100 Wards Tower was split into 3 portions. Some people speculated that it had been sliced into 3 portions by a champion that only existed in myths and imagination because not even the strongest divine ocean realm cultivator in Jianghu could boast the strength to so much as scratch the 100 Wards Tower, much less cut through it. One could even view it as a treasure belonging to an entire tier of its own, one that was definitely beyond a spirit treasure. If you wish to cultivate the way of wards, I would suggest that you head to our headquarters and give the 100 Wards Tower a try, Brother Yi. I'm sure it will benefit you greatly. As Gu Kanyang thought, Zhao Li had snuck back to the outpost to tempt Lu Yi to his sect. He was certain that the young man would not be able to resist the Heavenly Derivative Sect's wealth and knowledge in regards to the way of wards. After engaging Lu Yi in an intellectual discourse, he truly believed that the young man deserved to further his skill and knowledge through the 100 Wards Tower. The tower was a strange place where the more talented the ward cultivator was, the better the rewards they would receive for clearing a floor. And if Lu Yi went to the tower, then he would have achieved his primary objective. In fact, Lu Yi found the offer to be irresistible. While the others were impressed by his ability to subvert the grand wards of the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain, the experience only made him realize his shortcomings. He would not belittle his own attainments in the way of wards, but he could not deny that he was still lacking somewhat. For starters, the methods he used to breach or sneak past the enemy's grand ward could never be repeated. His enemies were sure to learn from their fallen comrades' mistakes and plug all the holes in their defenses. Moreover, putting a hole in the enemy's grand ward was a flawed tactic to begin with. Even if he was skilled enough to repeat the feat, it wouldn't take long for the other side to repair the hole in the grand ward at all. That was why he had to take 10 body-tempering cultivators with him that time. It should not need to be said why attempting the same tactic against a prepared enemy would be a terrible idea. Realistically speaking, there were only 2 ways to improve on his ward breaching skill. The first one was to increase his cultivation level. Glyph. Insight was an advantage any ward cultivator would be hard-pressed to beat. The glyph allowed him to discover the flaws of any ward with ease. Therefore, he could theoretically destroy any ward as long as his cultivation was sufficient, skill be damned. This was why there was a saying, 1 absolute power is superior to 10 good skills. There was nothing in this world that could not be defeated with absolute power. And if 1 hit wasn't enough, then 2 hits would do it. That said, he was 10 years too early to consider this method right now. He had already tried to breach a grand ward via brute force and failed because he lacked power. That was why he had no choice but to rely on the other method, further his attainment in the way of wards. There was a problem though. He knew he was improving at a considerable rate for a self-studier, but he was still nowhere close to the bar he had set for himself. Even if he returned to the Crimson Blood sect and resumed his studies with Lady Yun right now, he still wasn't sure he could achieve his goal. His teacher was an outstanding glyph weaver, but she might not necessarily be an outstanding or even average ward cultivator. A person could only split their focus so much after all. Now a solution had been presented to him. If the 100 Wards Tower truly was as incredible as Zhao Li claimed, then he was definitely going to give it a try. Lu Yi took out his 10-point map and checked the location of the Heavenly Derivative Sect's outpost. He soon discovered that it was a fair distance away from here. Even if he flew on his spirit artifact the entire way, it was going to take him a few days to arrive. I am most grateful for your invitation, Brother Zhao, but I am busy with some matters right now. Why don't you head back to your outpost first? I promise I will visit the Heavenly Derivative Sect when I am ready. Zhao Li was overjoyed to hear this. He immediately rose to his feet and said, "That is not a problem at all. In that case, I shall head back now and wait for your good news, Brother Yi." Lu Yi personally saw him off. A moment later, Zhao Li met up with Wei Li, the latter was keeping watch right now, and bade everyone goodbye. Since he had achieved his objective, there was no need to remain in Hidden Light Sanctuary any longer. After Zhao Li was gone, Yi appeared from the pavilion and asked in puzzlement, "What is this matter we're busy with, Lu Yi? Why haven't I heard about it?" She certainly hadn't seen him do anything out of the ordinary for the past couple days. "That was just an excuse," Lu Yi said while shaking his head. "Oh, I get it now. You were just putting him down gently." No. I do want to visit the Heavenly Derivative Sect." Lu Yi smiled. "It's just that we stirred up the hornet's nest. I'm worried that we might encounter some trouble when we take our leave. If my fears come true, we would be putting Brother Zhao in danger by traveling with him. That is why I decided to send him away first." "I see. You're quite thoughtful, Lu Yi." Yi nodded in realization. "Do you really think we're going to run into trouble?" "Who knows?" Nothing was certain until it actually happened. The best he could do was to prepare for the possibility. A couple more days passed in the blink of an eye. Deciding that it was time, Lu Yi sought out Gu Kanyang and bade him goodbye. Gu Kanyang tacitly asked if Lu Yi was interested in staying, but it was clear that that wasn't the case. So he didn't push further. While it was a shame, he knew from the start that Lu Yi was just passing through the area. He was always going to leave eventually. In fact, he found himself envying Lu Yi a little. The man bore his burdens but did not allow them to dictate his fate, venturing the world wherever and whenever he wished. Although it was a more dangerous life, it also improved his knowledge and experience. Of course, Gu Kanyang was only envious. He had no desire to lead such a life himself. The legate returned to his outpost after seeing Lu Yi and Zhu Jia off. Lu Yi was flying, but he wasn't using the boat he obtained from Yuan Guang this time. It was because he discovered that it was just a little too much for him to pilot as an 8th-order cultivator. His main issue with it stemmed from the fact that it cost more spiritual power than he liked. That was also why Lu Yi almost always rode amber barring certain circumstances. It was the most energy-efficient method and he could focus on cultivating. The flying spirit artifact they were currently riding belonged to Zhu Jia. Earlier, Lu Yi had given him a lot of spirit artifacts to exchange for contribution points, and a good number of them were flying spirit artifacts. Zhu Jia found one that he liked and decided to keep it. His decision to travel with Zhu Jia was already starting to pay off. It would have taken him more than half a month to reach the Heavenly Derivative Sect if he had ridden amber there. Now, it would only take them 3 or 4 days to arrive. Zhu Jia possessed something similar to a mutant core in his body that contained a tremendous reserve of spiritual power. If necessary, Zhu Jia could pilot the flying spirit artifact continuously for several days straight. Of course, doing this would put a tremendous burden on Zhu Jia since spiritual power did not equal stamina. That was why most people chose to take a break after flying for a quarter of a day or so. Meanwhile, at a concealed location over 2.5 kilometers away from Hidden Light Sanctuary's outpost, a pair of eyes were narrowing intently at the departing Lu Yi and Zhu Jia. The one whom the eyes belonged to immediately sent out a message after confirming that they weren't seeing things. The receiver of the message immediately forwarded the message to others upon reception. It wasn't long before countless people were made aware of the fact that Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect had departed Hidden Light Sanctuary's outpost. His destination was unknown. Zhao Li's worries turned out to be true after all. Thousand Demon Ridge could no longer stand to do nothing after Lu Yi had played a pivotal role in the occupation of the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain. Yes, there was an element of luck in his successes. Yes, none of his methods were repeatable. However, Lu Yi had also been an insignificant 5th-order cultivator just 8 to 9 months ago. Today he was an 8th-order cultivator who, by luck or no, was instrumental in the occupation of multiple outposts. He was growing at a tremendous rate, and he would only grow harder and harder to handle as time passed. However, even their worry regarding his combat strength was secondary to their worry regarding his attainment in the way of wards. If the young man could already come up with these unexpected, never-before-seen methods at his current skill level, what would happen when he became a true expert? At this rate, not even an outpost would be a safe place for them anymore. That was why many Thousand Demon Ridge sects had arrived at the consensus to dispose of Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect as soon as possible. It was better to be safe than sorry. To this end, they even distributed Lu Yi's picture to all relevant personnel and instructed them to memorize his features. The entire Cultivation faction came alive after Lu Yi came out, but they made sure to keep their movement as stealthy as possible. The Battle of Golden Tip was a lesson they weren't going to forget anytime soon. They would try to keep a low profile or as low as they could with an operation at this scale anyway. This was why they hadn't made a move when Lu Yi was staying in Hidden Light Sanctuary. It would have been meaningless. Even if they managed to occupy the outpost, Lu Yi could just teleport back to Jianghu through the Divine Opportunity column. They would have failed their primary objective, and the cost would far outweigh their gains. No, their only chance to kill Lu Yi was to do it in the outskirts. The scouts they posted all over the place immediately began to take action. Every once in a while, a Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator or two would report Lu Yi's movements to their allies. So many people were involved in this operation that it was impossible for Lu Yi to escape their surveillance no matter where he went. Once in a while they would lose sight of him, but it did not matter. It never took long before someone picked him out from the sky again. There was one thing that amused Thousand Demon Ridge though, and that was Lu Yi's movement was erratic and unpredictable. Sometimes he would travel to the east in a straight line. Sometimes he would reverse course and travel west instead. Sometimes he even flew circles around a particular area. It was clear he was doing this to confuse his pursuers. It was pointless though. Nearly every Thousand Demon Ridge sect in the inner circle had come together for this operation. Unless he hid himself completely, there was no way he could escape their tracking no matter where he went. On Zhu Jia's flying spirit artifact, Lu Yi narrowed his eyes a little. He had no idea about Thousand Demon Ridge's plans for him, but he did know that he felt like he was being watched since the moment he left Hidden Light Sanctuary's outpost. It was why he asked Zhu Jia to change directions again and again. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like his countermeasure was very useful, if at all. In the past, he wouldn't even realize if he was being watched. That was the good thing about having a powerful divine soul. His sixth sense would tell him if something was off. The fact that he was unable to shake off his spies could only mean two things. 1. Someone had been following him in secret this whole time. 2. This whole place was being watched, so he was easily spotted no matter where he went. Looks like things are even more complicated than I initially thought. He took a moment to inspect his spiritual points. He was now at 165 spiritual points and 15 away from becoming a 9th order cultivator. Given a good enough cultivation environment, Lu Yi could unlock 15 spiritual points in less than a month. When that happened, he would be able to purchase the Great Sun Valurium technique with 5,000 or so contribution points and unlock more spiritual points. He was looking forward to the heaven-grade cultivation technique. In other words, a cultivator needed at least 240 spiritual points to achieve Cloud River Realm, and not one less. Despite this, there were still a ton of people who could not meet that requirement naturally. Some people hit their natural limit after just unlocking 200 or so spiritual points. Take the slightly built Ghost Cultivator for example. He had unlocked 223 spiritual points, meaning that he was still 17 points away from the hard limit to achieve Cloud River Realm. That was why he had been stuck on Spirit Creek Realm 9th Order for 30 years, and there were plenty more people like him in the Spirit Creek battlefield. Everyone who reached the 9th Order a long time ago but was unable to unlock more spiritual points to ascend was known as an old-school 9th Order cultivator. Again, they were a very special community of cultivators. Most of them could not be measured by their cultivation level because they all possessed the strength to fight beyond their level. There were many such cultivators and sects as well. Generally speaking, a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator who looked old was most likely an old-school 9th Order cultivator. Since there was no way to advance their cultivation level, these people often found other methods to further their strength. These methods could range from unpredictable to downright terrifying. This ghost cultivator, for example, had almost reached the pinnacle of the way of concealment for his level. In fact, he was better than most of his peers in the core circle who already cultivated a heavenly grade cultivation technique. Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect was an expert in killing enemies beyond his cultivation level. The first time he officially displayed his talent in this area was the Battle of Golden Tip. More recently, he had successfully cut off Yu Mei's arm in 2 strikes and snatched the Grand Ward's control gem despite being a cultivation level lower. This wasn't a secret. The ghost cultivator didn't even need to hear through the grapevine to know this. However, this talent did not belong exclusively to Lu Yi alone. There were plenty of geniuses in the cultivation world who were capable of such a thing, and this was doubly true for ghost cultivators. Their entire niche was to assassinate targets who were usually stronger than them, so they rarely fought an enemy head-on. Given the right opportunities and circumstances, forget assassinating enemies who were just 1 cultivation level above their own, they could kill targets who were 2 or even 3 cultivation levels higher than them. The ghost cultivator's plan was very simple. While undercover, he would slip behind Lu Yi and kill him in 1 decisive hit. Then he would bring his head back to the nearest bounty collection spot to receive his reward. The body-tempering cultivator named Zhu Jia was a bit of a problem. The big fellow would definitely attack him if he were to reveal himself. He was confident in his speed though. As long as he could survive Zhu Jia's first attack, he was certain he could make his escape. It was going to be a dicey assassination, but what was a bit of risk compared to the rewards? If this was the price he must pay to ascend to Cloud River Realm, then so be it. Unfortunately, man plans and the heavens laugh. He was about 10 meters away from Lu Yi when he suddenly froze in his tracks. It was because Lu Yi had abruptly closed his book, turned in his direction, and stared him directly in the eye. In that moment he felt an icy chill shooting from his foot all the way to his head. Did he see me? But that's impossible. How can a mere 8th Order combat cultivator possibly see through my concealment? The ghost cultivator had absolute confidence in his concealment abilities, and for good reason. Once, he had snuck up to a heaven-grade 7th Order cultivator and took off their head right in front of them. He would never forget the look of shock and disbelief on their face before the light winked out of their eyes. If even a heaven-grade 7th Order cultivator could not see through his concealment, then how could an 8th Order possibly do the impossible? Yeah, there's no way he saw me. Something behind me probably drew his attention or something. It can't be me. The reason he thought this was because Lu Yi wasn't the only one who was staring at him. The body-tempering cultivator Zhu Jia was too. Even the spirit beasts sleeping next to Lu Yi had opened their eyes to stare in his direction as well. He would not deny that there was an instant he had felt like pissing his pants. That said, he was an old-school 9th Order cultivator. A youngster might have succumbed to the pressure and broken their concealment already, but he had survived long enough to turn his nerves into steel. That was why he remained calm and, while withdrawing his aura and pushing his concealment abilities to the limits, slowly took a step to the right. He was wrong. His entire scalp tingled when all 3 pairs of eyes followed his figure like glue. Lu Yi was even laying his chin on one hand and tapping the inviolable rhythmically with the other, smirking as if he could see him as plain as day. This turn of events was completely beyond the ghost cultivator's expectations. He could believe that Lu Yi was talented enough to see through his concealment, but Zhu Jia, a simpleton who only knew how to flex his muscles? A spirit beast even? Had he been deluding himself all this time? Was the concealment technique he honed for decades really worth nothing at all? The bonfire in the makeshift camp crackled once. It was because the flames hadn't died out completely. It was at that moment the ghost cultivator rushed forward and attempted to kill Lu Yi. Unfortunately for him, he was immediately met by a bright flash of steel. Blood flew everywhere as a deep wound erupted across the ghost cultivator's chest. The attack had nearly split him in half. Without hesitation he began running away from the party. Any ghost cultivator worth their salt would know that staying after a failed assassination was folly. Chapter 305 Intercepted. Oh. Lu Yi was surprised by the fact that he had failed to kill the ghost cultivator in one hit. Then he saw the other person's wizened, weather-beaten face and realized what was going on. His opponent was probably what they called an old-school Ninth-Order cultivator, and it showed. There was no chance an ordinary Ninth-Order cultivator could have withstood his charged attack. They might be unable to grow their cultivation level, but they definitely found other ways to expand their strength. Suddenly, there was a strong disturbance of energy behind the ghost cultivator. Next, a shining rope descended from the sky and hit the ghost cultivator dead on. It was Yi emerging from her hiding spot shooting a spirit-shackling rope at the old ghost cultivator. It wasn't the sect master who taught Yi the spell. She wasn't capable of mastering the spell at the time. Yi had learned how to cast it herself after watching the Xianyuan City Watch throwing them again and again. It was because she thought that the spell was incredibly suited for immobilizing or catching enemies. Caught completely off guard, the ghost cultivator was fully bound by the time he tried to react. He struggled with all his might in an attempt to break free, but discovered that it was firmer than he imagined. He still could break out, but it was going to cost him a bit of time he didn't have. A beam of light pierced through an eye socket and exited from the back of his skull, killing the old ghost cultivator instantly. When Yi cancelled the spell, he collapsed on the ground with a loud thud. "Let's go." Lu Yi beckoned as he grabbed the ghost cultivator's storage bag. Amber leaped onto his shoulder, and Zhu Jia summoned his flying spirit artifact. A moment later, a beam of light soared into the sky. It was incredibly conspicuous in the dead of the night. At the same time, several beams of light also shot out of the forest and gave chase. They clearly belonged to Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators who were scouring the area for Lu Yi. "Knock him off," someone yelled. Generally speaking, cultivators refrained from fighting when flying telekinetically because their spiritual power control was lacking. It was dangerous enough that they could be knocked off their spirit artifact even if they were stronger than the other party. It was more or less a death sentence if they fell from a height of tens of meters, and they had no way to reduce their fall speed. 4,000 Demon Ridge cultivators had shown up to intercept Lu Yi. Although they absolutely outnumbered their prey, they still didn't dare to engage Lu Yi in aerial combat. It was rumored that Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect possessed a tattoo-type glyph called wings that gave him the ability to fly. If it was true, then fighting him in the air would be one of the stupidest things they could do. That was why they were attempting to knock him down with their flying weapons instead. The shouter had barely finished his shout when the flying weapons got close to Lu Yi in an instant. At the forefront, Zhu Jia made the flying spirit artifact dance like a butterfly and successfully dodged all of the attacks. Not one flying weapon managed to touch even a hair on their bodies. Forget the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators, even Lu Yi was surprised by this. The body-tempering cultivator was the perfect example of the idiom, "Don't judge a book by its cover." He might look like a careless person, but his control of his flying spirit artifact was so fine that even Lu Yi believed himself to be inferior to the big guy. Zhu Jia then moved the flying spirit artifact closer toward their attackers, causing those at the forefront to turn fearful. Although they tried everything they could to resummon their spirit artifact, they were of course too late. Lu Yi stuck his hand into his storage bag and threw 4 spirit artifacts at his attackers. Each and every one was empowered by a glyph, Windwalk. Blood-curdling screams cut through the air. 2 of the 4,000 Demon Ridge cultivators were skewered and knocked off their flying spirit artifacts. From the looks of it, the fall was going to kill them. The other 2 were also wounded by the flying weapons, but they did not fall off their spirit artifacts. However, they didn't even get to breathe out a sigh of relief before 4 beams of light shot toward them once more. A pair of blood-curdling screams broke out and the rest was history. If the quartet had fought him on the ground as a group, it would have taken Lu Yi some effort to kill them all. But in the air? It was considerably easier to kill them. With that done, Zhu Jia shot toward the horizon with almost no pause in between. The flying spirit artifact left behind a brilliant ribbon of light in the night sky. From time to time, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators who caught wind of their movement would attempt to intercept them, but this was very different from the time he had to escape on Amber's back. Although the tiger wasn't slow, it wasn't quick either. His enemies had had a much easier time blocking his way and chasing him down. This time they were flying with Wuxia at the helm. They were so much more mobile it wasn't even a comparison. Add to the fact that Thousand Demon Ridge did not dare to escalate things so much that Grand Sky Coalition would have the excuse to retaliate. All the attackers were 8th to 9th order cultivators. As a result, Thousand Demon Ridge was unable to form an effective blockade on a large scale. Not only that, almost none of the group of 3s, 4s or 5s they sent to intercept Lu Yi was able to escape alive. The attackers dared not act recklessly after they lost a couple of groups like this. As the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators kept each other updated in real time, they gradually managed to deduce Lu Ye's next destination. Although they weren't sure if it was his final destination, they had already assembled an ambush force in that direction. They were just waiting for him to fall into their encirclement now. A day later, while Wuxia was flying across a big, winding river that looked like a living dragon from the sky, 20 beams of light suddenly rose into the sky and flew straight toward him. That wasn't all. Another 20 figures suddenly appeared from behind his back and cut off their retreat. In just the blink of an eye, their way forward and back had been cut off by the enemy. Lu Yi would have told Wuxia to change directions, but the big guy was wise enough to change directions immediately. However, he didn't manage to go far before another dozen beams of light flew out of the hill in front of him. He had to admit that Thousand Demon Ridge's plan this time was well thought out and well executed. His full-powered arrow might be able to threaten an ordinary body-tempering cultivator, but definitely not a monster like Wuxia. That was why the arrow wasn't aimed at him. The arrow was seconds away from connecting with Wuxia when, suddenly, it made an unnatural curve in midair. Looking at the angle, it was going to hit the Flying Spirit artifact. From the beginning, his goal was to destroy the Flying Spirit artifact. It looked like the man was going to succeed when a glyph appeared out of seemingly nowhere in front of the Flying Spirit artifact. It instantly enveloped the equipment in a solid defensive layer. Behind Wuxia, Lu Yi was crouching on one knee and pressing a palm against the Flying Spirit artifact. With his current control over his spiritual power, applying a protection to Wuxia's Flying Spirit artifact was well within his ability. Boom. The arrow struck the wall of spiritual power and caused a massive explosion. While it had failed to destroy the spirit artifact thoroughly, it was enough to knock it off balance and send it spiraling toward the ground. Wuxia did his best to regain control and he did. However, the short interruption was all the enemy spell cultivators needed to send more spells flying their way. Worse still, the two groups of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators chasing behind them were swiftly approaching. They were seconds away from getting close enough to attack them. Chapter 306 It's Bad. Ram them. Lu Yi growled while applying a windwalk to the Flying Spirit artifact underneath his feet. There was a flash of light, and the stabilized equipment immediately shot toward the enemy like an arrow. At the same time, Lu Yi fired all 4 of his flying weapons to intercept the enemy's attacks. Yi was doing the same thing with her spells. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator directly on a collision course with Lu Ye's group turned frightful. It was because he realized that they weren't planning to change directions at all. He could not help but cry out in terror, "Don't come closer." Of course, Wuxia ignored him completely. The man could be an impenetrable wall of steel, and he still would obey Lu Ye's order without question. There was a loud boom as the two Flying Spirit artifacts collided with one another. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator's Flying Spirit artifact immediately shattered into a million pieces, and the man himself was screaming, spitting blood and falling toward the ground with a caved chest. On the other hand, Wuxia's Flying Spirit artifact was completely unharmed. It was because Lu Yi had applied a protection to the Flying Spirit artifact right before they collided with each other. As for the depression in the cultivator's chest, that was caused by a punch from Wuxia. More blood-curdling screams pierced through the air. They came from people who had been wounded by Lu Ye's flying weapons and Yi's spells. The group blocking their way was no more, and Windwalk allowed Wuxia to outstrip their pursuers with ease. The Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators tried to give chase, but it wasn't long before they were forced to give up. Wuxia was just too fast. Even the Ninth Order cultivators' top speed was about 1/3 slower than the body-tempering cultivators. Of course they wouldn't be able to catch up to him. How weak are you people? How are they able to plow through you like nothing? yelled a Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator who arrived just a tad too late. To be fair, they had planned out this ambush extensively, and Lu Yi had fallen for it hook, line and sinker. But just when they thought they would finally be able to remove the thorn in their sides, the man had escaped and left them feeling like they had completely wasted their time and energy. "You try to stop him then?" A youngster shot the guy a hostile look even though there were still traces of lingering fear on his face. "That Jia is as tough as a goddamn divine opportunity column. No one could have stopped him from breaking through." "That's not an excuse for your failure. You outnumbered the guy at least 10-1. "Cut the crap. The same shit would have happened if Jia had chosen to break through your group." "Like hell it would." "Calm down you two." Someone finally acted as the mediator. "We are all here for Lu Yi. Just because the operation failed doesn't mean we should tear into each other. It would only give the Grand Sky Coalition the excuse to look down on us." The two cultivators shot each other a hateful glare before looking away. The less they saw each other's faces, the better. The other Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were wearing grim expressions. Despite the first cultivator's complaints, Jia's resilience had exceeded everyone's imagination. Generally speaking, most people would not choose to collide into another flying spirit artifact unless they were aiming for a double suicide. It was rumored that Lu Yi fought using glyphs, and that he had the potential to become a glyph warlock. Now, it appeared that he could use his glyphs on both his equipment and himself. That was how he was able to improve his flying spirit artifact's defense and shield it from damage. It was a pain in the ass to say the least. Not only that, Jia's flying spirit artifact was a little too fast and nimble. There were many among them who were experts in telekinetic flight, but they were practically novices compared to Jia. Suddenly, they realized that Lu Yi's growth had gotten a little out of hand. They had mobilized a ton of people to kill him, and they had succeeded in ambushing him. However, the young man was still able to break out of their encirclement. They highly doubted that they would get another chance like this in the future. Even if they managed to force him to land, they still might not be able to gang up on him. Forget the fact that they had already failed to do so when all the odds were stacked against him. Lu Yi still had the tattooed glyph wings. Worst case scenario, he could activate it and fly away once more. Also, where was the guy heading anyway? He had been moving non-stop since he left Hidden Light Sanctuary's outpost. For now, there was no way to tell what his destination was. Lu Yi had become a big headache for Thousand Demon Ridge. He was no longer the fifth-order cultivator whom they could trap and force to play their game like the Battle of Golden Tip. The man had become far stronger and trickier than he was before, and as much as they loathed to admit it, no one in the inner circle could force him into a bad spot anymore. Technically speaking, they could summon reinforcements from the core circle to deal with Lu Yi. However, doing so would undoubtedly have some serious consequences. The last time Thousand Demon Ridge had broken the rules, a true Lake Realm champion of the Crimson Blood sect had stepped into the Spirit Creek battlefield and committed a massacre while enduring the judgment of the heavens. As if that wasn't bad enough, after the Battle of Golden Tip was over, the sect master of the Crimson Blood sect had personally invaded Yunzhou and wiped out 3,000 Demon Ridge factions in a row. Although he was ultimately pushed back by their Divine Ocean Realm champions, no one dared to do unto the sect master what he did to them for fear of escalating the conflict completely out of everyone's control. In the end, they could only leave it at that. It was also said that the 3 destroyed factions hit rock bottom during the next tier evaluation, which was a terrible fate to say the least. Since then, everyone learned that the Crimson Blood sect was extremely protective of their young. If they broke the rules, heavens only knew how far they would go to take revenge against their wrongdoers. But if they operated within the rules, it was already proven their best efforts were not enough to get rid of Lu Yi once and for all. It was a saddening situation to say the least. 2 days later, they received word that Lu Yi had arrived at the Heavenly Derivative Sect's outpost. Every Thousand Demon Ridge cultivator felt a burst of panic when they finally realized what the young man was plotting. Why had they gone to the lengths they had to kill Lu Yi? It was because he had displayed an astounding amount of talent in breaching wards. Although the methods he employed against the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain were unrepeatable, and Thousand Demon Ridge wasn't going to give him the chance anyway, everyone could see that he was a threat they had to nip in the bud as soon as possible. Before Lu Yi, they didn't even think it was possible to breach a grand ward without overwhelming force. At this rate, no one's outpost was safe from the young man. As it turned out, their window of opportunity was even shorter than they could imagine. What was the Heavenly Derivative Sect? It was the sect that owned the first portion of the 100 Wards Tower. Many of their cultivators cultivated the Way of Wards, and although their great elder was only a 9th order True Lake Realm Master, his attainment was among the best of the best in the entire Jianghu. It did not take a genius to figure out Lu Yi's motive for traveling to the Heavenly Derivative Sect. The Sanuvabich was planning to further his skill because he was addicted to breaching wards, and he knew that his existing methods were unrepeatable. What would happen if Lu Yi succeeded in his goal? Well, for starters, peace and quiet would become a distant dream. Heavens knew when their Grand Ward would suddenly fail, and an army of Grand Sky Coalition cultivators would invade their home. The sense of impending doom hung over every Thousand Demon Ridge sect like a million dark clouds. Even the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators were beginning to realize the severity of the situation. That was why they began trading messages immediately after they confirmed that Lu Yi had entered the Heavenly Derivative Sect's outpost. Not long after that, an emergency meeting was held to discuss the situation. This was the first time an insignificant 8th-order Spirit Creek Realm cultivator had spurred the entire Jianghu into action. Even better, he wasn't even doing it on purpose. Funnily enough, the one who started it all, Lu Yi, had no clue about the brewing storm he just caused. Their journey was smooth after they had broken through the encirclement of almost 100 cultivators, and they were able to arrive at the Heavenly Derivative Sect without further incidents. After they arrived, the Prolgate warmly welcomed them into the outpost and led them to the guest area. Zhao Li wasn't present right now. According to the Prolgate, he was currently busy with something at their headquarters in Jianghu. That was why he had assigned his Prolgate to do the welcoming instead. Lu Yi had no qualms with this. While he would like to enter the 100 Wards Tower as soon as possible, a small delay would hardly kill him. He could wait until Zhao Li had wrapped up whatever it was that was keeping him. At the same time, at the Heavenly Derivative Sect's headquarters, the Sect Master Yu Shao and the Great Elder Bai Qian were seated on the left and right side of a great hall. The former was a stern-looking middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, and the latter was an old man with white hair but a healthy complexion. Of course, one could not decide a cultivator's age based on appearance alone. There were people who looked like youngsters but were really a couple hundred years old. Zhao Li, the legate of the Heavenly Derivative Sect, was standing before the two men with a pale complexion. For some reason, his expression resembled a child who was ready to receive his punishment from his elders. He said dejectedly, "I hadn't thought that deep, Sect Master, Great Elder. I invited Brother Yi to the Heavenly Derivative Sect simply because his talent in the Way of Wards was incredible. I also thought that our sect might gain some fame and glory if he was able to achieve a breakthrough thanks to us." He was telling the truth. He thought he had considered every possibility until the Sect Master and Great Elder told him exactly how wrong he was. Under any circumstances, Zhao Li's decision to befriend Lu Yi and invite him to the Heavenly Derivative Sect would be a sound one. After all, it was perfectly normal for sect members between sects from the same faction to visit and exchange discourse with each other, not to mention that the Heavenly Derivative Sect and the Crimson Blood Sect shared some ties with each other. The problem was that Lu Yi had stirred up quite a lot of trouble just a while ago and attracted the attention of countless Thousand Demon Ridge factions. To invite Lu Yi to the Heavenly Derivative Sect now was the same as pouring fuel on the fire. They were already afraid of Lu Yi's talent in the Way of Wards. If the young man actually achieved a breakthrough in the Heavenly Derivative Sect, then no outpost would be safe from the young man anymore. In other words, Zhao Li had unintentionally forced Thousand Demon Ridge's hands. They had to respond to the growing threat that was Lu Yi before it was too late. According to the Sect Master's wisdom, they would most likely assemble a massive force and attack the outpost with everything they had. Their only option now was to force Lu Yi to leave. Again, to invite Lu Yi to the Heavenly Derivative Sect's outpost now was to invite destruction to their doorstep. A single misstep might result in the annihilation of their outpost. One might think that the Sect Master and the Great Elder were exaggerating things, but the fact was that the Grand Sky Coalition would probably have made the same decision if the situation was reversed. It would be folly to underestimate Thousand Demon Ridge's determination and daring. This was also why the Sect Master and the Great Elder himself were questioning Zhao Li regarding his decision. Normally, true Lake Realm cultivators like them would never interfere with the business of Spirit Creek Realm cultivators. Zhao Li also realized his lack of forethought after listening to the Great Elder's explanation. Chapter 307 Poison. Yu Shao glared at Zhao Li with disappointment. How much longer do you need before you finally learn to look at the bigger picture? Zhao Li sniffed. I am sorry, Sect Master. At least he didn't try to defend his mistakes. I will message Brother Yi and cancel the invitation immediately, Zhao Li said. Are you listening to yourself? What would people think of us if we cancel an invitation we ourselves extended several days after the fact? Zhao Li replied, Brother Yi is an understanding man. I believe he won't mind if I tell him why it would be a bad time for him to show up right now. He can visit us after this danger has passed. Perhaps, but you're far too late. He's already at the outpost. Yu Shao waved. A disciple had just messaged him saying the Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect had been received by the outpost and assigned to the guest area. It's fine. I can speak with him right now. Zhao Li immediately turned around and tried to take his leave. Get back here. Yu Shao raised his voice. At the same time, Bai Qian stretched out his leg and blocked Zhao Li's path, nearly tripping the surprised legate in the process. The young man hurriedly turned around and stood still once more. As a disciple of the Heavenly Derivative sect, your promises are like spilled water. To take back your word is the same as breaking the trust others have in you. In any case, it really is too late. Thousand Demon Ridge should already know that Lu Yi is with us, and they're probably taking the appropriate measures. We must be prepared to lose the outpost. Sect Master. The harshness in Yu Zhao's gaze lessened slightly. I know you're just worried for the sect. Our outpost is surrounded by Thousand Demon Ridge on 3 sides, and we have been doing rather poorly for the past couple years. I don't mind that you are ambitious, I'm just saying that you should always think thrice before you act. Yes, Sect Master. One more thing. You do not know this, but our sect actually shares some ties with the Crimson Blood sect. Back in the day, many of our champions used to serve under that man, and we would not have become a Tier 5 sect without his support. Zhao Li did not know who his sect master was referring to, but he understood that his sect master was trying to lessen the guilt in his heart. He was saying that the Heavenly Derivative sect was always going to accept Lu Yi because of the old favor. A tribulation may soon fall upon us. You may return to the outpost and make the necessary preparations now, Yu Shao said with a wave. Zhao Li bowed and left immediately. Yu Shao waited until the legate was out of hearing range before letting out a sigh. He was determined to protect Lu Yi, but that didn't mean his heart wasn't aching from the loss. Assuming that the events went exactly as he predicted, they were going to lose their outpost for sure. Is it that bad? Bai Qian asked. I heard some things, yes. Yu Shao nodded before asking suddenly, how do you consider Lu Yi's talent in the way of wards, Elder Bai? Bai Qian thought for a moment before answering. Judging from Zhao Li's explanation alone, the little fellow is both extraordinarily talented and very creative. That said, there is one thing about his story that I still cannot figure out even now. What is it? He's only an 8th Order Spirit Creek cultivator, so how on earth did he manage to identify the nodes of a Grand Ward? All the methods he employed could only be effective if he targeted the nodes, or it would be impossible even if he had the talent of the heavens themselves. It is so strange. Perhaps you can ask him directly, Elder Bai? That's exactly what I'm thinking. Do remember to bring him to me when he visits the headquarters. Back at the Heavenly Derivative Sect's outpost, Lu Yi was resting at a pavilion when Zhao Li finally paid him a visit. The legate apologized deeply for his tardiness before instructing the disciples to prepare a small feast immediately, wanting to receive Lu Yi the proper way. Lu Yi wanted to visit the 100 Wards Tower as soon as possible, but he could not see a way to turn Zhao Li down without seeming rude. So, he had no choice but to accept the offer. It wasn't long before the feast was ready. Lu Yi and Zhu Jia took their seats while Zhao Li served them dutifully. As an apology for his tardiness, Zhao Li punished himself with 3 glasses of wine before toasting Lu Yi. He would have toasted Zhu Jia too, but the big guy was busy stuffing his face with food right now. Did you have a peaceful journey, Brother Yi? Zhao Li asked while drinking his wine. It's not bad, but... Lu Yi suddenly cut himself off and scrunched his eyebrows. It was because he suddenly felt an odd sensation inside his body. He hurriedly focused his mind and looked inward. He immediately noticed the leaves of the tree of glyphs rooted in his source spiritual point were burning, and gray energy was being ejected non-stop. Normally this would be of no concern to Lu Yi. The tree of glyphs always reacted like this after he consumed a spirit pill, burning away the pill poison in the spirit pills and leaving behind only pure spiritual power. However, he hadn't eaten a spirit pill. Moreover, the gray fog rising from the Tree of Glyphs looked incredibly thick. In fact, he had never seen the Tree of Glyphs reacting so fiercely. Whatever was causing it, it was definitely not a spirit pill. Brother Yi? Zhao Li looked at him in confusion. Not only had the young man fallen silent, his expression was growing more and more severe by the second. Lu Yi abruptly grabbed Zhu Jia's chopsticks. A quick analysis and a moment of hesitation later, he declared darkly, "The wine is poisoned." It was a most deadly poison too, although it was probably a slow-acting one. Zhao Li had drank from the same wine, but on the surface he looked perfectly fine. Of course, there was a chance Zhao Li was fine because he was the poisoner, but it was a very low chance. This was the Heavenly Derivative Sect's outpost, and Zhao Li was its legate. It would be an understatement to say that there would be severe consequences if he poisoned Lu Yi, which was why Lu Yi had decided to speak frankly. And if Zhao Li was the poisoner, the sudden reveal might be enough to make his mask slip. It didn't look like that was the case though. A few seconds of stunned silence later, Zhao Li asked weakly and disbelievingly, "You're joking, right?" Lu Yi didn't say a word. But I'm not feeling anything." Zhao Li started to panic a little. Lu Yi glanced at Zhu Jia, and the body-tempering cultivator slowly shook his head. He too didn't feel anything amiss, although it could be because he hadn't drunk the wine and so wasn't poisoned. He also didn't know if the dishes were poisoned. Lu Yi continued to inspect the Tree of Glyphs. The thick fog had become much thinner, indicating that the poison had almost been fully purged. He had no idea that the Tree of Glyphs had such a miraculous ability, although in hindsight he should have made the connection sooner. If the Tree of Glyphs could burn up something as obscure as pill poison, then of course it could purge other poisons as well. A dozen or so breaths later, no more fog emerged from the Tree of Glyphs. Uncertainty began growing in Lu Ye's mind. Maybe he was wrong and he was poisoned some other way? Lu Yi thought for a moment before pouring himself another glass of wine. Then he drained it all in one gulp. Zhao Li continued to stare at the young man with a flabbergasted look on his face. Brother Yi? He was completely confused at this point. A moment ago, Lu Yi told him that the wine was poisoned. Now he was drinking from that same wine. Was it a joke after all? It's definitely poisoned, Lu Yi confirmed after seeing thick gray fog rising from the Tree of Glyphs once more. Zhao Li's mind turned white, and his thoughts fell into chaos. For a moment he could not think of anything at all. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but he was starting to feel a little unwell as well. He then saw Lu Yi taking a bite from the dishes, waited a couple of seconds, then said, "The dishes are poisoned as well." Brother Yi. Zhao Li felt like crying at this point. "Spit it out now." Lu Yi turned to Zhu Jia and ordered. The body-tempering cultivator immediately rose to his feet and went to a corner. Lu Yi then tapped once on his battlefield imprint and sent out a message before looking back at Zhao Li. "Brother Zhao, I need you to announce a lockdown over the outpost immediately. Also, you should check if anyone has left the place in the past 2 hours. Finally, please rally everyone you can trust to our side as soon as possible." That was what Zhao Li needed to hear to finally realize the severity of the situation, especially since it didn't look like Lu Yi was joking. There really was poison in the wine and the dishes. So, he sent out the messages as Lu Yi asked as quickly as he could. At the headquarters of the Crimson Blood sect, Shui Yuan suddenly barged into the sect master's living quarters and startled the man out of his meditation. "Lu Ye's been poisoned." A steely glint flashed across the sect master's eyes as he asked, "Where is he?" "The Heavenly Derivative Sect's outpost." The sect master immediately went over to Shui Yuan. A few breaths later they took to the skies at high speed. At the Heavenly Derivative Sect's headquarters, Yu Shao also looked like he could swallow a man alive. He shattered the armrest of his chair and uttered through gritted teeth, "Bastard." He had predicted many ways the Thousand Demon Ridge might attack his sect and Lu Yi, but even he hadn't anticipated the young man to be poisoned barely an hour after he arrived at their outpost. Clearly, someone at the top level was making some very swift decisions. Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge had fought one another for many years, and espionage was a game as old as time itself. That was why no one dared to claim that their disciples were 100% clean. Some spies might never reveal themselves for as long as they lived, but when they did act, they could always deal massive damage to their target. In fact, the ambush that nearly killed Lu Yi when the sect master was bringing him to the headquarters was exactly the doing of a Thousand Demon Ridge spy. Moreover, the spy was a real Lake Realm cultivator. Chapter 308, A Poison That Attacks the Divine Soul. If the symptoms weren't obvious, then how did he know that it was incredibly toxic? Zhao Li said that Lu Yi is the one who determined this. Tell them to come to the headquarters as soon as possible. I already sent them the message. Back at the Heavenly Derivative Sect's outpost, Lu Yi was staring at the blood streaming out of Zhao Li's nostrils. Suddenly he turned around and punched Zhu Jia in the nose. It was such a powerful punch that even the body-tempering cultivator saw stars for a bit before he shot Lu Yi a look of confusion. At the same time, blood started dripping out of his nostrils as well. It's your turn now. Punch me in the face, Lu Yi said. Zhu Jia scratched his head before replying in a muffled voice, I refuse. Lu Yi rolled his eyes, but there was no forcing Zhu Jia to do something he did not want to. Left with no choice, he sucked in a deep breath and slammed his own face against the table. Stars went round and round his head as he got up and sniffed a little. Now he too had a nosebleed. By now Zhao Li was growing a little dizzy. He asked weakly, What are you doing, Brother Yi? We're going to your headquarters. Lu Yi said while waving for Zhu Jia to follow him. Zhu Jia nonchalantly rose to his feet. He carried Zhao Li because the legate could not even balance on his 2 feet anymore. When Lu Yi saw this, he hurriedly added, Carry me as well. Okay. Zhu Jia did as he said and placed Lu Yi on his shoulder. Then he started walking toward the Sanctum of Providence. On the way they passed by many confused Heavenly Derivative Sect disciples, but it wasn't long before they heard that their Crimson Blood Sect guests and even their own legate, Zhao Li, had been poisoned. Shock rippled across the outpost like a spirit bomb. Now they understood why a lockdown had suddenly been imposed on the outpost, and why the authorities were checking who were currently absent. Lu Yi had been poisoned not long after he reached the Heavenly Derivative Sect's outpost, so it could only have been done by a disciple. Not only that, they were important enough that they could make contact with the food preparers. Due to the circumstances surrounding the poisoning, it was quite easy to identify who the poisoner was. Therefore, the only way the poisoner might live was to leave the outpost as soon as possible. In other words, the disciple who could make contact with the food preparers and had left the outpost within the past 2 hours must be the poisoner. If Lu Yi was anyone else, the assassination would have been a total success. However, his tree of glyphs was capable of burning any harmful substance such as poison, so he was able to notice and take the appropriate measures at first notice. The poisoner could not have known that they would be exposed so quickly either. If the Heavenly Derivative Sect acted fast enough, there was still a chance they might be able to capture the poisoner before they escaped. Lu Yi was really glad that Amber only ate raw meat. Otherwise it would have been poisoned as well. Judging from Zhao Li and Zhu Jia's reactions, the symptoms were more obvious the weaker the person's constitution was. That was why Zhu Jia still looked as healthy as an ox on the surface. There was no telling if he would survive if he erupted in full force though. Lu Yi did not think he would. It was highly unlikely Thousand Demon Ridge would commit such a rookie mistake after sacrificing so much to kill them. Lu Yi and Zhao Li had made an alliance pact with each other a while ago, and the former had recruited Zhu Jia as an initiate of the Crimson Blood Sect earlier. That was why they were able to teleport to the headquarters through the Divine Opportunity Column even though they weren't Heavenly Derivative Sect disciples. The high-level members in the Heavenly Derivative Sect were already waiting for them when they teleported to the sect. Yu Xiao and everyone else looked so grim one would think that the apocalypse was upon them. While no one could have prevented the poisoning from happening, it did not change the fact that the disciples of Crimson Blood Sect had been harmed on their territory. Therefore, the responsibility was theirs to bear. Heavens only knew how they were going to make it up with the Crimson Blood Sect if Lu Yi really did perish from this. The medicine cultivators were already waiting for their patients. The moment the trio showed up, they were immediately brought to a room intended to by a medicine cultivator each. By now Zhao Li was doing very poorly. He looked horribly weakened and he kept throwing up liquid with blood mixed in it. The medicine cultivator tending to him had a hell of a hard time trying to keep the legate alive. Zhu Jia was starting to display some symptoms as well, although he was still considerably healthier than Zhao Li. As for Lu Yi, he had blacked out the moment he arrived at the headquarters. The medicine cultivator tending to him raised her eyebrows after inspecting his condition carefully. It was because she discovered that things were not what they seemed to be. After inspecting Lu Yi a second time to confirm that she wasn't mistaken, she went to Yu Xiao and said something softly. Surprise flashed across Yu Xiao's features as he asked in an equally low tone, "Are you sure?" The female medicine cultivator, a third-order real lake realm master, nodded. I am. Yu Zhao's trust was somewhat tested after this ludicrous incident, but he was quite confident in the medicine cultivator's skills. In fact, she was the best medicine cultivator in the heavenly derivative sect. That they sent their best medicine cultivator to tend to Lu Yi and not their legate showed how sincere they were at making amends. Very well then. Please tend to Zhao Li now, Yu Xiao instructed before sighing deeply. His relief lasted only an instant before he worried for Zhao Li's life though. Yu Xiao was the sect master of the heavenly derivative sect. After he figured out what Lu Yi was planning, he wisely kept silent and did not expose the fact that the young man was, in fact, perfectly fine. Time passed quickly, and Zhao Li gradually stabilized thanks to the medicine cultivator's ministration. As for Zhu Jia, his symptoms subsided even quicker than Zhao Li's because he wasn't too affected to begin with. When dawn came, Zhao Li's aura had fully stabilized, a sign that his life was no longer in danger. There was a problem though. The legate hadn't awakened after he fell unconscious last night. Not only that, Zhu Jia had fallen into an unwakeable slumber as well. The female medicine cultivator who treated Lu Yi before went to Yu Xiao and reported, Sect Master, we have successfully purged all the poison in the patient's physical body. So they're fine now? Yu Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Li was chosen to be the legate of the heavenly derivative sect because he was both talented and intelligent. It would be a huge loss to the sect to lose him. The medicine cultivator replied, normally I would say yes, but judging from their latest symptom, I suspect that. Go on. I suspect that the poison doesn't just affect the physical body, but also the divine soul. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the one affecting the physical body is just a misdirection. She did not think they would be able to purge the physical poison so easily otherwise. Yu Zhao's expression immediately turned serious. Are you sure about this? The medicine cultivator shot Zhao Li and Zhu Jia a glance before nodding. I'm at least 70% sure. You worked hard. A poison that affects the divine soul was incredibly difficult to cure. The situation wouldn't be so dire if the afflicted was a divine ocean realm cultivator because they were powerful enough to express the power of their divine soul directly, which made it much easier to cure such a poison. Furthermore, a divine ocean realm cultivator would not be so easily poisoned in the first place. Zhao Li and Zhu Jia were only Spirit Creek realm cultivators. They both possessed a divine soul of their own, but it was just their innate, untrained power. Because their cultivation level was insufficient, they were unable to manipulate their divine soul and cooperate with the medicine cultivators to purge the poison, not to mention that they were both unconscious right now. Clearly, Thousand Demon Ridge hadn't held back anything when they decided to assassinate Lu Yi. Not only had they activated one of their spies, the poison they used was one that no one in the heavenly derivative sect was capable of curing. We need to find a solution quickly, Sect Master. At this rate, both of them are going to die in their sleep. That Zhu Jia might live for another 10 to 15 days, but Zhao Li would probably die in 2 days at most. The medicine cultivator could not have put it clearer. She was saying that they were incapable of curing Zhao Li and Zhu Jia. Why is it that Zhu Jia can live for another half a month, but Zhao Li only has 2 days? They're both ninth-order cultivators, aren't they? Yu Xiao asked with a frown. It was impossible not to notice the gap between the duo. The medicine cultivator shook her head. I'm not sure. However, I can tell you that Zhu Jia's symptoms are a lot milder compared to Zhao Li's. He is a special one. Perhaps he is born with a greater divine soul than most. She could not help but shoot Lu Yi a glance when she said this though. She could explain Zhu Jia's condition as a result of good birth, but what about Lu Yi? When they were treating Zhao Li, the legate had told them that the young man had drunk the poison wine and ate the poison dishes. He should have been poisoned just like the rest of them, and yet. Elder Bai, Yu Xiao looked at his great elder, please set up a soul-nurturing ward and move them inside as quickly as you can. If a powerful divine soul could slow the poison's effects, then the best thing they could do right now was to strengthen it. Although it cost a lot of resources to create a soul-nurturing ward, and the ward couldn't do much in just 2 days' time, it was still better than nothing. As you command. Bai Qian left immediately. Do you know anyone in Wuzhou who is capable of treating this poison? Yu Xiao asked his medicine cultivator. She thought for a moment before shaking her head dejectedly. I know a couple of people whose skills are greater than mine, but none of them are good enough to cure such a poison. Perhaps. Perhaps. Have you forgotten, Sect Master? The Crimson Blood Sect has a first-rate medicine cultivator. Yu Shao blanked out for a second before exclaiming in realization, "You're right. I shall contact Elder Tang immediately." He was so flustered by the incident that he had forgotten the obvious answer. In fact, he should have contacted Elder Tang the moment he found out that a member of the Crimson Blood Sect was poisoned. To his surprise, he received a reply almost immediately after he sent out a message. As it turned out, Elder Tang was already on his way, and he was accompanied by none other than the first-rate medicine cultivator his medicine cultivator had spoken of, Shui Yuan. Yu Shao shot Lu Yi another glance. It must be the young man's handiwork because there was no way those two would be on their way already otherwise. Suddenly, the sect master motioned for everyone to leave the room. Soon he was the only one left. He then called out quietly, "Are you awake, my young friend?" The young man who had been unconscious since the moment he came to the headquarters of the Heavenly Derivative Sect opened his eyes and rose to his feet. He gave the sect master a bow and said, "Sect Master Yu." His act might be good enough to deceive most people, but there was no way he could deceive the female medicine cultivator who inspected his body. He was also aware that the medicine cultivator would inform Yu Shao about his condition. Anyway, Yu Shao clearly wanted to discuss something with him since he had purposely cleared out the room beforehand. Elder Tang and Sister Shui Yuan are already on the way. They should arrive in less than half a day. Although Bing Zhou and Wu Zhou were very far apart, a divine ocean realm cultivator could still cross the distance relatively quickly. Since the duo had taken off almost as soon as Lu Yi had messaged them, they were making good time, to put it mildly. "You should have heard everything that was said, right?" Yu Shao turned to look at Zhao Li. "I would not deny that Zhao Li invited you with ulterior motives in mind, but he never intended you any harm. We certainly hadn't expected Thousand Demon Ridge to go so far as to activate a spy in our midst to kill you. Regardless, we are deeply sorry that you and your friend Zhu Jia are caught up in this, and we—" Lu Yi raised his hand and stopped him. "You don't need to say anything, Sect Master Yu. I am aware of the circumstances, and I know that the knife in the back is the hardest to anticipate. None of us wanted this to happen." Yu Shao nodded. "Thank you for understanding, young friend. If you don't mind, can I ask you a favor?" "Don't worry. I promise that Sister Shui Yuan will not blame the Heavenly Derivative Sect for this. Also, my impression of Brother Zhao is pretty good, so of course I will ask Sister Shui Yuan to treat him." Chapter 309, I'm Born Exceptional. Lu Yi had known immediately what Yu Shao was referring to when he said he wanted to ask a favor from him. Just now, Heavenly Derivative Sect's best medicine cultivator had admitted that she was incapable of treating the poison. It was why Yu Shao had wanted to ask for help from other medicine cultivators in Wuzhou until the woman had enlightened him. Since Sister Shui Yuan was already on her way, there was no need to invite anyone else. There were some medicine cultivators whose medical expertise were greater than Shui Yuan's, but they were all divine ocean realm masters. Not only were they scattered across the entire Jiuzhou, they were all the trump cards of Tier 1 sections. It would be expensive to employ their services, and that was assuming they cared enough to treat the lives of two insignificant Spirit Creek realm cultivators. That was why Shui Yuan of the Crimson Blood Sect was their best option bar none. There was no one whose medical expertise was better than hers beneath the divine ocean realm. However, the Crimson Blood Sect was also infamous for their protectiveness. There was a good chance Shui Yuan would refuse to treat Zhao Li for putting Lu Yi in danger, and with good reason. Lu Yi was poisoned in Heavenly Derivative Sect's territory after all. Still, Yu Shao was the sect master. It was his responsibility to at least try to save a disciple of his sect. That was why he had asked Lu Yi to help him. To Lu Yi this was just a small issue. If his senior sister really could purge the divine soul poison, he did not see why she wouldn't cure Zhao Li as well. Furthermore, Lu Yi was planning to improve his skill in the way of wards. Saving Zhao Li would give him the peace of mind to further his studies in the Heavenly Derivative Sect. Of course, this was assuming that his senior sister was skilled enough to save Zhu Jia and Zhao Li. If not, then... He had heard every word of the conversation between Yu Shao and his medicine cultivator. His senior sister was one of the best medicine cultivators in Jiuzhou, but the medicine cultivator had also explained why medical expertise alone might not be enough to cure Zhu Jia and Zhao Li. "Thank you. Please get some rest while we wait for Elder Tang and Sister Shui Yuan to arrive. Of course, I will tell them to keep your condition a secret, and you have my word that I will give you a satisfactory resolution to this fiasco. Yu Xiao made to leave, but he stopped when he arrived at the exit. Oh right, there is one more thing I'd like to ask you about, if you don't mind? Lu Yi simply looked at him and waited. Yu Xiao launched into his question. You were poisoned, were you not? So why are you perfectly fine? I'm not sure. Maybe it's because I'm born exceptional and immune to all poison? Yu Xiao let out an involuntary chuckle before shaking his head and leaving. Naturally, he thought that Lu Yi was just joking or deflecting his question. There was no such thing as someone who was born immune to all poisons, and even if there was someone like that, they would not be immune to a poison that afflicted the divine soul. Unbeknownst to Yu Xiao, Lu Yi was, in a sense, immune to all poisons. If the tree of glyphs could identify and burn something as obscure as pill poison, then of course it could do the same to other poisons. Lu Yi had no idea that the tree of glyphs possessed such an ability until now. It wasn't without a cost, however. He could sense that burning the poison had used up much of its fuel reserve, so to speak. When he ran out, he would have to feed it more flame of earth and spirits. There was no hurry though. It wasn't because he didn't want to unlock more glyphs, but because he needed to save up his contribution points for something. Earlier, he had saved up his contribution points to purchase a heaven-grade cultivation technique. They quickly tortured the information they needed out of the man and obtained residues of the poison from his hands. After a careful inspection, the female medicine cultivator was able to confirm that the poison was indeed more targeted at the divine soul than the body. That was why Zhu Jia's and Zhao Li's physical bodies were fine now. However, they would still die if the poison eating away at their divine soul wasn't treated soon. According to the spy, he hadn't prepared the poison specifically to kill Lu Yi. It was just in case he needed it to use it one day. Then Lu Yi came to the heavenly derivative sect, and he received the order to assassinate the young man. The rest was history. That wasn't all that had happened during this time. While they were interrogating the spy, groups of cultivators belonging to different Thousand Demon Ridge sects had shown up outside the heavenly derivative sect's outpost. At first, their numbers weren't that threatening. They were members of the 3,000 Demon Ridge sects bordering the outpost, and each sect had dispatched about 200 people or so. However, their numbers exceeded 1,000 just half a day later. Everyone in the headquarters was shaken when they received the news. Although Zhao Li had heeded Yu Zhao's advice and made the necessary preparations beforehand, there was only so much they could do against this many invaders. Not even the toughest Grand Ward could hold for long against hundreds and hundreds of attackers, not to mention that their total force had long since surpassed the heavenly derivative sect's ability to withstand. As if that wasn't bad enough, Thousand Demon Ridge's reinforcements showed no signs of stopping. Each group was only 100 or 200 cultivators strong. It was basically the expected number of people a sect normally dispatched to assist in an operation, but a lot of sects were participating in the operation, even those whose outpost was pretty far away from the heavenly derivative sect. This rarely happened on the Spirit Creek battlefield because it opened up the group to being ambushed in the middle of a march. Of course, the heavenly derivative sect also asked for help from Grand Sky Coalition, but most sects were too far away to assist in time, and those who were close could only dispatch so many cultivators without compromising their own safety. Still, no one hesitated to send help. They knew that they would suffer massive losses since they would be clashing against a force with far superior numbers than theirs, but that was no excuse to let the heavenly derivative sect's outpost be breached without resistance. When the time was right, the Thousand Demon Ridge army finally launched their invasion. As expected, the heavenly derivative sect failed to defend their outpost even though their allies were able to divert some forces away from them. Their grand ward was broken by force, and the disciples had no choice but to withdraw to Jianghu. For a time, somberness hung above everyone's heads like dark clouds. This wasn't the first time their outpost had been conquered by the enemy, but never had they been outmatched so thoroughly that they were unable to put up even a bit of resistance. They had practically teleported away while watching their grand ward be diminished little by little. There was a silver lining though. Realizing just how outmatched they were, the cultivators of the heavenly derivative sect had gone into evacuation mode from the beginning. As a result, not one person was injured or killed even though their outpost was conquered. They were temporarily stuck in the headquarters though. From what their allies had told them, the enemy had not retreated despite having occupied the outpost. They just stayed there as if the ruins were their new home. This was clearly a warning to all Grand Sky Coalition sections. They were saying that anyone who dared to take Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect into their sect would have to face some serious consequences. Naturally, Grand Sky Coalition was unhappy with this situation. Many legates started communicating with one another and tried to organize a full-force counterattack, but the effort quickly petered out, not because they lacked the determination or courage, they were all youngsters eager to prove themselves after all, but because their seniors had put a stop to it. There was no changing the fact that the Heavenly Derivative Sect's outpost was occupied. If the Grand Sky Coalition were to launch a full-force counterattack, the battle would surely escalate into an all-out war. Thousand Demon Ridge would not like this, but Grand Sky Coalition would suffer massive losses as well. This was something the older generation could not accept. As a result, the Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators hanging out in the outpost grew even more arrogant. Meanwhile, Gu Kanyang and Wei Li of the Hidden Light Sanctuary were shaking in their boots and thinking how close they had come to losing their outpost and potentially their lives. Although they knew that the reason Thousand Demon Ridge went to such extremes was because they wanted to stop Lu Yi from furthering his studies in the way of wards at the Heavenly Derivative Sect, they could not help but be scared anyway. If Thousand Demon Ridge had acted sooner and pulled this stunt while Lu Yi was still at their outpost, there was no chance they would have been able to repel them. Meanwhile, the Thousand Demon Ridge sects were feeling much better after occupying the Heavenly Derivative Sect's outpost and striking back against the Grand Sky Coalition. They felt even better when they heard the news that Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect was gravely poisoned, and he would be dead very soon. The doom and gloom that hung above their heads a while ago was swept away like a hurricane. Now they were just waiting for the news of his death to spread so they could bring out the gongs and fireworks to celebrate. Chapter 310. Will it help? Without exaggeration, Lu Yi was the first person ever to make Thousand Demon Ridge fear him so much at the meager cultivation level of 8th Order Spirit Creek realm. While the entire Heavenly Derivative sect was wrapped in a somber mood, two very special guests finally arrived at their headquarters. They were none other than the sect master and keeper of seal of the Crimson Blood sect, Tang Yifeng and Shui Yuan. Inside a hall, two people were lying inside a functioning soul-nurturing ward. The ward itself wasn't particularly complicated, but individually it was completely useless. It only nurtured the soul if some soul-nurturing treasures were placed within the ward. All treasures that could nurture the soul were incredibly valuable, and even an old sect like the Heavenly Derivative sect only had a handful of them. They weren't even particularly potent. Even so, it was the only effective way to alleviate Zhao Li and Zhu Jia's symptoms. Lu Yi was sitting at the side and watching Zhu Jiao worriedly. The great elder of the Heavenly Derivative sect, Bai Qian, was guarding the place as well. He was the one who made the ward after all, so of course it was up to him to ensure that everything was functioning properly. They were the only two people inside the hall. Countless shadows were swaying to the weak candlelight in the hall when suddenly Bai Qian let out a sigh. Hey kid. If you're going to pretend to be dead, then at least act like it. What if someone sees you like this and spreads the news? Lu Yi asked. Don't you trust your own people, Elder Bai? That's not it. I'm just saying that it's better to be safe than sorry. A pair of prying eyes and a loose mouth are all it takes for secrets to spread. You must not be confident in your wards then. Screw you. Bai Qian lifted his chin and declared arrogantly, I dare not claim to be the best ward cultivator in Jiuzhou, but I dare say that no one is capable of peering through the wards I've set up. The old man was generally a friendly man as long as you did not speak to him about wards. Otherwise his personality would do a 180. He was especially confident in his attainment in the way of wards. Lu Yi would have loved to learn from the old man, but the Heavenly Derivative sect's outpost had just succumbed to the enemy, and both Zhu Jia and Zhao Li were still in grave danger right now. Naturally, he wasn't in the mood to expand on the subject. Suddenly Bai Qian warned, Get into the ward now. Someone's coming. Lu Yi hurriedly lay inside the ward and closed his eyes. As if on cue, the door swung open with a creak. A series of hurried footsteps resounded across the hall as Yu Zhao's voice rang. We have placed them inside a soul-nurturing ward. For now their lives are not in danger. The next moment, Lu Yi felt someone grabbing his wrist as a familiar scent tickled his nostrils. He opened his eyes and saw Shui Yuan staring back at him. Sister Shui Yuan. Don't move. The ice on Shui Yuan's face melted slightly as she pushed Lu Yi back to the ground. Then, he felt her gentle spiritual power entering his body and inspecting his condition. The sect master was standing behind Shui Yuan with a worried look on his face. Although Lu Yi had already informed them that he was unhurt, neither of them could be assured until Shui Yuan had checked him herself. Shui Yuan did not pull her punches this time, not letting go of Lu Ye's wrist until an entire incense stick had passed. Finally satisfied, she released her grip and moved to check Zhu Jia next. It was only then Lu Yi rose to his feet and saluted Tang Yifeng, greeting, "Sect Master." The sect master nodded back. "I'm glad you're safe." Since Shui Yuan hadn't said anything, it meant that Lu Yi really was safe and sound. "I'm so sorry for the trouble I've caused you both," Lu Yi apologized in a regretful tone. The sect master tapped his head lightly with his fist. "What are you talking about? Forget that this is no trouble at all, so what if you brought actual trouble to our doorsteps? We are your seniors and we exist to act as your shield. If I was the type to balk at trouble, I would never have become a cultivator in the first place. All is well as long as you do not regret the decisions you made. Do not allow fear to cow you into inaction." "Yes, sect master." It didn't take long for Shui Yuan to finish inspecting Zhu Jia and move on to Zhao Li. An incense stick later, she rose to her feet and scrunched her pretty eyebrows tightly. "It's definitely a poison that attacks the divine soul." Yu Xiao had given Shui Yuan the poison residue they obtained from the trader after they arrived. Combined with her observation of Zhu Jia and Zhao Li's condition, she was able to make several educated conjectures in just a short time. "Is it treatable?" Yu Xiao asked hurriedly. "It is, but I'm worried they won't be able to survive the treatment." "What do you mean?" His best medicine cultivator had been helpless before the poison, but Shui Yuan had declared otherwise shortly after her arrival. It proved that her medical expertise was far greater than his medicine cultivators, though it was clear from her words that her solution wasn't without its repercussions. "The poison will be attached to their divine soul, and I know of a way that can remove it. However, it's going to deal massive damage to their divine soul because they are only at Spirit Creek realm, and their divine soul is quite fragile. Frankly, their chances of surviving the operation is pretty low." Lu Ye's heart sank when he heard this. He was the reason behind this whole fiasco, so how was it that he was totally fine, and Zhu Jia and Zhao Li were the ones who were suffering? Yu Xiao frowned deeply. "Is it truly hopeless?" "Well, they might still survive if we feed them treasures that could strengthen their divine souls in a short time, but—" "Treasures that could strengthen the divine soul, huh?" Yu Xiao couldn't help but utter in a bitter tone. Such treasures were so valuable that even the Vault of Providence did not sell them, and if he did possess such a treasure he would have consumed it as soon as possible. Of course they wouldn't have such a thing. It was at this moment Lu Yi called out, "Sister Shui Yuan." The medicine cultivator turned around and saw Lu Yi beckoning her to his side. After she went over, Lu Yi pulled her to a corner and produced a jade bottle from his storage bag stealthily. He then asked in a soft voice, "Will this help?" Shui Yuan accepted the jade bottle, but did not really think that Lu Yi could solve their conundrum. He was just a Spirit Creek realm cultivator, and it was unlikely he would have a treasure that would be up to her standards. Her skepticism only lasted until she opened the jade bottle and took a sniff. Shock and puzzlement flashed across her features as she glanced back and forth between Lu Yi and the bottle. She had a feeling she knew what it was, but she needed to be 100% sure. "Sect Master," Shui Yuan turned around and beckoned Tang Yifeng to their side. After the sect master reached them, Shui Yuan passed him the jade bottle and asked, "Can you please check what this is?" "You don't recognize it?" The sect master sounded surprised. His confusion lasted until he accepted the jade bottle and inspected its contents. He was so shocked that his hand trembled slightly. "I cannot believe it." "Is it really that?" Shui Yuan asked for confirmation. The sect master nodded seriously and said, "I'm pretty sure," before looking at Lu Yi. "Where did you get this?" Lu Yi was just a Spirit Creek realm cultivator, and he hadn't left the Spirit Creek battlefield until recently. So, how on earth did he obtain a treasure that even Divine Ocean realm cultivators would kill to get? "I recently entered the lost city of Xianyuan." Lu Yi had immediately thought of the soul-cleansing water when Shui Yuan said that only a treasure that could strengthen the soul in a short time could save Zhu Jia and Zhao Li. As someone who had bathed in the pool of soul purification before, he was well aware of the effects of the soul mist. The soul-cleansing water was the condensed form of the soul mist, so of course it was going to be beneficial to the divine soul. Oh, the lost city of Xianyuan, the sect master exclaimed in realization. At his position he was well aware that the lost city of Xianyuan was connected to the Rift of Fortune. It was also the only way a Spirit Creek realm cultivator might obtain such a priceless treasure. However, the Rift of Fortune had appeared many times across the Spirit Creek battlefield, and almost no one had obtained the soul-cleansing water. In fact, he had only ever heard of one lucky cultivator obtaining a couple drops of soul-cleaning water by chance. It might not sound like a lot, but it was easily worth a fortune. However, Lu Yi had an entire bottle of soul-cleansing water. That was at least 30 or 40 drops in total. Just how on earth did he do it? Will it help? Lu Yi asked again. Shui Yuan nodded affirmatively. Yes, but are you sure? Their lives are more important. Lu Yi knew what his senior sister was trying to imply and looked at the duo lying in the soul-nurturing ward. Zhu Jia is extraordinarily talented, and I am sure he will become a great cultivator in the future. I've already accepted him as an initiate, and I was going to convert him into an official disciple the moment we return to Mount Ao. Even if this wasn't the case, we've been traveling together and fighting side by side for a while now. There is no way I'm going to leave him to die. As for Brother Zhao, I'm the reason he is suffering in the first place. If this item will help save them, then please do not hesitate to use it, senior sister. The sect master nodded. I'm glad you can think this way. A senior sister should not spurn her junior brother's goodwill, don't you agree? Yes. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao and Bai Qian were exchanging conflicted looks with one another. It was because they had heard the trio's conversation, of course. They weren't trying to eavesdrop on purpose, but the trio weren't really trying to hide their conversation either. Long story short, they heard enough to know what was going on. There were only a handful of treasures in this world that could stun the sect master of the Crimson Blood sect. Considering the circumstances and the mention of the lost city of Xianyuan, it became obvious what Lu Yi was offering to save Zhao Li and Zhu Jia. Under any other circumstances, they would be rubbing their hands together with greed or wearing a look of desire at the very least. Of course, they knew better than to do that right now. Forget that they belonged on the same side. The Heavenly Derivative sect and the Crimson Blood sect also shared some old ties. It also took a kind of moral fiber to offer such a priceless treasure just to save an acquaintance. That was why the duo feigned ignorance even though they figured out what Lu Yi had produced from his storage bag. Sect Master Yu, Shui Yuan said in a frigid voice as she turned toward Yu Xiao. She had been fuming ever since she received the message from Lu Yi. The man should count himself lucky that she hadn't vented his anger on him. Although the Heavenly Derivative sect's outpost was conquered by Thousand Demon Ridge as a result of this, it did not change the fact that Lu Yi had been poisoned in their territory. She only cared about the effect and not the cause. That was just how she was, logic be damned. What are your instructions, Sister Shui? Yu Xian asked in a humble tone. I require some herbs. You will prepare them all within the hour. Shui Yuan produced a jade slip, injected it with her spiritual power and imprinted it with some info. She then passed it to Yu Xiao. I shall handle this myself. If Lu Yi was willing to make such a huge sacrifice to save his disciple, how could the Heavenly Derivative sect not cooperate to the best of their abilities? While it was true that they had lost their outpost as a result of Lu Ye's presence, Zhao Li was the one who invited the young man to his place. It made no sense to blame him for their loss. Plus, Lu Yi himself did not realize that his visit to the Heavenly Derivative sect's outpost would cause such a disaster. Now was not the time to sort out this mess though. There were lives to be saved. Plus, Zhao Li would actually benefit from this ordeal if he managed to survive. He was pretty talented to begin with, but now there was a chance he would surpass expectations. Yu Xiao was shrewd enough to realize this. Chapter 311 Give me back my junior brother. After Yu Xiao left, Shui Yuan took out a small medicine cauldron and a bunch of precious herbs from her storage bag. She then mixed them up until they transformed into some sort of aquamarine medicinal liquid. Lu Yi acted as her assistant and helped her whenever he could. He might not know much about medicine, but he could do simple stuff like measuring dosages, carrying stuff or literally lending her an extra hand when two weren't enough. When I'm done here, you should return with me to the headquarters and lay low until the danger has passed. When Lu Yi did not respond, Shui Yuan abruptly paused her movement and stared at him unblinkingly. His senior sister was a wonderful woman. During his time at the Crimson Blood sect, she had doted on him like a caring older sister. Unfortunately, it meant that she was twice as scary when she was angry. Lu Yi could not help but panic a little despite anticipating her disapproval. "Explain," she demanded. Knowing there was no getting out of this, Lu Yi chose his words carefully before starting. "Thousand Demon Ridge is determined to kill me, and I don't think lying low is going to help me much unless I swear off the Spirit Creek battlefield completely or hide permanently in my outpost. However, I'm already an 8th Order cultivator. It would be against the rules for me to stay in the outer circle for too long. That's why I'm telling you to come back with me to the headquarters." "It's like this." Lu Yi moved closer before spilling his entire plan in a small voice. At first, Shui Yuan was irritated that her junior brother was refusing to listen to her. However, the lines on her face smoothened after she listened to his plan. "So, you're planning to fake your death?" "That's right. By now, news of my condition should have spread throughout Thousand Demon Ridge. It is no secret that you and the sect master have come to the Heavenly Derivative sect either. One might say that you are just in time to collect my poison corpse, don't you agree?" Shui Yuan frowned a little at his choice of words, but did not make a fuss about it. This way, Thousand Demon Ridge would no longer be keeping an eye on me, and I would have the freedom to study the way of wards and deepen my attainment. "That's a pretty good idea," said the sect master while nodding approvingly. He was going to share some of his own ideas when Shui Yuan shut him up with a glare. Fortunately or not, the great elder of the Heavenly Derivative sect lacked the sect master's keen eye. Unaware of Shui Yuan's displeasure, he echoed in agreement. "If that is your wish, then it is this old man's pleasure to teach you everything I know. Also, the 100 Wards Tower is right around the corner. You are welcome to challenge it at any time." "My thoughts exactly." Lu Yi hurriedly nodded in agreement. "So, senior sister?" Shui Yuan fell silent for a moment before replying. "I won't say that it's a bad plan, but you are aware that your status can be verified through the battlefield imprint, right?" "That's not a problem. The only ones who have my imprint are Crimson Blood sect disciples or legates. I'll tell them my plan and they'll keep the secret." "Why are you even consulting me if you've already thought of everything?" Shui Yuan huffed. "I'm glad you approve, senior sister. When the time comes, I would need you and the sect master to put on an act for me." Their most talented disciple had perished in the Heavenly Derivative sect. Logically speaking, Shui Yuan and the sect master would be mournful and vengeful. He did not tell them how to act the part, trusting that they knew better than him. Not long after they wrapped up the discussion, Yu Xiao returned with the Shui Yuan she had commanded him to prepare. 2 hours later, she began treating Zhao Li. The reason she treated Zhao Li first was because his condition was far more urgent. Zhu Jia had been baptized in the soul cleansing pond just like Lu Yi and so possessed a much stronger divine soul than Zhao Li. The delay would not affect him much. The process of the treatment was complicated and not easy to express succinctly. In summary, Shui Yuan continuously concocted all kinds of medicine and poured them into Zhao Li's mouth. Then, she used some sort of technique to pull out the poison rooted in his divine soul. Zhao Li moaned and shook violently despite the fact he was unconscious. His clothes were so drenched it looked like he just crawled out of a pool. One could only imagine how much worse his suffering would be if he was conscious. The treatment did not finish until 4 hours later. Yu Xiao and Bai Qian looked at their disciple with great concern. The young man was still alive, but his aura had weakened considerably. As Shui Yuan had told them earlier, the treatment wasn't kind to the patient's health. He would have died without Lu Ye's soul-cleansing water. "I'm not at Divine Ocean Realm yet, so there are certain methods that I am unable to employ without considerable risks. There might be some residue in his divine soul. Whether he will wake up is all up to him now." Yu Xiao said gratefully, "Thank you, Sister Shui Yuan." He knew that Shui Yuan had given her all. She was only a 9th Order Real Lake Realm Master, and yet she was capable of treating an affliction that affects the divine soul. No ordinary medicine cultivator could have done what she did. Shui Yuan rested for half a day before moving on to Zhu Jia. To her surprise, treating Zhu Jia turned out to be much easier than Zhao Li. Not only that, what had tormented Zhao Li greatly even in his unconscious state hadn't affected the body-tempering cultivator in the slightest. It was almost as if he had fallen asleep. Even better, the big guy actually started snoring when the treatment was over. It was such an unexpected reaction that Shui Yuan started doubting her own skill and inspected him all over again. She relaxed only after she confirmed that she hadn't missed anything. It was then Shui Yuan recalled Lu Ye's comment about Zhu Jia and realized that the big fellow really was as special as he claimed. She took a moment to catch a breather before returning to Lu Ye's side. She then attempted to hand him the jade bottle containing the soul-cleansing water. She had used only a total of 5 droplets to treat Zhu Jia and Zhao Li. The treasure was extremely precious, so Shui Yuan had saved them as much as possible. However, Lu Yi pushed it back and said, "You can keep it, senior sister. I have more." Shui Yuan caught his wrist and deposited the jade bottle firmly in his palm. "This treasure is more precious than you think. When you've reached real lake realm, consume it bit by bit to realize its effects." A strong divine soul will make ascending to divine ocean realms so much. Suddenly Shui Yuan's words became lodged in her throat. It was because she saw Lu Yi grabbing a couple more jade bottles from his storage bag. "How? I told you I have more, so just treat it as my gift to you and the sect master and keep it, Sister Shui Yuan. Don't hesitate to come back to me if it's not enough." For a moment Shui Yuan could not say anything. She had gone through many highs and lows in life, but never had she seen this much soul-cleansing water. Lu Yi had told her that his reward came from the lost city of Xianyuan, but since when did the city have this much soul-cleansing water? For that matter, how was it that everyone else who had gotten some walked away from the lost city of Xianyuan with just a few drops of soul-cleansing water, while her junior brother had walked away with several bottles of the treasure? In that case, I happily accept your gift. After she had calmed herself, Shui Yuan turned toward Yu Shao and started walking toward the sect master. "Let us begin, sect master Yu." Yu Shao looked at her in confusion. He did not understand what she was talking about. Suddenly Shui Yuan's pupils turned a shade of purple. At the same time she spoke in a tone cold enough to rival the wind of the 9 nethers. "My junior brother visited the heavenly derivative sect as a guest, but now he is dead by an assassin's hands. What do you have to say for yourself, sect master Yu?" Now Yu Shao was completely confused. He glanced at the perfectly lively Lu Yi standing behind her and started, "I'm not sure I understand, Sister Shui Yuan. Your junior brother is right. Is that your answer? Very well." The petite woman suddenly began growing in size. In just a matter of seconds she had become much taller, bustier and more mature. Her hair reached all the way down to her waist, and her loose robes were now straining against her curves. Killing intent erupted from the woman as she summoned a war scythe into her hands. Boom. The closed door of the hall was shattered, and Yu Shao flew out of it with a look of utter shock on his face. He thought he was dead when Shui Yuan had launched her attack. It was only now he realized that the famous medicine cultivator of the Crimson Blood sect wasn't just versed in the art of healing. Her combat strength was just as formidable. A sorrowful cry resounded throughout the entire heavenly derivative sect. "Give me back my junior brother." On that day Shui Yuan, keeper of seal of the Crimson Blood sect, had turned the heavenly derivative sect upside down because her junior brother, Lu Yi, was poisoned to death by Thousand Demon Ridge. Not only had she fought 5 real Lake Realm champions to a standstill, the shockwaves of that battle had destroyed dozens of buildings and injured many disciples. Thankfully, Tang Yifeng, sect master of the Crimson Blood sect, was a sensible man. He managed to stop her before she could cause any more damage. That was just the beginning of Shui Yuan's revenge though. Furious and brimming with vengeance, the woman actually teleported into the Spirit Creek battlefield through the Heavenly Derivative Sect's Divine Opportunity column. As the Heavenly Derivative Sect's outpost had been occupied, a lot of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators were still camping in the area and acting as an eyesore to all Grand Sky Coalition cultivators. They were all celebrating and basking in their recent victory. That was why they were caught completely off guard when Shui Yuan appeared out of nowhere with her ridiculously huge war scythe. Naturally, there wasn't a single person in the outpost who was a match for her. While enduring the judgment of the heavens, Shui Yuan slayed dozens of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators and chilled the hearts of every soul present. Not a single person dared to stop her when she finally ceased her madness and retreated. Naturally, the world was shocked when the news was spread. The second time. This was the second time the Crimson Blood sect's keeper of seal had invaded the Spirit Creek battlefield and thrown herself into a senseless slaughter. If the first time she invaded the Spirit Creek battlefield was justifiable because Thousand Demon Ridge was the one who broke the rules first, then what about this time? Sure, the method in which they killed Lu Yi was scummy and despicable, but it hadn't violated the rules. They were enemies after all. No tactic was too much as long as it was within the rules. So why did she do it? Because her junior brother was killed? It was completely unreasonable to put it mildly. Lu Yi had killed plenty of people himself. If everyone were to emulate her example and go on a killing spree every time one of their disciples was dead, then the Spirit Creek battlefield would surely fall into chaos. No low-level cultivator would be safe anymore. For a time, a mountain of accusations and abuses were flung in the direction of Shui Yuan. That was all they did though. Shui Yuan dared to invade the Spirit Creek battlefield because she could neutralize the punishment of the heavens via a special method, but the champions of Thousand Demon Ridge could not boast the same thing. They would most likely be dead if they tried to emulate her example. Moreover, the amount of damage she did was ultimately insignificant. Women were emotional beings, and in her fury Shui Yuan had chosen one of the worst ways to retaliate against Thousand Demon Ridge. The death of just dozens of Spirit Creek realm cultivators just wasn't a big deal. The sect master of the Crimson Blood sect though, now that was a completely different story. If the rumors were to be trusted, the old bastard had made a beeline for the province bordering Wuzhou, Leizhou and gone on a rampage. The good news was that Thousand Demon Ridge was prepared for this. Several Divine Ocean Realm cultivators showed up just in time to repel Tang Yifeng and prevent him from dealing any significant damage to their sects in Leizhou. They were able to stop him in time not because they could predict the future, but because there was a precedent. During the aftermath of the Battle of Golden Tip, Tang Yifeng had invaded Yunzhou and destroyed 3,000 Demon Ridge sects single-handedly, dealing them a massive blow. Since then, everyone in Thousand Demon Ridge knew that the Crimson Blood sect was stupidly overprotective over their young. Naturally, they were prepared for their retaliation for poisoning Lu Yi. In fact, it had been years since anyone even came close to dethroning him. It was because he was that lazy. He spent most of his days holed up in the Devoted One's outpost like a shy woman who was afraid to show her face to the public. He never exited the gates and he barely even stepped out of his own room. He was nominally the Devoted One's prolgate, but in reality even the disciples rarely got to see him. However, the king was dethroned and knocked all the way to the bottom of the list after the Battle of Golden Tip. Today his name was completely removed from the list. The reason was very simple. He was like a young, healthy man who was locked in a monastery and forced to practice asceticism for decades until one day, he was suddenly let loose into the red light district. Day and night, the sword cultivator had roamed the core circle in search of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators to kill. Since he was the second runner-up of the role of supremacy, who in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield was a match for him? Already, his wanton action had resulted in several massive battles. Naturally, his newfound bloodthirst had disqualified him from the Lazy Crane list. To be fair, Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan had not caused any trouble during their time in the Devoted One's outpost. Their presence also made their outpost the safest place in the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. No one even dared to shoot them a word of challenge, much less attack them. So, why had Li Baxian suddenly done a 180? It was because Lu Yi was poisoned to death by Thousand Demon Ridge, of course. At the Crimson Blood sect's outpost, Wuxia stepped out of her training chamber and stretched like a cat. The sunlight felt most welcoming after several days of secluded cultivation. That was when she noticed that Ruan Lingyu was waiting outside her door. She asked curiously, "What's the matter? Did something happen?" Lingyu walked up to her and grabbed her hand. She then said in a serious tone, "I need to tell you something, but first you must promise me to stay calm, okay?" Wuxia tilted her head in confusion. What was she talking about? Ruan Lingyu looked left and right before moving closer to Huaxi's ear. She then said in a low tone, "Lu Yi has been poisoned to death." Huaxi abruptly froze like a statue, and Lingyu could feel her body temperature departing her fingers in just a matter of seconds. Realizing that this was going to turn into a disaster if she didn't reveal the truth as soon as possible, she added hurriedly, "It's fake. He's faking his death. Lu Yi is really fine." When I asked Sister Shui Yuan about this, she said that a lot of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators mean to do Lu Yi harm, so Lu Yi decided to turn this against them and fool them into thinking he's dead. She also said we should act like he's dead because our outpost is a lot busier than before. The reason Lingyu had waited at Hua Xi's doorstep was to be the first to inform her of the news. If the medicine cultivator had heard it from someone else, there was a chance she might accidentally reveal that Lu Yi was alive in her denial. Hua Xi felt like her heart was bouncing all over her chest as she listened to Lingyu's words. She immediately checked her battlefield imprint and to her relief, found that his imprint was still present. Not entirely convinced, she sent him a message and did not relax until she finally received a reply from him. Hua Xi did not reveal her true emotions on her face or her body, however. She even collapsed to her knees and started sobbing in silence, tears streaming down her cheeks like unending waterfalls. Sister Hua Xi. Wan Lingyu was stunned to say the least. She already told her that Lu Yi was faking his death, so why was she acting like this? If Lu Yi was here, he would have praised her acting skills for sure. Half a day later, Hua Xi and the core members of the Crimson Blood sect were gathered at a quiet place in the outpost. What? Well, they were here to burn some ritual money for the deceased Lu Yi. Towering flames licked the air as Hua Xi dumped bundle after bundle of ritual money into the fire, tears still streaming silently down her cheeks. Qinyu, Kongnyo, Guyang, Hixin, Zhu Wenba, Yi Haoran and Luo Qixing were all present. They were also wearing extremely odd expressions on their faces. Everyone here had been notified beforehand that Lu Yi was alive, and yet Hua Xi had cried, was still crying, so hard that her eyes were completely swollen. It was such a convincing act that they were starting to wonder if Lu Yi really was dead. It was at this moment Hua Xi uttered in a soft but threatening voice, "Cry or else." The gang exchanged glances with each other. Finally Qinyu wailed, "What a horrible way to die, brother Lu." The rest of them started fake crying as well. Guyang even went so far as to chant a soul-returning mantra, "Come back to us, senior brother. Come back to us, senior brother," as he wept and burned the ritual money. Hixin wanted to laugh, but one glare from Hua Xi caused her to change her mind. She went, "Yua Wea," while rubbing her eyes and tearing up like a waterfall. Some distance away from the group, Fengyu was watching this happening while barely hiding her glee. She was this close to cheering out loud and thanking the heavens for giving the evil Lu Yi what he deserved. Ever since she was kidnapped and swindled by Lu Yi, Fengyu had been forced to stay in the Crimson Blood sect. She could not return home because she had lost the outpost, and as the legate there was no way she could escape punishment. Even if she somehow managed to avoid execution, she would have been sold to another cultivation family in a political marriage. She would have no future to speak of. Fengyu would rather die than accept such a fate. She had been a legate after all. There was no way she would resign herself to such a fate. While she was basically a nobody in the Crimson Blood sect, she was actually treated fairly well because she was a medicine cultivator. The sect had never shortchanged her when it was time to receive cultivation resources either, so she had actually grown stronger over time. The only thing that still troubled her was her contribution points. She was an 8th order cultivator who was soon to ascend to the 9th order. When the time came, she would need to purchase a heaven-grade cultivation technique with contribution points. However, she had donated the 4,000 contribution points she had saved specifically for this purpose, so she basically had to restart from zero. To say she was extremely aggrieved would be an understatement. Thankfully, that vile Lu Yi was finally dead. In the future, Hua Xi would most likely be the new lord and master of the outpost. Her mood was already so much better. Back at the headquarters of the Heavenly Derivative sect, everyone was downcast like a thundercloud was hanging above their heads. Losing the outpost had been a huge blow to them. Although the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators holding the ruins hostage had retreated after Shui Yuan's rampage, rebuilding the outpost was hardly an easy matter. At the very least, they had to accumulate enough contribution points to rebuild their Grand Ward. Besides that, the Heavenly Derivative sect had to temporarily ban their disciples from entering Spirit Creek battlefield just in case 1,000 Demon Ridge had other traps or ambushes in place. As if that wasn't bad enough, they had activated the Grand Ward surrounding their headquarters and cut themselves away from the outside world as well. One could even say that the Heavenly Derivative sect was completely isolated. Those outside the Grand Ward could not enter the headquarters, and those inside could not leave the place. Not even messages could even get in or out of the headquarters. Obviously, this had everything to do with the rampage of a certain Keeper of Seal. Nearly everyone in the Heavenly Derivative sect held a grudge against the Crimson Blood sect right now. No one in the sect wished for Lu Yi to die. The Keeper of Seal's tantrum was unreasonable at best and loathsome at worst. It was even rumored that their great elder, Bai Qian, was injured in that battle. He was recuperating right now. Lu Yi, Zhu Jia and Zhao Li were all at Bai Qian's residence. Zhu Jia and Zhao Li had awoken in succession thanks to Shui Yuan's treatment, although the latter was far more weakened than the former. Still, that he was able to awaken at all meant that all was well. When the real Lake Realm medicine cultivator had come to inspect him, she confirmed that the poison was fully purged from both his body and his soul. In fact, the reason he was weakened was just the side effect of Shui Yuan's treatment. He was expected to make a full recovery after a period of rest. Yu Xiao and everyone else in the know were most glad to hear this. At the library, Lu Ye's mind was a jumbled mess after he finished speaking with Shui Yuan via the battlefield imprint. The events had not gone the way he had envisioned at all. When he had asked his senior sister and his sect master to put on an act, he had expected them to fake a mourning at best. He had no idea that his senior sister would go so far to attack Yu Xiao, not to mention everything else. Yu Xiao's reaction made it clear that he wasn't expecting this either. Chapter 313 Breathing Moon Essence. Of course Yu Xiao wasn't a dim man. Shui Yuan had not told him what she was doing, but he still figured out her intentions immediately after she cried, "Give me back my junior brother." That was why he cooperated with her and put on a convincing act even though he could barely keep his expression straight. As for the 4 true Lake Realm cultivators who appeared afterward, they truly did not know what was going on at all. As a result, the fight was most realistic. That was just the beginning. Despite the persuasions of the virtuous and respectable Tang Yifeng, Shui Yuan still had a load of grievances to vent. So, she teleported into the Spirit Creek battlefield and went on a rampage. If even the Keeper of Seal was throwing caution to the wind, then the sect master could not possibly be left behind. He flew straight to Leizhou, a province of Thousand Demon Ridge, and attacked the sects there. As if on cue, his 4th senior brother, Li Baxian, also began hunting Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators in the Spirit Creek battlefield as well. Shui Yuan had already returned to the headquarters, and the sect master was on his way back as well. He would have liked to cause some real damage, but unfortunately the province was guarded too tightly even for him to slip through. Add to the fact that the coalition leader himself had messaged him to calm down and not risk his own life, he too evacuated from Leizhou. As for Li Baxian, the poor guy had received quite the scolding by the devoted ones. He was then grounded and forbidden from leaving the outpost without an order. It wasn't until a few days later that the commotion caused by the death of Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect finally subsided. In the grand scheme of things, Lu Yi was just a Spirit Creek realm cultivator, and the reason Thousand Demon Ridge went to such lengths to kill him was due his ward-breaching skills. Since he was dead, there was no need to cause further problems. In fact, Lu Yi was the one who was still busy responding to his fellow legates and prolegates' inquiries. Most people thought he was dead, but those he had added as friends simply needed to check their battlefield imprint to know he was still alive. There was no hiding his fake death from them, and everyone he added were future pillars of their respective sects anyway. Their background was as clean as it gets, and he trusted them not to reveal the truth. Of course, he didn't go into the details. He simply said that circumstances had forced his hand. No one here was an idiot, so they all caught his meaning. On a related note, the incident triggered most sects in Jianghu to begin ferreting out the spies in their midst. No one wanted to go through what the Heavenly Derivative sect had gone through again. As a result, both Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge lost a massive number of spies. It was one of the fallouts of the incidents. Lu Yi was in the middle of something when he received a message from Wuxia. It stated, "Today's the 7th day after your death. What do you want? I'll burn it for you." He expressionlessly averted his gaze from his battlefield imprint, rose to his feet and made his way to Bai Qian's bedroom. The entire reason Lu Yi had accepted Zhao Li's invitation to the Heavenly Derivative sect's outpost was to deepen his education in the way of wards. Moreover, most of their disciples cultivated the way of wards because they owned the 100 Wards Tower. But of course, their level of attainment varied wildly depending on their talent and investment. Since Lu Yi had gone so far as to produce the soul-cleansing water to treat Zhao Li, Bai Qian had not hesitated to teach Lu Yi everything he knew. Thanks to this, Lu Ye's attainment in the way of wards continuously grew by leaps and bounds. Lu Ye's original goal was to challenge the 100 Wards Tower, so why was he studying under Bai Qian now? It was so he would have an easier time conquering the challenges, of course. Bai Qian quickly discovered that Lu Yi was extraordinarily talented in the way of wards when he started teaching the boy, though it wasn't strange considering that he had received the inheritance of a glyph weaver. Ward cultivators were considered to be a branch of glyph weavers, and since Lu Yi had built a great foundation under Lady Yun's tutelage, it was only natural that the way of wards came to him easily. What really concerned Bai Qian was Lu Ye's unimaginable insight when it came to breaching wards. For some reason, the boy could always find the flaws in a ward no matter how complex it was. It would not be an exaggeration to say that every ward cultivator wished that they had his ability because the very first step to breaching a ward was to identify its flaws and nodes. It was impossible to breach a ward unless this first step was achieved. At first, Bai Qian thought that it was the result of pure talent. However, he realized that wasn't quite the case after a few days of observation. When he voiced his doubts, Lu Yi asked, "Are you aware of glyph, insight, Elder Bai?" But of course. Bai Qian was a grandmaster in the way of wards, so of course he was versed in some glyphs. That said, he did not learn any glyph that wasn't related to wards. He was aware of glyph, insight, but he wasn't familiar with its construction. He would be lucky to construct it successfully once every 10 times. It was the core glyph and spirit artifacts that were built for scouting and other similar functions. I build them in my eyes before inspecting a ward. That is how I am able to identify the truths and falsehoods of a ward every time. Bai Qian stared wordlessly at Lu Yi. At first he thought that the young man was joking. Then he recalled Lu Ye's performance when he was breaching a ward and realized it wasn't. The young man really had constructed an insight in his eyes. "I see." Bai Qian nodded and sighed. The courage of youth is truly commendable. What else could he say? It was the boldest feat he had heard in a long while. "I know you're a glyph weaver, but you mustn't do this too frequently. The consequences are unimaginable if you make even the slightest mistake," the old man warned gravely. While Lu Yi wasn't a disciple of the heavenly derivative sect, he had displayed an extraordinary amount of talent in the way of wards. As an appreciator of talent, the last thing he wanted to see was Lu Yi ruining himself. It was ludicrously dangerous to build the glyph, insight in one's pupils. To give an example, it was as dangerous as building the glyph, gathering spirits in one's spiritual point. Glyph weaving was an ancient, well-researched study that had been passed down across many generations. Lu Yi was hardly the only one who had considered constructing the glyph, gathering spirits in their spiritual points to improve their cultivation efficiency, or the glyph, insight in their eyes to see the invisible. The reason no one had ever dared to do such a thing was because not even the greatest glyph weaver dared to say that they had a 100% success rate when constructing any glyph. Moreover, the smaller the glyph, the harder it was to construct it. If the construction were to fail, then a catastrophic discharge of spiritual power was sure to occur. For this to happen in one's spiritual points or eyes was to ruin them. That was why such ideas mostly existed in theory only. Not even a master glyph weaver like Lady Yun would attempt this simply because there was a chance the construction could fail no matter how unlikely it might be. But Lu Yi was different from all of them. He had never experienced a construction failure when activating a glyph on the tree of glyphs. That was why he could abuse it to his heart's content. Had he learned insight from the books, he wouldn't dare to build it in his eyes either. He could feel Bai Qian's concern for him, but this wasn't something he could explain to the old man. Plus, it wasn't like he was skimping on practice. As of late, he always tried to identify the flaws of a ward with his own ability before verifying the results with the glyph, insight. Sometimes he got it right and sometimes he got it wrong. In either case, he learned from the experience and was able to improve his ward breaching skills further. Bai Qian had already given his advice, and it was up to Lu Yi whether he accepted it or not. So he stopped talking on the subject and summoned a small flag into his hand. "Today we're going to take a look into ward flags and ward keystones." Lu Yi hurriedly sat up straight. The days passed quickly. During the day he would study the way of wards at Elder Bai's place, and when nighttime came he would cultivate and study the books he brought out of Lady Yun's study to validate the teachings of the day. Elder Bai's residence was extremely quiet and peaceful because he was an extremely important person in the heavenly derivative sect. He might not be the sect master, but even Yu Xiao had to perform a disciple's salute when meeting him. That was why no one discovered that Lu Yi and Zhu Jiao were hiding in his residence. Plus, It was said that Bai Qian was hurt by the combat shockwaves caused by the crimson blood sect's keeper of seal, and that a medicine cultivator visited him every day to treat his wounds. Who in their right mind would disturb him at such a time? Zhu Jia spent all day and night cultivating as usual. Although the cultivation environment wasn't as good as the Spirit Creek battlefield, he wasn't the type to waste even a second if he could help it. Zhao Li was getting better day by day, and as he improved, the benefits of the soul-cleansing water were beginning to show themselves. The legate belatedly realized that his control over his spiritual power had improved, and his perception was noticeably better than what it used to be. As no one had told him about the soul-cleansing water, he had no idea why his power had grown. All he knew was that he had, against all odds, benefited from this near-death experience. His heart ached every time he recalled his outpost though. Although Thousand Demon Ridge was the one who should truly be blamed for the loss, it did not change the fact that the outpost was lost while he was still in charge. One night, Lu Yi was studying and cultivating as usual when suddenly, Yi flew through the window and called his name in panic. Lu Yi, Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked up inquiringly and she said, Zhu Jia and Amber are doing something weird. You should go see them as soon as you can. A moment later, Lu Yi followed Yi to a giant rock right next to a pitch-black cliff. The moon was hanging in the middle of the night sky and showering everything in its cold light. On the rock, Zhu Jia and Amber were crouching on all fours and lifting or bowing their heads from time to time. This was strange enough, but what was really strange was that he could see the essence of the moon gathering above their heads and being inhaled and exhaled through their mouths. Their bodies were covered in a faint sheen of light as well. The moon essence looked like a translucent white ribbon dancing lightly to the wind. From the distance, it looked like a bridge made of moonlight was hanging in the sky. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows at this extraordinary sight. Yi asked, "Are they okay?" "When did this start?" "A few days ago." Lu Yi had been cultivating and studying his books every night, so he had no idea what was going on outside as a matter of course. However, there existed an inseverable connection between Amber and Yi, so she always knew about its condition and movements. A few days ago, Zhu Jia had suddenly run to this place with Amber right behind him. At the beginning there was no bridge of moonlight or weird postures from the duo. It looked to Yi that Zhu Jia just wanted a change of environment as he cultivated. That was until 3 days ago. Usually, Zhu Jia could stay in the meditative position for a whole day without moving a muscle. However, the body-tempering cultivator suddenly started tossing and turning as if his usual posture was uncomfortable. He kept changing his posture until finally, he arrived at this weird, almost animal-like posture. Amber also copied his posture. Since then, the man and beast pair started lifting their heads when they were inhaling, and bowing their heads when exhaling. Their movements were unusually synchronized as well. The luminescence around their body also fluctuated accordingly. Lu Yi went back to his own room and resumed his studies after that. The way of wards was broad and deep. Not even a grandmaster like Elder Bai dared to claim that he had mastered it completely. Just like the way of glyphs, there was always something new to learn, so it was impossible for Lu Yi to learn everything in just a short time. That said, Elder Bai knew exactly what Lu Yi wanted to learn. That was why he taught him mostly about his experience in ward breaching. These experiences were insights Elder Bai had gleaned himself over a lifetime, and only a handful of people had ever gotten to hear them. Thankfully, Lu Yi had proven to be a fast learner. In fact, he had never encountered anyone who was as quick on the uptake as Lu Yi. He was very satisfied with Lu Yi's progress to say the least. Sometimes, Elder Bai could not help but lament the fact that Lu Yi wasn't a member of the Heavenly Derivative sect. If he was, he believed that the young man would be able to carry their sect to greater heights. This was also why he taught Lu Yi everything he knew. He just could not bear not to polish a rough gem like him. A month passed by in the blink of an eye. One day, Elder Bai said to Lu Yi, "I know that your ambition lies not in the way of wards, and you're studying it only to breach the grand wards. Even so, I believe your attainment is enough to challenge the 100 wards tower now. There isn't much I can teach you anymore, but do not think that the way of wards is shallow because of my ignorance. I hope you will continue to study it even if it may never be your main focus." "Yes, Elder Bai," Lu Yi replied respectfully. "I want you to carefully think about the ward flags you wish to build when you return to your room tonight. Tomorrow I will take you to the forge to build them. Only then will you be properly equipped to challenge the 100 Wards Tower. When Lu Yi first heard about the 100 Wards Tower from Zhao Li, he had wanted to challenge it immediately. It wasn't until he studied under Elder Bai for a month that he realized that things weren't as simple as he thought. It was true he could challenge it directly, but he would not have been able to overcome the challenges in an effective or efficient manner. It was because he lacked the appropriate tools to do so. The ward flags. Ward flags would greatly improve his ability to create or breach wards. Thank you, Elder Bai. Lu Yi produced a jade bottle from his storage bag and pushed it in front of Elder Bai. You have given me your full attention and taught me well for the past month, and this disciple is incredibly grateful for what you did. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. It was none other than the jade bottle containing the soul-cleansing water, but there were only 8 drops inside it. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, but the instruction of his own sect master. When Tang Yifeng learned that Elder Bai was personally tutoring Lu Yi on the way of wards, he immediately told the young man to prepare this gift. He was also the one who decided on the exact amount of the soul-cleansing water. There were plenty of expert ward cultivators in the heavenly derivative sect. Even a Cloud River Realm ward cultivator could have provided Lu Yi the education he needed. Therefore, there must be a reason Elder Bai himself had deigned to teach a lowly Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, no matter how talented he was. And there were a couple. 1. The Crimson Blood sect and the Heavenly Derivative sect shared some old ties with one another. 2. Shui Yuan saved Zhao Li's life. They weren't the main reason Elder Bai had undertaken the task of educating Lu Yi, however. No, the biggest reason he did it was for the soul-cleansing water he owned. Obviously, he could not ask the young man for it. It would be even worse if he made it a transactional thing. That was why he decided to earn it by offering his knowledge and experience. Lu Yi was a compassionate man who could give up something as precious as the soul-cleansing water to save someone he just knew for a couple of days. If he taught him the way of wards seriously, he was sure that the young man would repay the favor. The only way a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator could properly thank a Divine Ocean Realm cultivator was the soul-cleansing water. Bai Qian's plot was as obvious as it was understandable. The sect master had figured out his intentions the instant he heard that the man was teaching Lu Yi himself. That was why he had given Lu Yi those instructions. The night Yi had taken Lu Yi to see Zhu Jia and Amber cultivate via breathing the essence of the moon, Bai Qian had complained about his age before he left. He was really hinting at Lu Yi that he would appreciate a certain valuable gift. If Lu Yi had not spoken to the sect master before this, he would not have been able to decipher the old man's meaning. But since he did, he could only snicker helplessly. Sure, Bai Qian was an old man, but he was also a Divine Ocean Realm cultivator. How could a night walk possibly tire him as much as he claimed? Bai Qian's heart skipped a beat as he stared at the jade bottle in front of him. He let out a chuckle and said, "I respectfully accept your gift." The next day, Bai Qian took Lu Yi to the Heavenly Derivative Sect's forge. It was one of the most heavily guarded locations of the headquarters. Normally, the forge was overflowing with disciples. Those who had cultivated the way of wards to a certain extent would often come here to forge their own ward flags and ward keystones. However, the place was conspicuously silent today. Not a single person could be seen anywhere. It was Bai Qian's doing, of course. Lu Yi was still faking his death after all. The forge was located about 300 meters beneath a spirit peak. Yes, it was located underground. There was a wooden elevator that led straight down into a seemingly bottomless hole. Lu Yi looked at his surroundings curiously while Bai Qian operated the elevator. He saw many interlinking gears that were probably made by golem masters. The lower he went, the hotter the environment became. By the time he reached the 300-meter mark, the air was hot enough to repel any ordinary mortal. The Heavenly Derivative Sect had dug chambers of all shapes and sizes beneath the ground. He could feel hot air blowing out of them. Lu Yi followed behind Bai Qian until they arrived at the deepest karst cave. They stopped in front of a forging table. The forging table was 10 meters long and 3 meters wide. There was a flat space used to hammer equipment and a good number of inlay molds on top of it. Judging from the shape of the molds, the forging table clearly wasn't only used to forge ward flags and ward keystones. Finally, there were a bunch of forging tools next to the table and a furnace in front of it. Hot air was blowing out from the bottom of the furnace. The Heavenly Derivative Sect knows how to force spirit artifacts too? Lu Yi asked while admiring the molds above the forging table. Bai Qian chuckled. Cultivation isn't cheap, so everyone has to do something to earn the resources they need. While there are some artificers in the sect, the spirit artifacts they create aren't particularly impressive. Let's just say that they make just enough to make ends meet. While saying this, Bai Qian took off his shirt and tossed it to the side carelessly, revealing a very muscular torso. Lu Ye's eyelids twitched involuntarily at the sight. I cannot believe he had the gall to say he was getting old and tired when he had a body like this. Since your objective is to breach wards, let us start by forging a ward flag that does exactly that. Watch me closely as I forge, Bai Qian instructed while grabbing a forging hammer from the side. The hammer wasn't particularly huge, but Lu Yi could tell that it was quite heavy. Bai Qian made it look as light as a feather though. Fire is the most essential component of forging, and a fire attribute cultivator who cultivates a fire-type cultivation technique like you holds a natural advantage in this area. But what about those who do not have your natural advantage? Well, they can only rely on external help. That is why we set our forge where the earth fire is located and use wards to channel its fury. Elder Bai activated the fire channeling ward as he explained. Soon, the karst cave grew even hotter, and earth fire seeped out from the bottom of the furnace. It quickly turned the furnace bright red. Something clicked in Lu Ye's head as he stared at the fire. He had a feeling that the tree of glyphs could absorb it. Moreover, the flame of earthen spirits he bought from the Vault of Providence was very similar to this earth fire, which probably meant that they shared the same origin. Quality-wise though, this earth fire was clearly inferior to the flame of earthen spirits. Chapter 315 Forging a Ward Flag. Of course, Lu Yi wasn't going to absorb the earth fire with the Tree of Glyphs. Bai Qian had brought him here to do him a good deed. To steal the fire source his sect relied on would be beyond the pale. The furnace was bright red when Elder Bai tossed a metal ingot into the opening. While doing so, he decided to test Lu Ye's knowledge. What should you look for when choosing the materials to make a ward flag and a ward keystone? I would look for a light but tough metal that has excellent spiritual power conductivity. Honeycomb steel and black iron are among the most commonly used metals when forging both items. If necessary, some spirit beast skin can be made into the flag. Lu Yi recalled Bai Qian's teaching and answered diligently. The old man nodded in satisfaction before launching into a couple more questions. Lu Yi was able to answer them all in short order. Remember that theory is just theory. If you cannot master both theory and implementation, then you are no more than an armchair strategist. The metal ingots Bai Qian had tossed into the furnace quickly melted into red-hot liquid. He snatched it out of the furnace using his spiritual power and shaped it into a ward flag in an instant. When your spiritual power control has reached a certain level, you'll be able to forge a ward flag with just your power. Otherwise, you can use a mold to achieve more or less the same result. While saying this, Bai Qian sent the molten metal into an inlay mold on the forging table. It was none other than the mold used to make ward flags. After waiting a bit for the metal to cool, Bai Qian placed the heated metal on the face of the forging table, grabbed the hammer and swung. It was just one strike, but Lu Yi heard a rapid of clangs as if the old man had struck the metal in rapid succession. For a moment he was unable to distinguish what was real and what wasn't. Ward flags and spirit artifacts require exceptional spiritual power control to forge because the source of their power comes from the enhancements. They could be made of the most precious materials in the world, and they would be nothing more than an empty shell if they didn't have any enhancements. An outstanding artificer is capable of altering the internal structure of a spirit artifact to form enhancements during the forging process. In fact, some artificers could use one type of material to form the shell and another to form the enhancements before combining them to make a more powerful end product. However, that is an extremely high-level technique, and I am unable to perform it because I have no talent in this way. Bai Qian continued to hammer away at the metal as he spoke to Lu Yi. When Lu Yi looked closely, he discovered that the hammer would vibrate violently every time Bai Qian brought it down on the metal. That was why he heard a series of clangs instead of one. Lu Yi empowered his eyes with insight to get a better look, and just as Bai Qian had said, the interior of the heated metal was changing ever so slightly and forming many enhancements. This is why I said that a fire attribute cultivator who cultivates a fire-type cultivation technique like you possess a natural talent in forging. Once your skills have grown to a certain point, you'll be able to forge whatever you want using any forging technique without having to rely on external help. Of course, you do not need to think about this right now. At your current level, there is nothing more important than building a solid foundation. I understand. The incessant clangs lasted only an incense stick or so. Soon, a palm-sized, fully functional ward flag was complete. The metal itself was just a medium though. The enhancements within the metal was what made it a ward flag. Its function varied depending on the enhancements as well. A single ward flag was useless though. One could only create or breach wards by coordinating multiple ward flags. Now that Lu Yi had witnessed the entire process, Lu Yi discovered that it wasn't difficult to forge a ward flag at all. In fact, anyone with a mold could create the medium of a ward flag, appearance be damned. The hard part was forming the enhancements within the metal. This was very different from constructing a glyph via his own spiritual power. Right now, his control was good enough that he could construct even the glyphs in the books with relative ease. But to hammer them into existence and join them into multiple enhancements inside a ward flag? It was a kind of a difficulty he had never experienced before. It's your turn now. Lu Yi nodded. In theory and practice are the same. In practice they are not. Although Bai Qian had demonstrated to him how to forge a ward flag, he was sure there were intricacies he wouldn't realize until he had tried his hands at forging himself. So, he accepted a metal ingot from Bai Qian and tossed it into the furnace. After it had melted into liquid, he snatched it into the air with his spiritual power and dropped it within the mold. After waiting a bit for it to cool, he grabbed the hammer and, while recalling Bai Qian's methods in his hands, swung it at the heated metal. It was only one swing, but two distinct clangs resounded in the chamber. As Lu Yi continued, his spiritual power began to grow out of control. This is just the beginning, so take it slow. First, you need to learn how to inject your spiritual power into the metal via hammering. Then, you need to learn how to alter its internal structure with your spiritual power. Only by familiarizing yourself with these two steps can you begin to form enhancements within the ward flag, Bai Qian advised dutifully. I understand. Cling clang cling clang. It wasn't long before Lu Yi was drenched in hot sweat. From time to time, Bai Qian would give him valuable advice that clearly highlighted his mistakes and deficiencies, allowing him to try and fix them immediately. For a time, it seemed like the cycle of failure would never end. The good news was that the material wasn't wasted since he could simply toss the ward flag into the furnace and melt it into a puddle if he failed. The soul-cleansing water he gifted Bai Qian before was starting to pay its dividends as well. If it wasn't for the gift, Bai Qian would not have taught Lu Yi so patiently and without reservation no matter how much he appreciated his talent. He wasn't a disciple of the heavenly derivative sect after all. A whole day later, Lu Yi finally managed to create a coarse-looking ward flag. Bai Qian inspected it a bit before nodding. Acceptable. There is still much room for improvement though. Let us continue. Armed with that one successful experience, the next couple ward flags came to Lu Yi much easier than before. According to Bai Qian's teaching, the most basic set of ward flags consisted of 36 ward flags in total. That was all he needed at his current cultivation level. For now he did not need more advanced ward flags. He could consider them once he had increased his cultivation level and his attainment in the way of wards. At the beginning, Lu Yi could only construct one ward flag a day. The process was that difficult. It was easy to alter the internal structure of a ward flag in one hammer swing, but to shape into the unique patterns of a glyph? That was a completely different story. Moreover, one mistake was all it took for the ward flag to be thrown back into the furnace. According to Bai Qian, true master artificers could create a glyph in one hammer swing. It guaranteed that the forging was more efficient, and the margin of error was much bigger. It was even simpler for a fire attribute cultivator who cultivated a fire-type cultivation technique like Lu Yi. Supposedly, he could alter the internal structure of a ward flag directly with their spiritual power when his cultivation was high enough. This would allow him to skip the hammering process completely. Half a month had passed by the time Lu Yi managed to forge the most basic set of ward flags. When Lu Yi stepped out of the forge with Bai Qian, he felt as if it had been ages since he stepped under the sunlight. You should head back and rest for the day. Tomorrow, I will take you to the 100 Wards Tower myself, Bai Qian instructed after leading Lu Yi back to his room. He then left the young man to his own devices. Lu Yi went to the bed immediately after he bade Bai Qian goodbye. He was out like a light the second his head hit the pillow. He had barely gotten any rest during the half a month he forged the ward flags. His fatigue was only natural. When he woke up, Yi had already prepared a table full of delicious food for him. He regained his energy only after he had stuffed himself like a pig. Bai Qian showed up as he promised he would. He wrapped Lu Yi in his spiritual power before flying in a certain direction. They soon arrived at a valley. There was a stone tower that was at least 100 meters tall and dozens of meters wide in the middle of the valley. It looked as ancient as time itself. It was the reason Lu Yi had come to the heavenly derivative sect in the first place, the 100 Wards Tower. He had underestimated the preparation he needed to make at the beginning. In fact, he was going to enter the 100 Wards Tower as soon as he arrived at the sect. In reality, it had taken him 1.5 months just to further his studies in the way of wards and learn how to forge ward flags under Bai Qian. Was worth it though. As the saying went, sharpening an axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood. Just like the time at the forge, the heavenly derivative sect had evacuated everyone in the 100 Wards Tower and put the valley itself under lockdown. It was to prevent the fact that Lu Yi was still alive from leaking. The 100 Wards Tower really was incomplete. On the surface, it looked like a tower that had been snapped in half by some sort of unimaginable force. The upper portion of its body was completely missing. In fact, Zhao Li had told him that the 100 Wards Tower was split into 3 portions. The first portion was in front of him right now, the second portion was in the Cloud River battlefield, and no one knew where the last portion was. It had never shown up. There was a stele at the base of the tower. Aura circulated across its surface, and from time to time it would manifest some random patterns that seemed to make no sense whatsoever. At the very least, Lu Yi wasn't able to make heads or tails of it. It was theorized that this stele is really a ranking list, Bai Qian explained. Supposedly, all those who challenged the 100 Wards Tower and put on an exceptional performance would be recorded in this stele for all future challengers to admire. Since the tower is incomplete, the stele is unable to function properly. Perhaps it will return to normal once the 100 Wards Tower is whole once more. He then turned around and shot Lu Yi a serious look. You have researched the 100 Wards Tower to an extent, so you must know that it is both a place of opportunity and danger. No matter what happens, do not push yourself beyond your limits, understand? I understand. As Bai Qian said, Lu Yi had researched the 100 Wards Tower thoroughly during his stay, so he knew Bai Qian wasn't trying to intimidate him. Everyone knew that challenging the 100 Wards Tower was incredibly beneficial to one's attainment in the way of wards. In fact, there wasn't a single Grand Sky Coalition ward cultivator worth their salt who didn't want to challenge the tower at least once in their life. The good news was that the heavenly derivative sect welcomed all these people with open arms. They never even charged their fellow cultivators an entrance fee. The networking opportunities it brought alone was worth it. However, the 100 Wards Tower was also a very dangerous place, and it wasn't just the wards that posed a threat to the cultivators. The reward one obtained after clearing a floor itself was dangerous. This was why a lot of ward cultivators had died while challenging the 100 Wards Tower. A good number of them were geniuses too. Chapter 316 Tower Challenge. Before a cultivator challenges the 100 Wards Tower, someone from the heavenly derivative sect would warn them of its dangers so as to prevent them from dying an early death. Unfortunately, accidents still happen from time to time despite their best efforts. That was why Bai Qian gave Lu Yi a severe warning. If only to avoid the Crimson Blood Sect's wrath, Bai Qian did not want any harm to befall Lu Yi if at all possible. After Lu Yi had stepped into the stone tower, he stood in the middle of a ward as per Bai Qian's instructions. Bai Qian installed spirit stones all around the ward before looking up to see if Lu Yi was ready. He activated the ward when the young man gave him a nod. Lu Yi's vision distorted not unlike how he usually entered or exited the Spirit Creek battlefield via the Divine Opportunity column. Before he knew it, he found himself standing in the middle of an empty space, alone. The space wasn't particularly huge. It was about the size of a standard room. He looked around and saw a bulging brick on a wall. The brick gave way the moment he walked up to it and gave it a light push. World spiritual chi surged as patterns swiftly spread out in every direction. The patterns covered not just the floor but also the walls. Lu Yi understood what was asked of him immediately. The challenge was to breach the ward. For many years, countless people from all across Jianghu had challenged the 100 Wards Tower. Naturally, they had figured out its variety a long time ago. Generally speaking, the tests fell under 3 types: ward creation, ward breaching, and ward restoration. The first 2 types were pretty straightforward. A ward creation test required the challenger to create a ward as the 100 Wards Tower demanded, and a ward breaching test required the challenger to breach a ward that was generated by the 100 Wards Tower. Ward restoration was a little more complicated. Sometimes, the 100 Wards Tower would generate half a ward and challenge the cultivator to fill in the blanks. Sometimes it would generate an incorrect ward and challenge the cultivator to identify the flaws and repair them. Each floor had a 9-hour time limit. The more challenges a cultivator completed during this time, the better the rewards they would receive. 100 Wards Tower was named the way it was not because it only had 100 wards, but because it had 100 floors. The test was child's play for Lu Yi. His ward breaching skills were easily leagues ahead of his ward creation and ward restoration skills. Lu Yi kicked off by tossing 2 spirit pills into his mouth and activating insight. His eyes flashed with aura, and he was able to identify the functional nodes in the ward immediately. This was just the first level after all. Of course, the ward was fairly basic. Lu Yi did not know the purpose of the wards, but he didn't need to. Not even bothering to summon his ward flags, Lu Yi unsheathed the inviolable and thrust it into one of the nodes. The ward abruptly stopped functioning before crumbling into nothing. He had breached his first ward in just 3 breaths. Patterns of light spread out once more and formed a new ward. Again, Lu Yi stabbed a node with his saber after observing it for just a moment. No more wards appeared when he breached his 3rd ward. Instead, a dot of light appeared out of nowhere and floated in front of Lu Yi. When Lu Yi grabbed the light and pressed it against his forehead, a message immediately appeared in his mind. This time his test was to create a ward. The layout of the ward was imprinted inside the message. Lu Yi put away the inviolable and thought for a brief moment. Then he produced 5 ward flags from his storage bag. Obviously, ward creation was more troublesome than ward breaching. In the past, Lu Yi had created his wards directly using spiritual power, just like how he constructed a glyph. While it was one of the fastest methods to create a ward, it tired him out faster and the generated ward was pretty unstable. It wouldn't take much effort to breach it. A ward created with the help of ward flags was a different story. Not only did it strain him less, the ward was stronger and the margin of error was much bigger. This was how most ward cultivators created their wards. After all, not everyone possessed his level of spiritual power control. Lu Yi set down the flags in all 4 directions and built the shape of the ward in a short time. Then he channeled his spiritual power and filled up the blanks within the ward. This was one of the benefits of creating a ward with the help of ward flags. It was much easier to build a ward by establishing the shape first using the ward flags and filling the contents later, than creating everything from scratch and finishing in one go. The ward was completed just an incense stick later. It was a very swift progress, all things considered. When Lu Yi finally created the last pattern, the ward circulated for around 3 breaths or so before an unknown force wiped it out from existence. Lu Yi then put away his ward flags. That was a mistake. It was because his next test was still a ward creation test. It wasn't long before Lu Yi realized that the tower was seemingly targeting him. It was because only 2 out of the 10 tests he took were ward breaching tests. The rest were all ward creation. At least he didn't need to complete any ward restoration tests yet. That test type appeared only after one had cleared the 10th floor. While he didn't know what his fellow ward cultivators had experienced during their challenge, he highly doubted that their tests were as skewed as his. It was to the point where he was starting to wonder if the 100 Wards Tower had a mind of its own. Perhaps it was scaling the difficulty because he breached its wards too quickly? Despite this, Lu Yi's ward creation speed was actually increasing instead of decreasing. This was just the first floor after all. The wards were pretty simple in structure, and they shared plenty of common characteristics with one another. The more he practiced, the faster he was able to create the wards. In fact, his only problem now was energy consumption. He had unlocked 179 spiritual points in total, meaning that he was only 1 spiritual point away from reaching the 9th order. He would have ascended sooner, but learning how to forge ward flags with Bai Qian cost a ton of spiritual power. As a result, he wasn't able to make any progress during that half a month. There was no hurry though. Once he had overcome the first floor, the 100 wards tower would fill up the room with world spiritual chi so he could recover to full strength for the next challenge. He would use the opportunity to ascend to the 9th order then. And so Lu Yi created and breached wards again and again. He was so absorbed in the tasks that he even forgot the passage of time. At some point, after Lu Yi had created another ward exactly as the 100 wards tower had asked of him, the room suddenly became flushed with world spiritual chi. In just a few breaths, the room had become so foggy that he almost couldn't see his own fingers. It was then he realized that his 9-hour time limit was up. In fact, it wasn't difficult to overcome the 100 wards tower. The challenger only needed to breach, create or restore a ward one time to qualify for the next floor. The challenger could clear additional tests to obtain better rewards, but otherwise it was completely optional. Technically speaking, the sudden rush of world spiritual chi at the end of the time limit counted as a reward as well. However, it was really aimed to hasten the challenger's recovery and allow them to challenge the next floor at full strength. Lu Yi hadn't counted exactly how many tests he had completed during these 9 hours, but he reckoned that he had cleared 40 or 50 tests at least. This was after the 100 wards tower made it so that most of his tests were ward creation tests too. Otherwise, he could have doubled or even tripled that number. Lu Yi did not know this, but his score was among the best of the best. If the steel at the base of the tower was still functional, his name would have appeared on the list for sure, and it would be among the top. Naturally, the 100 wards tower rewarded Lu Yi handsomely for his efforts. The world spiritual chi that was thick enough to be condensed into a fog was the proof of that. That wasn't all. A fist-sized light had appeared out of nowhere and floated in front of Lu Yi. It was the greatest reward the 100 wards tower could offer. Lu Yi did not rush to touch the ball of light, however. First things first, he checked how much spiritual power he had left. Breaching and creating wards for 9 hours straight was no joke. He had nearly run out of spiritual power even though he had been consuming spirit pills this whole time. With a thought, he started constructing many gathering spirits in his spiritual points. Just an incense stick later, 179 gathering spirits had taken form. They devoured the surrounding condensed spiritual chi like mini vortices and refilled his drained body in a short time. When he had returned to full form, he finally grabbed the ball of light still floating in front of him and pressed it into his forehead. The light disappeared into thin air, and a ludicrous amount of complex information abruptly appeared in Lu Ye's brain. What happened next was easily one of the most exotic experiences in his life. If absorbing the info on the leaves of the Tree of Glyphs felt like someone prying open his skull with their bare hands, stabbing a red-hot iron into his brain and stirring it into mush for good measure, then this one felt like someone had hit him in the brain with a hammer. He was almost thrown on his butt as if the force was physical. His brain felt like it was bursting with information, and his temples were throbbing like the way only a migraine could, but 10 times worse. His eyes had turned bloodshot in an instant, and they were bulging as if they could pop out of his eye sockets. He was reacting this way because he had absorbed too much information in one go. It was also the greatest danger in the 100 wards tower bar none. This was why Bai Qian had warned him tirelessly to not push himself beyond his limits. The ball of light contained a ludicrous amount of information regarding the way of wards, and it was basically all jammed into his brain via enlightenment. Worst of all, the tower did not care if the challenger could withstand the knowledge at all. For those who lacked a strong willpower and a powerful divine soul, the first floor reward alone could knock them out, damage their mind, or even kill them outright. In fact, Lu Yi was the only 8th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master in the history of Jianghu to have withstood the impact. There were several reasons Lu Yi wasn't knocked out like the others. 1. This wasn't the first time he had experienced a similar sensation. 2. His divine soul had been baptized by the pool of divine purification, so it was much stronger than the average 8th Order cultivator. Finally, his experience with the Rift of Illusions also helped to an extent. Every time he died in the rift and returned to reality, his divine soul was tempered ever so slightly. The improvement wasn't noticeable during his first or second entrance into the rift, but there was definitely an improvement. Lu Yi was unaware of this, however. That was why clearing additional tests for better rewards wasn't always the right choice. The challenger must know exactly how much his mind could endure. Those who got greedy and exceeded their limit would be lucky to escape with their lives. The majority of challengers who died in the 100 wards tower had died not because the tests were too dangerous, but because the reward was so good that they could not resist absorbing it. It was a sad way to go, to say the least. Chapter 317 Ninth Order. Lu Yi was unaware of this, but the 100 wards suddenly rumbled when he pressed the ball of light into his forehead. The next moment, an invisible wave of energy spread out and enveloped the entire valley. The cultivator responsible for guarding the 100 wards tower was the first to notice this. He quickly reported the occurrence, causing a bunch of high-level cultivators and Yu Xiao himself to appear at the valley. The Great Elder Bai Qian had also returned to the scene. The news spread quickly. Many heavenly derivative sect disciples hurried to the tower after learning of the phenomenon, although they could only watch from beyond the valley entrance since Yu Xiao hadn't lifted the lockdown here. The phenomenon was called resonance. It wasn't a common occurrence, but it usually happened once every few years. All heavenly derivative sect disciples were familiar with it. A resonance was triggered every time a challenger cleared a floor with flying colors. The heavenly derivative sect had researched how well one had to perform to trigger a resonance, and they agreed that the result had to appear on the ranking list at the very least. Unfortunately, the ranking list was broken because the tower was in an incomplete state, so there was no way to confirm their theory. One thing was certain, the number of people who could trigger a resonance from the 100 wards tower was low. Practically every ward cultivator from all across Jianghu would visit the 100 wards tower at least once in their lives, and a good number of them were repeat challengers. At least 1,000 ward cultivators visited the tower every year, and yet a resonance only happened once every couple of years. It showed just how difficult it was to trigger a resonance. A resonance occurred when the reward gifted to the challenger was so great that the heavens themselves were alerted. The buzzing also had an inspiring effect on all ward cultivators within its sphere of influence. That was why the disciples of the heavenly derivative sect would go into a frenzy every time a resonance occurred. If they cultivated within the valley while a resonance occurred, they would be able to deepen their understanding of the way of wards and improve their attainment. The 100 wards tower was practically the holy land of all ward cultivators. The reasons the heavenly derivative sect didn't just hoard it for themselves was, 1. To build connections with the other sects, and 2. To increase the chances that someone might trigger a resonance. After all, it was something that benefited all of them. While the large majority of the reward went to the challenger as a matter of course, the slops still benefited their disciples greatly. Currently, the heavenly derivative sect's disciples were gathered outside the valley and gossiping among themselves like housewives. No one knew why the 100 wards tower had been put under lockdown in the first place, and now a resonance had occurred when the valley was supposed to be devoid of people. How could they not be curious about this? Perhaps Sister Ling Yun is challenging the tower. I heard she achieved a breakthrough not long ago and was gearing up to make a third attempt. But Sister Ling Yun is over there, said someone while pointing at a beautiful woman not far away from them. The speaker looked and found that he was right. If it's not Sister Ling Yun, then perhaps it's Brother Ji Yi? Are you blind or what? Brother Ji Yi is standing right next to Sister Ling Yun. If it's not them, then who? They are the only two people in our sect capable of triggering a resonance. It doesn't necessarily have to be someone from our sect. Perhaps our elders had put the 100 wards tower under lockdown because an important guest from another sect was scheduled to challenge the tower today. They must be the genius cultivator of a Tier 1 sect or something. Are you kidding me? A good amount of Tier 1 sect cultivators visit our tower every year, but the sect has never locked down the entire tower for them. That's true. No disciple was able to figure out what was going on despite their discussion. Outside the entrance of the 100 wards tower, Yu Xiao and Bai Qian were standing shoulder to shoulder and looking at the first floor of the 100 wards tower. Didn't you tell him not to push himself beyond his limits? Yu Xiao asked while nursing a growing headache. Bai Qian's face looked as wrinkled as a bitter melon as he replied, "Of course I did. I said exactly those words right before I escorted him into the tower. He must have gone all out to trigger a resonance right from the get-go." How many floors do you think he can overcome during his first attempt, Elder Bai? Yu Xiao asked again. It's hard to say. You know the rules as well as I do. The better his performance, the greater the rewards. Assuming that he scaled the tower without accepting any rewards, he would probably hit his limit at around the 15th floor or so. Realistically speaking though, of course he is going to take everything he can get. Assuming that the rewards are great enough, he could probably scale a couple more floors. That is not good. I know. Hopefully he will realize the dangers of the 100 wards tower and not rush ahead bullishly. If he overestimates himself because of his greed, Heavens only know what the Crimson Blood sect will do. Bai Qian would have messaged Lu Yi to be cautious if he could, but the interior of the 100 Wards Tower was cut off from the outside world. Nothing could go in or out of the tower. It was at this moment an elder walked up to them and bowed. Sect Master, Great Elder. The disciples are all waiting outside. Should I let them in? Yu Xiao looked behind him and saw the disciples looking eagerly in his direction. He thought for a moment before nodding, let them in. A resonance only occurred once every few years. It would be terrible to deny them the opportunity to further their attainments. A moment later, everyone was sitting on the earthen floor, closing their eyes and searching for that profound feeling of enlightenment from the constant vibrations of the 100 Wards Tower. Inside the tower, Lu Yi was digesting the massive volume of information that was hammered into his brain. Although he had performed well enough to trigger a resonance, the information contained only the basics and fundamentals of the Way of Wards because this was just the first floor. This reward would not be particularly valuable to other ward cultivators because any teacher worth their salt would strive to establish a solid foundation in their students. However, Lu Yi was really a student of the Way of Glyphs. Although the Way of Wards was technically a branch of the Way of Glyphs, and the two fields of study shared a lot of similarities, they were ultimately not the same. Moreover, he had only started studying the Way of Wards after he left the Crimson Blood sect, so he was technically a self-study. That was why his foundation in the Way of Wards was full of holes. If he were to continue as he was almost certainly going to hit a wall very soon. Although he possessed unique advantages that other ward cultivators did not possess, such as glyph insight, his flaws more than overshadowed them. The first floor's reward was exactly what he needed to fix the gaps in his knowledge. Lu Yi swiftly digested the information inside his head. He used it to prove his learnings and fill up the gaps in his knowledge. Slowly but surely he was fixing the holes in his foundation. His head felt uncomfortably packed, but he was very happy with the outcome. This trip would be worth it even if he received no more rewards from further floors. A challenger could not remain on a floor indefinitely. If their time limit was up and they did not move to the next floor, then the 100 Wards Tower would automatically eject them from its inner world. Therefore, the tests weren't the only things a challenger must face in the 100 Wards Tower. They must also digest its rewards to improve their attainment and recover their spiritual power as soon as possible, and do it all within the time limit. Poor time management would most likely ruin the cultivator's tower climb. That said, Lu Yi did not need to worry about any of this thanks to his unique advantage. He did not need to meditate to recover his spiritual power because the gathering spirits would automatically suck in the condensed spiritual qi into his spiritual points. He could invest his full attention in digesting the information he received. Time passed, and the uncomfortable fullness gradually faded into nothing. It was the sign that he had digested the reward gifted by the 100 Wards Tower. An unknown amount of time later, Lu Yi opened his eyes with a thoughtful look on his face. The reward he obtained wasn't particularly deep or profound. He was able to digest it all in short order because it was all easy to understand fundamentals of the Way of Wards. It only stressed him because the volume of the information was too much. Even so, he could tell that this one simple reward had increased his attainment by half a level at least. The 100 Wards Tower definitely deserved its name. He felt a little tired, but it wasn't an issue. Lu Yi observed his surroundings and noted that it was still filled to the brim with condensed spiritual qi despite all the spiritual qi he had absorbed. It was almost as if the world's spiritual qi in the room was infinite. This was because of his exceptional performance. The world's spiritual qi wouldn't be this condensed if he hadn't cleared this many tests. He was now full to the brim, and there was still time before he must enter the next floor. He decided then it would be a waste to ascend to the second floor without utilizing such an excellent cultivation environment. He was one spiritual point away from ascending to the 9th order. Without further ado, he channeled his spiritual power and began breaking down its barrier. It didn't take long for the barrier to be broken. Streams of spiritual power began flowing into the new spiritual point. Soon, a new microcosmic orbit began circulating inside the spiritual point. With this, he had officially ascended to the 9th order. In the past, it always took him 2 months or less to ascend to the next cultivation level. This time though, it took him almost 4 months to ascend to the 9th order. It was because he had diverted most of his focus and energy on the Way of Wards recently. Chapter 318 Clearing 10 Floors in a Row. A cultivator could only cultivate the Golden Liberation Technique to the third order of Spirit Creek Realm. After that, Lu Yi had to unlock the spiritual points needed to cultivate the Red Lotus Sky Mnemonic and meet the necessary requirements first before he could change his cultivation technique. It was the same now. He could only unlock the spiritual points necessary to cultivate the Great Sun Valurium technique until he hit 240 spiritual points. A moment later, Lu Yi had cultivated a new spiritual point. He was going to continue further when suddenly, his surroundings began distorting on its own. Knowing that his time was up, he immediately stopped his movements. His vision blurred, and the next moment he found himself standing in a new room. It wasn't filled with condensed world spiritual chi, and it was bigger than the previous room he was in. This was obviously the second floor of the 100 Wards Tower. A new ward took form before his eyes as he readied himself for his new test. It was yet another ward breaching test. Lu Yi was surprised. Considering how his test was skewed during the first floor, he thought for sure that he would face a ward creation test. He thought for a moment before deciding against activating glyph insight like he did on the first floor. Instead, he took out the ward flags meant for breaching wards from his storage bag, set it on 4 corners and used them to search for the flaws in the wards. Insight was an amazing glyph, and it allowed him to skip a ton of steps when breaching wards. However, it also didn't improve his attainment in the way of ward much. Take solving a question for example. A normal person would read the question, uncover its hints and solve the question step by step. However, Insight skipped all these steps and showed him the answer directly. While Lu Yi didn't mind cheating to get his victories, there might come a day where he was unable to use Insight for whatever reason. With that in mind, it wasn't a bad thing to learn how to breach wards the old-fashioned way. The wards of the second floor were just a little harder than the ones on the first floor, so Lu Yi was able to identify its flaws fairly quickly. It was only then he activated Insight to confirm that he had gotten it right before breaching the ward. Over time, Lu Yi discovered that his intuition was right. This was indeed the correct way to challenge the 100 Wards Tower because the test types were no longer ludicrously skewed like before. He now received equal amounts of ward breaching tests and ward creation tests. Thanks to this, he was going through the wards quickly even though the second floor's tests were harder. In fact, his overall efficiency actually improved because he was facing a lot more ward breaching tests than before. Meanwhile, a lot of Heavenly Derivative Sect disciples were still waiting outside the 100 Wards Tower. The resonance had stopped over 4 hours ago. It should not need to be said, but the resonance of the 100 Wards Tower did not last forever. To be more specific, it usually disappeared after the challenger had fully digested the reward they received. Logically speaking, the disciples should have left the valley and returned to their respective businesses long ago. However, they stayed because they had good reason to believe that the mysterious challenger who triggered a resonance on the first floor had a chance of performing well on the second floor as well. If they were right, then they would be able to enjoy another resonance. If not, then they still got what they came for. The one thing that still confuzzled them was the challenger's identity. Just who on earth was challenging the tower? Zhao Li was still resting at Bai Qian's residence. He knew that Lu Yi was challenging the 100 Wards Tower but did not expect the young man to be good enough to trigger a resonance. He was a ward cultivator too, but he could not go to the valley and enjoy the resonance because he was supposed to be dead. He felt depressed and frustrated as a matter of course. If Zhu Jia and Yi weren't keeping him company right now, he would have wondered if his sect had abandoned him. But suddenly the massive tower made a buzzing sound once more. The next moment, an invisible power spread out and flooded the valley in no time. Here it comes. A lot of Heavenly Derivative Sect disciples burst out laughing before adopting a meditative position and searching for inspiration from the resonance a second time. Generally speaking, someone who could trigger a resonance on the first floor should definitely be able to do the same on the second floor. There was a high chance they would succeed on the third floor as well. It was impossible to say for the fourth and higher floors though. According to the Heavenly Derivative Sect's record books, the highest number of resonances a challenger had ever managed to trigger in a row was 9. This meant that some extraordinarily lucky disciples had gotten to enjoy 9 resonances in a row. Technically speaking, the benefits they received was nothing like Lu Yi's. No information was suddenly jammed into their brain, nor did they experience an enlightenment. What the resonance did was to create an environment where inspiration could come easier to the ward cultivators. To give an example, if the information Lu Yi received was practically etched in stone, Then theirs was as ephemeral as a wind's whisper. Even so, the whisper might just be enough to inspire them and enlighten them to things they didn't understand before. The large majority of people would gain nothing from the resonance, but those who did always achieved a breakthrough. Contrary to the disciples' cheers, the second resonance only deepened the worry on Yu Xiao and Bai Qian's face. They had challenged the 100 Wards Tower before, so they knew just how attractive its rewards were. Perhaps Lu Yi had ignored their well-intentioned warnings and went all out because he was young. To be fair, most youths wouldn't have heeded their warning at the beginning either. However, he should have absorbed the reward and learned how dangerous it was. They were sure he would take it a little easier on the second floor, and yet they were still confident in Lu Ye's judgment, but they could not help but worry that Lu Yi would be blinded by the rewards and kept pushing for the best possible reward despite himself. It could only end badly if their fears were true. It wasn't a baseless worry either. The exact scenario had happened more than once in the past. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was writhing like he was being electrocuted, bulging his bloodshot eyes and weathering a stupidly bad migraine once more. The room was also once again filled with fog-like world spiritual qi. Having learned from his first experience, he digested the information as quickly as possible so that the symptoms would disappear. Strictly speaking, the reward of the 100 Wards Tower and the glyphs of the Tree of Glyphs were similar in the sense that they both imparted their content via enlightenment. As for which experience was worse, he could only say that both were quite terrible. There was one silver lining to the 100 Wards Tower experience though. The terrible sensation would gradually disappear as long as he kept digesting the information. And he did. He dared not split his concentration with anything else. A few hours passed and Lu Yi finally let out a small sigh of relief. It was hard, but he was able to digest the reward fully and strengthen his foundation some more. And just like last time, Lu Yi began cultivating and attacking the barriers surrounding his spiritual points. The days flew by in the blink of an eye. The heavenly derivative sect disciples were growing more and more excited. It was because the mysterious challenger had scaled to the 10th floor in just 5 short days. Moreover, they had triggered a resonance every single time. The resonance happened twice per day, once during the day and another time during the night. This had never happened in the history of the heavenly derivative sect. Most recently, the most anyone had triggered consecutive resonances was 5 times. It was because the volume information granted by the 100 Wards Tower was so huge that the challenger had a hard time absorbing it all. If they failed to do it before entering the next floor, then the problem would only compound until they finally gave up or lost their minds, sometimes literally. It was such an unbelievable achievement that some disciples wondered if the challenger was a master of the way of wards or something. The bold ones tried to ask their sect master and great elder about it only to receive the scolding of a lifetime. For whatever reason, the sect master and the great elder were in a foul mood right now. Their worry and anxiety had practically become a permanent feature of their face. Of course they were in a foul mood. They had believed that Lu Yi would recognize the danger of the 100 Wards Tower and continued his climb in a more conservative manner, but no, it was the complete opposite. 10 consecutive resonances. How could any Spirit Creek Realm cultivator possibly withstand the pressure? Calm down, Elder Bai. The kid has the soul-cleansing water and I'm pretty sure he's used it before. This means that his divine soul is much tougher than your average Spirit Creek Realm cultivator. He doesn't look like an idiot either, so I'm sure he knows what he's doing, Yu Xiao said, but he was really persuading himself more than he was consoling Bai Qian. You do not know that brat's courage and determination like I do, and even if his divine soul is tougher than the average Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, there has to be a limit, no? I can only pray he knows his limit and exits that tower without exceeding it, or else. Who was Lu Yi? He was the madman who dared to apply glyph insight to his own eyes. Bai Qian had cultivated for many years, but he had never heard of a glyph weaver who was reckless enough to try such a thing. At the time he had thought that it was a good trait for a youngster to have, but now he realized it was anything but that. He hadn't slept a wink for the past couple days because he was worried that Lu Yi would die in the tower. He had already messaged Zhao Li to keep a close eye on Lu Ye's imprint. He was to report to him the second the imprint disappeared. While Yu Xiao and Bai Qian were drowning in worry, Lu Yi was busy with work. He had cleared 10 floors in a row, and each time he had received a tremendous reward for his efforts. He dared not say that his foundation was perfect, but he was certain that only a handful of ward cultivators in the entire Jiuzhou could exceed him in this regard. The 100 Wards Tower was like an exceptional teacher. Every time he cleared a floor, it would bestow him a comprehensive reward that contained everything he needed to know. Every time he finished digesting the reward, his skill would improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, each reward he received was deeper and more complex than the last. By now, his understanding of the way of wards had reached an incredible level. No wonder the ward cultivators of Jianghu loved to challenge the 100 Wards Tower. It was way more effective than researching a dry bore-inducing book. Each floor was more difficult than the last, but his attainment was growing at a visible rate thanks to the rewards he received. As a result, he was able to continuously clear almost the same amount of tests even though he was climbing higher and higher each time. Take the 10th floor for example. He was rewarded generously because he had cleared around 40 tests during the 9-hour limit. There was a significant ramp-up in difficulty between the 10th and 11th floor. He would have been stumped for sure without the foundation he had established on the 10th floor. Even if he managed to overcome the test, the rewards he received wouldn't have been nearly as impressive. But he did establish an excellent foundation on the 10th floor, so his movements never stopped as he used the right ward flags to create or breach wards. There was also a new test type starting from the 11th floor, ward restoration. The 100 Wards Tower would either form a partially completed ward that Lu Yi had to complete, or an incorrect ward that he had to fix by removing the mistakes and installing the proper patterns. He was stumped for a bit the first time he encountered this test, but he gradually achieved a breakthrough after working out a clear action plan. The sky is clear, the rain has stopped, and this little man is ready to go for another round. That said, it wasn't all good news. Lu Ye's heart ached a little when he looked into the jade bottle and discovered that he had swallowed at least 7 or 8 drops of soul-cleansing water to recover himself. He immediately put it back into his storage bag before building gathering spirits in his spiritual points once more. As the glyphs devoured the spiritual chi inside the room to replenish his strength, he took out some jerkies and began chowing down earnestly. It was true that he had returned to full strength, but his stamina wasn't something that the soul-cleansing water could recover. If he wished to continue the challenge, then he needed to restore his stamina as quickly as possible. Time passed bit by bit. When he had returned to peak form, he finally started tackling a new spiritual point barrier once more. So far, Lu Yi had unlocked at least one spiritual point after he fully digested the 100 Wards Tower's reward on each floor. He entered the next floor only when his time was up. Thanks to this, he was able to unlock over a dozen of spiritual points across 11 floors. It was a pleasant surprise he hadn't anticipated but more than welcomed. He was aware that clearing a floor with flying colors would reward him with world spiritual chi, but he had no idea that it would be this condensed. In a sense, it was the fastest he had ever cultivated. Another hour passed and Lu Ye's time was finally up. He proceeded to the next floor. Right now, Yu Xiao and Bai Qian felt like they were going to lose their minds. Up until this point, Lu Yi had overcome 10 floors in 5 days and achieved a resonance each time he cleared a floor. At the time, they were sure that the young man was nearing his limit, and that he would exit the tower at any moment. However, what happened next caused them to lose their composure completely. Lu Yi continued to overcome 2 floors every day without pause, and just like before he was able to trigger a resonance each time. Before the 15th floor, Bai Qian had contacted Zhao Li at least once every hour to check if Lu Yi was still alive. After the 15th floor, they were so numb that they couldn't even be arsed to care anymore. It wasn't like they could do anything anyway. In contrast, the ward cultivators of the heavenly derivative sect were absolutely ecstatic right now. It was because they were witnessing the birth of an unprecedented miracle. They still didn't know who the challenger was, but it no longer mattered. No matter who they were, they had ascended to God's status in their hearts. And how could they not? Not only had the mysterious challenger overcome 20 floors in 10 days, they also triggered a resonance on every floor. How could they be anything else but a god? The divine ocean realm cultivators would probably kill him if they knew what he was doing. The soul-cleansing water was a rare treasure even they desired, and he was chugging it down like it was an energy tonic. Lu Yi thought it was worth it though. No matter how valuable a treasure was, it was useless if it couldn't benefit its owner. To use it wastefully was still better than not using it at all. It wasn't like it would multiply if he left it in his storage bag untouched, so why not? Furthermore, he still had 2.5 bottles of soul-cleansing water in his storage bag. He thought it would be worth it to use half a bottle to clear the 100 Wards Tower in one go. As the one who got it fair and square from the lost city of Xianyuan, it was his right to use it however he wished. 5 days later, Lu Yi had overcome the 30th floor and triggered a resonance once more. Having learned from his experience and knowing that another difficulty spike awaited him on the 31st floor, he did not try to unlock a new spiritual point and focused completely on recovering this time. In fact, he even took a small nap to ensure that he would be at peak form. Outside the 100 Wards Tower, the cultivators of the Heavenly Derivative sect had gone completely insane. The number of cultivators in the valley had more than doubled during this time. Before this, everyone in the valley was a ward cultivator. After all, only ward cultivators could be inspired by the resonances. However, even those who didn't cultivate the way of wards had joined their brethren. It was because they wished to know who was the god who triggered 30 resonances in a row, and if they could maintain their streak and leave an unprecedented mark in the history books. Chapter 320 The Final 3 Floors. Yu Xiao and Bai Qian were still standing shoulder to shoulder in the valley. However, they were less numb with resignation and more shocked and in disbelief right now. Bai Qian was Lu Ye's teacher in the way of wards, so he knew exactly how good the young man was. Earlier, he had told Yu Xiao that Lu Yi should be able to clear the first 10 floors without much difficulty because they were pretty simple, and maybe a couple more if the rewards he obtained from the 100 Wards Tower were good enough. And his prediction was reasonable. He had studied the way of wards for many years, so his eye for people in this regard was pretty good. However, Lu Yi had more than defied his expectations. He had overcome 30 floors in a row and triggered a resonance in all of them. To be clear, Bai Qian's assessment of Lu Yi was accurate. The only reason reality had not gone the way he expected was because of the rewards. Bai Qian could not begin to imagine just how great the rewards Lu Yi had received to improve so much in just half a month's time. To make a comparison, if Lu Ye's attainment in the way of wards was a 1 out of 10 before he entered the 100 Wards Tower, now he was a 5 out of 10. In other words, his attainment was 5 times greater than what it was before. To be fair, this was a perfectly reasonable outcome. Lu Yi had triggered 30 resonances in a row after all. Bai Qian dared not claim that Lu Ye's achievement would never be surpassed, but it was certainly unprecedented. What Bai Qian couldn't figure out was how Lu Yi, a mere Spirit Creek realm cultivator, was able to withstand the mental burden of the reward. Even if his divine soul was stronger than your average Spirit Creek realm cultivator, he should have imploded from the strain ages ago. At this point, he was starting to wonder if the boy's divine soul was greater than his, a 9th order real lake realm cultivator. Of course that was impossible, but what other explanation was there? Even he dared not say he would be able to hang on for 30 floors straight. How on earth did the boy do it? Unfortunately, Bai Qian had gotten the wrong idea. Lu Yi might have consumed enough soul-cleansing water that his divine soul was now comparable to some Cloud River realm cultivators, but it was still nowhere close to a real lake realms. The reason he was able to hold on was because he was willing to consume 1 drop of soul-cleansing water every time he felt tired to wash away his fatigue. Although his divine soul wasn't as tough as a real lake realms, he was able to replenish his mental strength with the soul-cleansing water. This was something no one in the entire Jianghu could emulate. What a shame, Yu Xiao said suddenly with a sigh. He was lamenting the fact that Lu Yi wasn't a disciple of the Heavenly Derivative sect. Looking at the boy's current talent in the way of wards, he was certain he could have carried their sect to greater heights. Forget Tier 5, he could have transformed them into a Tier 1 sect if he continued growing at this pace. Bai Qian knew exactly what Yu Xiao was thinking, but he shook his head and said, "You are wrong. If he was our disciple, our sect would have declined instead." It sounded disparaging, but it was just a statement of fact. Lu Yi had been poisoned less than an hour after he arrived at their outpost. A couple of days after that, Thousand Demon Ridge had amassed an army of thousands and conquered their outpost. Had Lu Yi been a disciple of the Heavenly Derivative sect, he highly doubted they would be able to establish any footing on the Spirit Creek battlefield. And if their disciples could not enter the Spirit Creek battlefield, then their cultivation speed was going to suffer. A single person could never make a sect strong. You're right. Yu Xiao quickly arrived at the same conclusion. Now that I think about it, it's a good thing that the Crimson Blood sect is only Tier 9, isn't it? Their outpost was located in the outermost ring of the Spirit Creek battlefield because they were Tier 9. As a result, it was very difficult for Thousand Demon Ridge to attack them. On the other hand, it was all too easy for Thousand Demon Ridge to gang up on the Heavenly Derivative sect. They only needed 3 or 4 sects worth of forces to overrun their outpost. This was why Lu Yi did not have to worry about his outpost being conquered no matter how much trouble he caused, not to mention that there was a ferocious bird guarding the place. On a related note, Bai Qian had sent Zhao Li a short message. Is he alive or dead? Although he was past the point where he thought that the boy was in real danger of dying, he could not help but worry anyway. Zhao Li quickly responded, he's still alive, Great Elder. By the way, can I come to the 100 Wards Tower? Brother Yi is going to come out in another 3 floors. When that happens, everyone will know that he's still alive, so I don't think it matters if I reveal myself now. Good point. You may come. Thank you, Great Elder. Zhao Li responded happily. It wasn't long before he appeared in the valley. The moment he showed up, all cultivators who did not know the truth were stunned by his appearance. It was because it was rumored that he and Louis Yi of the Crimson Blood sect had been poisoned to death by Thousand Demon Ridge. It was why the Crimson Blood sect's Keeper of Seal had gone on a rampage, and why they had lost so much face. However, it was clear now that the rumor wasn't quite accurate. After all, Zhao Li was clearly alive. What about Louis Yi? Was he alive as well? The smart ones immediately caught the scent of a conspiracy. Zhao Li did not pay attention to them. After seeking out his acquaintances and inquiring a little about the situation, he sat down at a random spot and sent out a message. A group of people quickly gathered around him. Before Lu Yi challenged the 100 Wards Tower, he had spoken to Zhao Li about some of his plans. Assuming that everything went smoothly, they were going to execute those plans as soon as Lu Yi exited the tower. That was why he had made certain preparations beforehand. It would have been too late otherwise. As for what those plans were, let's just say that Zhao Li had been looking forward to it for a very long time. He was in the middle of discussing with his companions when suddenly, the tower buzzed like it was struck by an earthquake. The next moment, an invisible energy swept across the whole valley. They cleared the 31st floor. Someone cried. The ward cultivators immediately stopped whatever they were doing and used the resonance to enlighten themselves. Inside the 100 Wards Tower, Lu Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Although his skill was many times better than what it was before he entered the tower, the tests on the 31st floor still gave him some trouble. They were so difficult that he only managed to complete 5 tests in 9 hours. He thought for sure that his reward would be less substantial this time, but he was wrong. In fact, the ball of light was slightly bigger than what he thought it would be. As a result, Lu Yi wondered if the size of the reward was tied to his initial attainment when he first entered the tower. Had he remained exactly the way he was, there was no chance he would have been able to clear the tests on the 20th floor, much less the 31st. But since he never stopped progressing, his performance far exceeded his former self's capabilities. Assuming his theory was right, of course the tower had rewarded him handsomely. It was very easy to verify this. All he needed to do was to not perform his best on the next floor. The challenger only needed to clear the test one time to proceed to the next floor. It was believed that the more tests you cleared, the better the rewards would become. He would know if his theory was true if he cleared the test one time, but still received the same amount of rewards as before. Lu Yi wasn't going to do this though. The rewards weren't the only way to improve one's attainment in the way of wards. Overcoming the tests themselves was one such method. He did not think he would get many opportunities like this in the future, so he wasn't going to waste it just to verify a theory. Just like the previous floors, he was going to give it his all and leave no regrets behind. Half a day later, he overcame the 32nd floor and digested its reward. After washing away his fatigue using the soul-cleansing water, he was able to unlock another spiritual point before his time was up. Finally, he entered the 33rd floor. This was the final floor of the Heavenly Derivative Sect's 100 Wards Tower. There would be no more floors to conquer after this one. If he wished to continue his tower climb, he would have to wait until he ascended to Cloud River Realm and enter the Cloud River battlefield. Surprise rippled across Lu Yi when his vision cleared. It was because he saw a grand ward encompassing a large area in front of him. The grand ward was more or less the same size as the one used by the outposts in the inner circle, so it could not be easy to overcome. In fact, It was easily the biggest and most complex ward he had encountered since entering the 100 Wards Tower. Was it a coincidence, or did the tower read his inner desires and created it as his final challenge? The entire reason he came to the Heavenly Derivative Sect was to learn how to breach a grand ward. Only then could he occupy his enemies' outposts and rob them of their blessings. This was as good a chance as any to verify his skills. His time was limited, so Lu Yi spared only a bit of time to inspect the ward before throwing out his ward flags. He used them to determine the flow of the ward's spiritual power and the rough location of the nodes before narrowing it down to the letter. It was an enormous task. It took him an entire hour to confirm the location of the first node. After he confirmed that he had gotten it right using insight, he moved on to the next node. The first step was the hardest. Locating the second node only took a tease time after he confirmed the first node. He proceeded to identify the third node, the fourth node and more. Over 2 hours later he confirmed all the locations of the nodes. There were 16 of them in total. This meant that the ward was constructed using 16 ward keystones. It was identical to the Grand Ward in the Crimson Blood Sect's outpost and the best Grand Ward one could buy from the Vault of Providence. But although the Grand Wards were identical, they did not always share the same strength. The strength of a ward was usually determined by the concentration of the surrounding world's spiritual qi. Generally speaking, the richer the world's spiritual qi in the environment, the stronger the ward would become. The Grand Ward in front of him was several times greater than the one at the Crimson Blood Sect, though it wasn't because the world's spiritual qi around him was richer. It was naturally stronger because the 100 Wards Tower made it so. Lu Yi hopped onto his flying spirit artifact and flew around the Grand Ward. He then nailed the ward flags into the nodes. When all 32 ward flags were in place, he came to a stop and grabbed the ward flag in front of him. Then he sucked in a deep breath and channeled his spiritual power into it. All 32 ward flags floated into the air and glowed with spiritual light at the same time. They started connecting and resonating with each other. As more spiritual power poured into the ward flag Lu Yi was holding, the invisible energy generated by the ward flag's resonance began suppressing the Grand Ward circulation of spiritual power. The spiritual power of a Grand Ward was constantly flowing. This was something Lu Yi had observed a long time ago. This was why a Grand Ward was capable of restoring itself and defending against all attacks. To draw an analogy, a Grand Ward was like a flowing river. To breach it, Lu Yi had to cut the flow and turn it into a pool of dead water. Only by stopping the circulation of spiritual power completely would he have a shot at breaching a Grand Ward. Otherwise, the Grand Ward would continuously repair itself until it had run out of reserves, which was never going to happen in the 100 Wards Tower. Spiritual power was draining out of Lu Ye's body at a rapid rate. While he did not know if it was even possible to breach a Grand Ward with his own strength alone, this was both his final test and the proof that his plans weren't just a pipe dream. Naturally, he was going to give it his all. Chapter 321, Two Balls of Light. Thank goodness the ward wasn't controlled by someone, or Lu Yi wouldn't even bother to try and breach it. The difference between a Grand Ward that was controlled by someone and one that wasn't was like night and day. Even the most inexperienced controller would be able to make various adjustments to the Grand Ward, and right now Lu Yi was incapable of adapting to those changes. This one was static because it did not have a controller, so he could easily target its weaknesses. The spiritual power circulation of the Grand Ward grew slower and slower as he continued to pour his energy into the ward flag, but it was far from enough. He was losing spiritual power at a rapid pace, so Lu Yi quickly drank a bottle of mystic fruit cider and stuffed a couple of spirit pills into his mouth to replenish his spiritual power. Time passed bit by bit. It was a slow and arduous process, but Lu Yi could see that it wasn't a hopeless endeavor. He continued to pour his spiritual power into the ward flag. Even more time passed, and the flow rate of the Grand Ward's spiritual power was less than half of what it was. However, Lu Yi also felt a substantial increase in resistance from the Grand Ward. His ward flag had become as heavy as a mountain, and he could feel an obvious pushback of energy from it. Not only that, he was losing spiritual power at an increasing rate. Despite consuming the mystic fruit cider and spirit pills non-stop, he wasn't quite able to keep up with the rate he was losing energy. Suddenly, a soft creak drew Lu Ye's attention like a bee's sting. His heart sank when he realized that a tiny crack had appeared on the ward flag he was holding. Right now, he was suppressing the Grand Ward's flow of spiritual power with his 32 ward flags. To put it simply, he was single-handedly fighting against the Grand Ward. Even if the ward wasn't controlled by anyone, it was still one of the most powerful Grand Wards he had ever faced. This was evident from the fact that his ward flag was getting damaged from the pushback of energy. Lu Yi became nervous. It would be a damn shame if he failed because his ward flag could not withstand the pressure. He might have forged the ward flag himself, but the materials had been provided by Bai Qian. Since he had gifted Bai Qian the soul-cleansing water, the Great Elder had reciprocated with the best materials to forge his ward flags. Even so, the ward flag wasn't going to hang on much longer. Creak creak creak. More cracks appeared on the ward flag. It was as if the item was made of clay instead of metal, and it looked like it could shatter any minute now. Lu Yi hurriedly increased his output of spiritual power. At this stage, the only thing he could do was to invest it all in a do-or-die gamble. Spiritual power started draining out of his body like an open dam. His hard work wasn't wasted. The Grand Ward's spiritual power slowed more and more until finally, it stopped dozens of breaths later. Lu Ye's face was completely flushed when he shoved his hand into his storage bag. For auras zoomed across the air the second he raised his hand. The 4 spirit artifacts made a full circle in the air before descending on top of the nodes like lightning. At the same time, sharp edge flashed across every spirit artifact. Lu Ye's heart leaped to his throat as he stared at the affected nodes. He even forgot to breathe for a moment. There was a short struggle between the Grand Ward and his spirit artifacts before he heard what could only be described as the sound of breaking glass. At the same time, dense cracks started spreading from where the 4 telekinetic weapons had struck. Finally, shatter. It was as if someone had brought a hammer to a giant mirror. Both the Grand Ward and his 32 ward flags abruptly shattered into a million pieces. It had only been half a month since he created the ward flags. To think they would all shatter into pieces in this test. Even Lu Yi himself was thrown back by the sudden eruption of spiritual power and slammed against the floor. Lu Yi hurriedly climbed to his feet as he panted like a dog. Joy was peeking out of his pale white face though. It was because he had single-handedly breached a Grand Ward. It was no cheap trick that the enemy could easily adapt to either. He had actually breached a Grand Ward in its entirety purely through his own power and skill. Of course, this wasn't max difficulty per se since it wasn't controlled by anyone. Then again, he hardly needed to take down an entire Grand Ward on his own when attacking a 1,000 Demon Ridge outpost. Heavens know what 1,000 Demon Ridge would think when they learned of this. He could only hope that they wouldn't pass away from sheer shock. It would be a waste of contribution points. The loss of his ward flags was a small issue. He could just forge another set when he exited the tower. What troubled Lu Yi was the fact that he was almost out of power, and there probably wasn't much time left on the clock. He highly doubted that he would be able to pass the next test. That was fine though. He was satisfied with this. Lu Yi sat on the floor and adopted a meditative position. Since there was no chance he was going to overcome the next test, he might as well use this time to catch some rest. To Lu Yi's surprise, no second test appeared after the Grand Ward was destroyed. In the past, the tests came one after another without giving him a chance to catch even half a breather. He wondered why. A million thoughts were running through his mind when suddenly, a palm-sized ball of light floated in front of his eyes. It wasn't as big as some of the rewards he had seen earlier, but its color was much richer than normal. It probably meant that it contained an incredible volume of information. I cleared the 33rd floor already? Lu Yi thought to himself in surprise. It was only now that he realized that the Grand Ward was the 33rd floor's one and only challenge. It was a surprise but one that he welcomed greatly. This seemed to suggest that his earlier theory was correct. The rewards bestowed by the 100 Wards Tower was determined by the initial level of one's attainment when they initially entered the tower. Since he wasn't particularly good when he first entered the tower, he was rewarded handsomely even though had overcome the test of the 33rd floor only once. Another ball of light descended from the air. Its color wasn't as rich as the first one, but it was the size of a wash basin. Frankly, it scared Lu Yi to see it. He had never seen such a huge reward before. Would it kill him the second he imprinted it into his head? Moreover, this was the first time ever he was given multiple rewards by the tower. He was still weighing the risks and rewards when the basin-sized ball of light landed on the floor. Then it scattered into nothing and plink plank plunk. A bunch of items hit the floor with a series of metallic clangs. As it turned out, the reward was unlike any of the rewards he had obtained before. It was because it contained not a massive volume of information regarding the way of wards, but actual items. To be exact, it was a bunch of pitch-black ward flags. He counted 32 of them in total and they made a perfect set. The 100 Wards Tower has a reward like this. Lu Yi was surprised because he had never heard of the 100 Wards Tower rewarding a set of ward flags. In fact, he was the first ward cultivator ever in the history of Jianghu to ever receive such a reward. Again, Lu Yi didn't mind this because it was exactly what he needed right now. He had been planning to head back to the forge and forge a new set of basic ward flags for himself. While he fully expected to forge them better and faster than he did at the beginning, it was still going to take some time and effort to perform the task. Now, that was no longer necessary. He did not bother inspecting these ward flags because the basic ward flags were 32 flags a set, and they were good enough for most ward cultivators up to the Cloud River realm. These ward flags were clearly extraordinary, so he didn't think he would be able to make sense of them in a short time. He decided he could inspect them later when he wasn't on a time limit. After he put the ward flags into his storage bag, he finally made a grab for the ball of light still floating in front of him. This was the third time he absorbed the ball of light, and his divine soul was much tougher than it was at the beginning. Unfortunately, the experience remained as bad as before. Outside the 100 Wards Tower, every cultivator was holding their breaths and waiting to feel its unique vibration. When it did, thunderous applause and cheers filled the valley instantly. It was because they had witnessed the birth of a miracle, one that would go down in the history books as one of the most memorable events of its time. They still didn't know who the mysterious challenger was, but the facts that the feat had taken place in the Heavenly Derivative sect, and that they were all ward cultivators were more than enough for them to feel proud and honored about it. Yu Xiao and Bai Qian exchanged a glance with each other and let out a long sigh of relief. It was finally over. It had been a terrifying half a month, but they were finally free from the mental torment. Although they were utterly amazed by Lu Ye's achievement, they had a lot to complain about the boy as a matter of course. The brat had turned out to be a bigger troublemaker than anyone could have imagined, but in the end their 100 Wards Tower only had 33 floors. He could be the incarnation of the god of troublemakers, but even he had to stop for the moment. Their inner monologue aside, they were extremely envious of the Crimson Blood sect as a matter of course. Any sect who had him was basically guaranteed to have a bright future, not to mention that the boy wasn't even a pure ward cultivator. An idiot could tell why he really started cultivating the way of wards. If one day he could focus completely on the way of wards, heavens only know how far he could go. One thing for certain though, Thousand Demon Ridge's time of peace was over. Heck, a shakeup that would affect the entire Spirit Creek battlefield was looming on the horizon. Yu Xiao could not help but recall a certain past several decades ago. At the time, a Crimson Blood sect disciple had led a storm of change that affected the entire Jianghu. Wherever the banner with a golden flame and a red background went, all Thousand Demon Ridge forces had backed away like it was their bane. Without exaggeration, the Crimson Blood sect of that time had stood at the pinnacle of the world. Is the Crimson Blood sect going to rekindle their former glory? All things considered, Yu Xiao was really glad that he had formed an alliance pact with Elder Tang of the Crimson Blood sect in secret when the old man was here. The cheers in the valley eventually subsided, and the ward cultivators began meditating and finding inspiration from the resonance once more. However, their heads were all turned toward the entrance to the 100 Wards Tower. It wasn't just the ward cultivators either. Everyone wanted to know who the mysterious challenger was. Several painful hours later, their long wait finally came to an end. A young man pushed open the door and stepped into the open. There were many who didn't recognize him, but those who did felt both astonished and a strange sense of understanding. They thought, oh, I should have figured it out sooner. Zhao Li was thought to be dead, but that belief was disproved a while ago. Naturally, Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect must be alive as well. Lu Yi wasn't expecting to see the sea of people gathered around the valley at all. Even Yu Xiao, Bai Qian and some of the real Lake Realm cultivators of the Heavenly Derivative sect were present as well. They were clearly the higher-ups of the sect. Sect Master Yu, Elder Bai. Lu Yi went up to them and saluted them respectfully. Bai Qian nodded with a kind smile on his face. He might have ranted and raved at Lu Yi in his head when the young man was challenging the tower, but there was no changing the fact that Lu Yi had, against all odds, created a miracle to be remembered for many years to come. He might still be a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator, but he could no longer treat him like one anymore. Plus, Lu Yi had gifted him 8 drops of soul-cleansing water. That gift alone obligated him to give the young man preferential treatment. It was because the soul-cleansing water had given him and Yu Xiao the chance to ascend to Divine Ocean Realm and improve their sex tier. Until the day he could enter the 100 Wards Tower, he would continue to study hard at the Way of Wards so he could repeat what he did here and enjoy that cultivation environment once more. His time in the 100 Wards Tower was a fruitful one. In fact, it was too fruitful. Although he had digested and absorbed all the rewards that were bestowed by the 100 Wards Tower, he was nowhere near the level where he understood them completely. To give an example, he had digested all the food he had consumed, but the nutrients hadn't been fully absorbed by his body, nor had he trained those muscles to maximize his gains. There was a lot to look forward to in the future. He was already quite impressive in the half-baked state he was in if he dared say so himself. He could not imagine how much better he would become when he fully made the learnings he had obtained from the 100 Wards Tower his own. Cultivation-wise, he was only 22 spiritual points away from hitting the 240 spiritual points requirement necessary to change his cultivation technique. It should take only 1.5 months of normal cultivation to reach that level. Unfortunately, he was going to be quite busy in the near future, so he did not think he would be able to spare much time on cultivation. Yi and Zhu Jia hadn't arrived yet, so he decided to check out the pitch-black ward flags he had obtained from the 100 Wards Tower. A quick check revealed to him that the enhancements inside the flags were more comprehensive than his own, and even the materials they were made of were better than the ones Elder Bai had given him. Since he hadn't had much contact with natural treasures, he was unable to identify the materials they were made of. It had to be good since it was one of the 2 final rewards of the 100 Wards Tower. He would even bet that they were among the best in the entire Jianghu. Ward flags were only tools used to support the ward cultivator in creating and breaching wards, but it went without saying that the better their quality, the greater their effects would become. Like a tiger who was bestowed a pair of wings, he had no doubt that he would be able to breach wards faster and create stronger and stabler wards with this set of ward flags. A short while later, Lu Yi rose to his feet and walked out of his room. Zhu Jia was standing outside the door and Amber was curled up on top of his head. Yi was nowhere to be seen, but that was because she was hiding inside Amber's body right now. Half a month had passed since he saw his companions. Zhu Jia hadn't changed much, but Amber was clearly stronger than before. Even his aura felt a lot denser than it used to be. Now that everyone was gathered, he took them to Bai Qian's room to bid the old man goodbye. Before they left, Bai Qian said seriously, "I leave our meager savings in your hands, young friend. Do try not to be too extreme in your approach. Do not worry, Elder Bai. I promise you that the heavenly derivative sect will retake what they had lost at the very least. Go with my blessing." And so Lu Yi left the place. Once they were outside the building, Zhu Jia summoned his flying spirit artifact and waited for Lu Yi to get on board. Then they took off to the sky in a stream of light. A short while later, Lu Yi heard Zhao Li shouting passionately in front of the Sanctum of Providence. He was joined by hundreds of Spirit Creek Realm cultivators. Every time he barked out a command, the cultivators would respond with a thunderous kill of their own. They were clearly doing some pre-mobilization exercises. Morale was sky-high, to put it mildly. Their killing intent alone could pierce the heavens. 2 months ago, Thousand Demon Ridge had occupied their outpost with overwhelming forces, and they were forced to withdraw to the headquarters without being able to fire so much as a single spell or telekinetic weapon. The entire sect was stewing with frustration and fury, to say the least. As if that wasn't bad enough, the elders had suddenly put the headquarters in total lockdown for 2 months straight, one so absolute that they couldn't even send or receive a message from the outside world, much less return to the Spirit Creek battlefield. No one knew what the elders were thinking at the time. The disciples thought to themselves, "Why are we waiting when Thousand Demon Ridge has already withdrawn their forces from our outpost? Shouldn't we rebuild as soon as possible so that our Spirit Creek realm disciples have a place to cultivate?" And the thought of all of them having to visit an ally's outpost just to cultivate normally, it was humiliating to say the least. That was why the disciples had been submitting letters to re-enter the Spirit Creek battlefield every day. They had just been suppressed by Wuxia and the elders. One could say that Heavenly Derivative Sect had been stewing in rage for 2 months straight. A single spark was enough to cause everything to explode. This state lasted until they saw a perfectly unscathed Lu Yi walking out of the 100 Wards Tower, and certain news were spread among them. Then Zhao Li gathered all Spirit Creek Realm disciples in front of the Sanctum of Providence today. Everyone knew then that today was the day they paid back what had been done to them tenfold. The Heavenly Derivative Sect hadn't holed up in their headquarters for 2 months because they were afraid. No, they were just waiting for the right opportunity to strike back. To say that they were excited would be a massive understatement. Everyone was itching to go on a rampage already. Several hundred pairs of eyes turned toward Zhu Jia and Lu Yi after they landed. Zhao Li walked up to Lu Yi and clasped his fist respectfully. "Everything is ready, Brother Yi." Lu Yi took a step forward and swept his gaze across the animated crowd in front of him. He then looked at Yu Xiao and the Heavenly Derivative Sect elders floating not far away behind the crowd and gave them a nod. "Let's go." Zhao Li immediately turned around and shouted, "Let's go." Without a word, the cultivators of the Heavenly Derivative Sect marched into the Sanctum of Providence and pressed their hand against the Divine Opportunity column. Then they teleported back to their outpost, one group after another. It was like a dragon entering the sea. The storm that would turn the entire Spirit Creek battlefield upside down began now. The first few groups were all body-tempering cultivators, followed by the combat cultivators and ghost cultivators, and finally the spell cultivators and medicine cultivators. Although Thousand Demon Ridge should have withdrawn their forces a long time ago, that was no reason to relax their guard. If the enemy had set up an ambush, then at least the body-tempering cultivators would be able to survive until reinforcements arrived. It took only dozens of breaths before everyone had teleported back to the outpost. The ghost cultivators who had spread out to scout the area reported back that they hadn't seen any enemy within the vicinity. This was normal. It had been 2 months since the outpost was conquered. Thousand Demon Ridge could be completely out of their minds, and they still wouldn't sit on an empty ruin for 2 months straight. It was just illogical and benefited no one. A while later, a massive ship spirit artifact floated into the air. After everyone had gotten on, Zhao Li commanded the ship to fly in a certain direction. Lu Yi was standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Li on the deck. After the latter had finished messaging an ally on his battlefield imprint, he asked, "Deep Sea Mountain has already departed. They are led by their legate, Brother Song Yin. We will be attacking the Clear Wind sect first as per your plan, Brother Yi." How many people did he bring with him? He brought everyone besides 100 defenders. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. This Brother Song must be quite a bold fellow. Zhao Li explained, "On the contrary, Brother Song is usually a conservative fellow. If I'm not mistaken, he did this probably because he received some advice from his elders, or maybe he felt guilty he couldn't do more when our outpost was taken. We are close neighbors and so share an interdependent relationship. In fact, they were scared for their lives when Thousand Demon Ridge had occupied our outpost. 2 months ago, Lu Yi had been poisoned by a spy right after he arrived at the Heavenly Derivative Sect's outpost. Not long later, several Thousand Demon Ridge sects had joined hands to conquer the outpost by force. It was the Heavenly Derivative Sect's fault that he was poisoned on their turf, but it was his fault that their outpost was occupied, and Thousand Demon Ridge grew mad enough to activate a precious spy in the first place. He could not deny that some of the responsibilities fell on his shoulders as well. If he didn't have the Tree of Glyphs, he would have been crippled or dead already. If he didn't have the soul-cleansing water, Zhu Jia and Zhao Li could have died even with Shui Yuan's treatment. Ultimately, there was no point in assigning blame. Thousand Demon Ridge was the one who tried to destroy him, so he would destroy them in return. Not only that, he was going to take back what the Heavenly Derivative Sect had lost exactly as he had promised by Qian. A huge amount of sect contribution points was necessary to rebuild an outpost. And how were they going to get all those contribution points? By occupying their enemies' outposts and robbing their blessings, of course. The reason he came to the Heavenly Derivative Sect in the first place was to become proficient enough in the way of wards to breach a grand ward, and now he had the ability to do exactly that. Looking at the 10-point map, the heavenly derivative sect's location was poorer than expected. They were literally surrounded by 3,000 demon-ridge factions on 3 sides. In fact, the Clear Wind sect, Sanguine Veil and Thunderlight sect made up the main force that occupied the heavenly derivative sect's outpost. The reason they chose to attack the Clear Wind sect first was because they bordered both the heavenly derivative sect and Deep Sea Mountain. The heavenly derivative sect was fearless because they had nothing to lose. They literally did not even have an outpost anymore, but Deep Sea Mountain was a different story. That was why they had to take out the Clear Wind sect first. Otherwise, Deep Sea Mountain would not be able to help them without reservation. Chapter 323 You're alive? Of course, there was one more reason they were targeting the Clear Wind sect first. It was a Tier 6 sect while Sanguine Veil and Thunderlight sect were Tier 5. This would be Lu Ye's first battle after he came back to life per se, so of course they should go for the weakling first, relatively speaking. Just because the Clear Wind sect was a lower tier sect did not mean it was weak. The ship continued onward until they arrived at the heavenly derivative sects or vein. At least 100 spiritual lights jumped off the ship and flew into the caves. A while later they returned with bloodstains on their outfits. The blood belonged to the 1,000 Demon Ridge cultivators who were mining in their vein. It had been 2 months since the heavenly derivative sect lost their outpost and put their headquarters under lockdown. Naturally, their friendly neighbors were unwilling to let the resources go to waste. Unfortunately for the miners, their greed had doomed them today. As they continued toward the Clear Wind sect's outpost, news of their invasion eventually spread to both their allies and their enemies. It was basically impossible to conceal such a large-scale operation. There were countless ways a cultivator might obtain intel from their enemies, and in this case it was perfectly natural for the Clear Wind sect to post watchers, ghost cultivators to be exact, within their territory. The Clear Wind sect immediately leaped into action, and the Legate and Prolgate made an emergency summon to all cultivators who were currently away from the outpost. At the same time, they requested help from both Sanguine Veil and Thunderlight sect. If the heavenly derivative sect was attacking alone, then they wouldn't have bothered calling their allies for help. However, the Deep Sea Mountain was involved in the invasion as well. Together they numbered around 800 to 900 people. It wasn't a particularly massive force, but it was still something they could not afford to underestimate. In fact, the Clear Wind sect wasn't quite sure what the heavenly derivative sect was thinking. Unless they could occupy their outpost in a short time, their reinforcements would be able to catch them in a pincer attack. If that happened, the heavenly derivative sect in Deep Sea Mountain would be crying for their mothers for sure. While a million suspicions were running through their heads, a big ship spirit artifact came to a stop about 5 kilometers away from their outpost. Judging from the emblem on the ship, it belonged to Deep Sea Mountain. They were the neighbors of Clear Wind sect after all. It was only natural that they showed up sooner than the heavenly derivative sect. Less than an hour later, another ship spirit artifact arrived at the scene. This one was definitely the heavenly derivative sect. The 2 ships then advanced toward the outpost in tandem. Suddenly, a cultivator flew over from Deep Sea Mountain's ship and landed on their deck. Lu Yi looked at the newcomer curiously. He was a man with an imposing appearance and a face that invoked feelings of stalwartness and assurance. He was none other than the legate of Deep Sea Mountain, Song Ying. After Zhao Li had introduced them to each other and they saluted one another in kind, Song Ying wasted no time in going straight to the point. Brother Yi, Brother Zhao told me a few things about you, but I still need to ask you something. How confident are you in breaching the Grand Ward, and how long do you need to do it? As Zhao Li had mentioned earlier, Song Ying was a very conservative man. Despite his personal and repeated assurances, the man would still rather hear the answer from Lu Ye's own mouth. His people's lives were at stake after all. He might be the legate, but even he dared not make what he believed to be an extremely risky action without taking all the necessary precautions. The main reasons he agreed to cooperate with Zhao Li on this operation were, 1. He was good friends with the legate and trusted his character, and 2. Zhao Li swore on his honor that Lu Yi would be able to breach the Clear Wind sect's Grand Ward. A bitter smile crossed Zhao Li's lips. Brother Song, Brother Yi is the man who triggered 33 resonances in the 100 Wards Tower, not to mention that this isn't the first time he's breached a Grand Ward. Considering his recent improvement, I have no doubt that he will succeed in this endeavor. Song Ying continued to look at Lu Yi as he said in a calm voice, I know nothing about the way of wards. What I do know is that Clear Wind sect has already sent out the call for help, and both Sanguine Valley and Thunderlight sect have dispatched between 300 to 400 people each to rescue their ally. If they manage to reach us in time, then our situation would be awful to say the least. The only way we could stop this is to breach the Grand Ward and occupy the outpost as soon as possible. He did not press the matter, but he was clearly still expecting Lu Yi to give him a direct answer. If I fail to breach the ward within an incense stick, feel free to withdraw from this operation. Zhao Li shot Lu Yi an astonished look. Song Ying was frowning deeply as well. Although he was ignorant of the way of wards, and he had no idea what it meant to trigger 33 resonances in the 100 wards tower, he could not interpret Lu Ye's words as anything but a lie. A Ninth Order Spirit Creek Realm Master claiming that he could breach a Grand Ward in an incense stick? What kind of nonsense was this? For a second, Song Ying was tempted to turn his back on the duo and withdraw on the spot. He had heard of stories of Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect. At the time, he was impressed with Lu Ye's deeds during the Battle of Golden Tip and was hoping to meet the man himself one day. Now though, he was thinking that the stories were exaggerated after all. It was one thing to be arrogant and another to be blindly arrogant. A few seconds later, Song Ying answered, I look forward to it. An incense stick wasn't a long time. As much as he disbelieved Lu Yi, he did not mind wasting that bit of time. After Song Ying had flown back to his ship Spirit Artifact, Zhao Li asked worriedly, Brother Yi, are you sure you can breach the Grand Ward in an incense stick? The legate knew how Lu Yi had conquered the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountains outposts with Hidden Light Sanctuary and Lofty Plume Court, and both times the young man had used cheap tricks that could only work one time. Objectively speaking, he could not really say that Lu Yi had breached a Grand Ward through pure skill and knowledge. He knew that Lu Ye's attainment had improved by an unimaginable degree after conquering the 100 Wards Tower, but he still could not imagine the young man breaching a Grand Ward in just an incense stick. It was precisely because he was a ward cultivator that he understood just how difficult it was. I can. Lu Yi replied firmly and without any hesitation. It didn't take long to cross 5 kilometers of distance. After the 2 ship spirit artifacts had landed on the ground, the cultivators marched out into the open and glared at the enemy standing behind the screen of spiritual power. This was especially true for the cultivators of the Heavenly Derivative sect. 2 months ago they had glared at one another in the exact same way. It was just that their positions were reversed now. Although the enemy was right in front of their doorsteps, the cultivators of Clear Wind sect weren't worried for their safety. It was because they knew that it was unrealistic for the Heavenly Derivative sect and the Clear Wind sect to bring down their Grand Ward in a short time. Their reinforcements were already on their way. Once they arrived, their positions would be reversed immediately. Their confidence lasted until Lu Yi stepped into their view. The legate of the Clear Wind sect was so stunned by this that he looked Lu Yi up and down a couple of times and even rubbed his eyes before exclaiming in disbelief, "You're alive." The man clearly recognized Lu Yi. Although he had never seen Lu Yi in person, he had seen the young man's picture before. It was because Lu Yi was labeled as a key monitoring target by Thousand Demon Ridge after the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain were conquered. Naturally, a lot of people had checked out his information and his picture. 2 months ago, the Keeper of Seal of the Crimson Blood sect had turned violent at the Heavenly Derivative sect's headquarters and fought 5 real Lake Realm enemies on her own. The Great Elder of the Heavenly Derivative sect was even injured during that battle. Not satisfied with just that, she entered the Spirit Creek battlefield and killed dozens of Thousand Demon Ridge cultivators before the judgment of the heavens finally drove her away. The sect master of the Crimson Blood sect himself had gone to Leizhou to wreak some havoc. Although he wasn't able to deal any significant damage, he still gave the Divine Ocean Realm cultivators of Leizhou quite the scare. Even the second runner-up of the Spirit Creek battlefield Scroll of Supremacy, Li Baxian, had gone on a bloody rampage in the core circle for a time. The reason they had done this was because their disciple, Lu Yi, had been poisoned to death by a Thousand Demon Ridge spy in the Heavenly Derivative sect outpost. This had been confirmed by both cultivation factions. Thousand Demon Ridge had even held a short celebration when they confirmed that Lu Yi was dead. The thorn in their side was finally gone, and they no longer had to worry about their outpost being breached any longer. That was then, this was now. The young man who should have been dead 2 months ago wasn't just alive and healthy, he was standing right in front of him. This is bullshit. It took the legate of the Clear Wind sect some time to process his shock, but when he did he quickly figured out the truth. His emotions were a jumbled mess as he cursed the ancestors of everyone in the Crimson Blood sect in his head. Were they professional actors or something? It was precisely because their acting was so convincing that everyone in Thousand Demon Ridge was sure that Lu Yi was dead. What the hell is wrong with this sect? It's one thing if it's just the disciples who were putting on an act, but no, even their keeper of seal and sect master had come together to deceive the entire Jianghu. How can the entire sect be so treacherous and deceitful? While the legate was busy ranting inside his head, the cultivators of Heavenly Derivative Sect in Deep Sea Mountain had begun moving into formation. In accordance with Lu Ye's command, the body-tempering cultivators had formed up at the forefront of a certain section of the Grand Ward, followed by the combat cultivators, the ghost cultivators, the spell cultivators and finally a dozen or so medicine cultivators. The legate of the Clear Wind sect felt his heart skipping a beat when he saw this. It was clear that the enemy was planning to attack their Grand Ward by force. Considering what had happened to the House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain, how could he not feel nervous about this? He did not stay nervous for long though. Lu Yi had breached the Grand Ward of the two sects, true, but his methods were cheap tricks that could only be used one time. Lu Yi might have come up with new tricks, but he should not be able to pull off anything as long as they kept a close eye on him. He was just thinking this when Lu Yi stepped forward and swept his gaze across the Grand Ward in front of him. His eyes were circulating with spiritual power because he had empowered them with insight. When he was performing the tests in the 100 Wards Tower, Lu Yi had only ever used insight to confirm that his deductions were correct. It was the way to improve his attainment in the way of wards. But since he was here to breach an enemy's Grand Ward, there was naturally no need to limit himself. A short period of observation later, Lu Yi fired a blast of spiritual power at a certain spot on the Grand Ward. A Heavenly Derivative Sect disciple holding a pitch-black ward flag immediately ran forward and stood at that exact position. The ward flag in the disciple's hands was none other than the reward Lu Yi had received. It had taken Lu Yi over 4 hours to breach the Grand Ward on the 33rd floor of the 100 Wards Tower, but that was because he had to do everything by himself. That was not the case here. The one thing the Heavenly Derivative Sect did not lack was ward cultivators, so he saw no reason not to let them assist him with the task. It would be much easier for him to breach the Grand Ward this way, not to mention that he wasn't aiming to bring down the whole thing. That was why Lu Yi had asked Zhao Li to select 31 ward cultivators before giving them a ward flag each. The last ward flag was held by himself as a matter of course. Lu Yi continued firing blasts of spiritual power to direct the ward cultivators holding his ward flags into position. A moment later all 31 of them were in place. By now, the legate of the Clear Wind sect had realized that his wishful thinking was just that, wishful thinking. He immediately squashed his optimism like trash, brought out the control gem of the Grand Ward, and cranked up the ward to maximum power. He knew nothing about the way of wards just like Song Ying, but it did not take a genius to see that Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect had come prepared. He had no desire to experience the same fate as the House of Wintry Blossoms or Sunlit Mountain. Chapter 324 Breaching the Clear Wind Sect. Now that everything was in place, Lu Yi arrived at the final spot and gave his ward flag a small wave. Then he began pouring his spiritual power into it. The other 31 ward flags immediately resonated with it. The ward cultivators holding them began doing their thing as well. All 32 ward flags were pressed strongly against the Grand Ward. When the work officially began, the pitch-black ward flags began sinking into the screen of light at a visible rate. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows at this. The ward flags he had obtained from the 100 Wards Tower were even better than he had imagined. Zhao Li and Song Ying immediately perked up at this. Zhao Li himself was a ward cultivator, so he knew roughly what was going on as a matter of course. Song Ying was not a ward cultivator, but even he could tell that things were progressing smoothly. As for the legate of the Clear Wind sect, he was panicking. He had never witnessed such a bizarre method in his life. Since he was holding the control gem, he could clearly sense something foreign merging into the Grand Ward. When he tried to purge it though, he discovered that he was unable to locate the foreign objects at all. It was almost as if they had become one with the Grand Ward. Forget him, no one in the history of the Spirit Creek battlefield had ever witnessed something like this. Spirit Creek Realm was the lowest cultivation realm, so even the old-school Spirit Creek Realm cultivators who studied the way of wards for decades after they had reached a dead end with their cultivation were unable to produce such an outcome. They might be able to breach some smaller-scale wards, but there was no chance they would be able to threaten a giant like a Grand Ward. When the 32 ward flags had sunk into the Grand Ward, Lu Yi, the holder of the main ward flag, immediately sensed the flow of its spiritual power. It was almost like he had dipped his hand into a flowing river. What he needed to do next was simple. He was going to use the 32 ward flags to halt the flow of spiritual power between two nodes and open a hole in the middle of the Grand Ward. From the start, Lu Ye's plan wasn't to bring down the whole ward. Even if he had single-handedly breached a Grand Ward before, and he now had 31 ward cultivators to help him, it was still going to take a lot of time. Moreover, the Grand Ward in the 100 Wards Tower had not been controlled by anyone. This was a different situation. He had used a similar method when breaching the Grand Ward of Sunlit Mountain's outpost, but at the time he did not have the skill to tear a hole in the Grand Ward and hold it in place. His plan had been to rush in with Zhu Jia and 10 body-tempering cultivators and snatch the control gem before the enemy could kill them all. The method would only work if the outpost happened to be undermanned. If Sunlit Mountain had 30 or 20 more defenders at the time, he would have called off the operation instead. If he were to compare the flowing spiritual power of the Grand Ward to a river, then what he was doing was akin to building a pair of dams at a section of the river, effectively turning the flowing stream into still water. After that, all he needed to do was to shatter the isolated area. The ward flag buzzed as Lu Yi poured his spiritual power into the Grand Ward. The other 31 ward cultivators picked up the feedback from their ward flags and responded accordingly. The Clear Wind sect's legate blanched instantly as he could sense something odd happening to their Grand Ward. Although he tried manipulating the control gem in an attempt to stop whatever Lu Yi was doing, it was no use. Lu Yi was able to respond to each and every variation without fail. The flow of spiritual power in the isolated area slowed at a visible rate. Soon they came to a complete halt. Only 50 breaths had passed since Lu Yi had begun his work. "Brother Zhao!" Lu Yi erupted. Zhao Li had been waiting for this. He immediately let out a full-throated roar, "Kill!" The next instant, countless spells and flying weapons flew toward the isolated area. One round was all it took to shatter it like glass. The legate of the Clear Wind sect froze like a statue. Every Clear Wind sect disciple had frozen as well. Even Song Ying had turned stiff. He hadn't believed Lu Yi for a second when the young man claimed that he could breach the ward within an incense stick's time. He had thought the young man was boasting and would have left already if it wasn't for Zhao Li's sake. In reality, Lu Yi had breached the Grand Ward way sooner than that. Heck, it hadn't even been half a tea yet. He was normally a calm and collected man, but even he could not help but gulp in disbelief. Since when is a Grand Ward so easy to breach? I've never seen anything like this before. Shocked as he might be, Song Ying hadn't let it affect his actions. His own battle cry pierced through the air almost the second after the Grand Ward was breached. And so the cultivators of both sects rushed through the giant gap and into the Clear Wind sect's outpost in unison. The second they made contact, Clear Wind sect's cultivators immediately started dropping like flies. They lost 20 to 30 people instantly while the rest retreated in terror. It wasn't that Clear Wind sect's cultivators were undisciplined. They were just caught completely off guard by how easily the enemy had breached their Grand Ward. Before the ward was breached, the cultivators of Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain had already formed up for a strong assault. They were a united force of 800 to 900 cultivators, and each cultivator faction knew exactly what their position and role was. For example, the resilient body-tempering cultivators would bear the brunt of the enemy's firepower at the front line so that their comrades could mow down the enemy safely and in an organized fashion. As if that wasn't good enough, they drastically outnumbered the defenders as well. That was why it looked like the Clear Wind sect had crumbled at the tiniest gust of wind. Battle cries filled the air as the cultivators of the Heavenly Derivative Sect and Deep Sea Mountain rushed toward a certain building at high speed. Their objective was none other than the Sanctum of Providence. Technically speaking, the blessings they got for occupying an outpost were the same whether or not they killed their enemies. However, leaving their enemies alive meant that they would rise again eventually. This was why their goal wasn't just to occupy the Clear Wind sect's outpost. They were also going to kill as many cultivators as possible. There was no stopping the two Grand Sky Coalition sections. The former would give him a ton of cultivation resources for his troubles, while the latter would give him contribution points. Either exchange was more than acceptable. A short while later, Lu Yi successfully refined the control gem and shut down the Grand Ward. He then requested some help to dig out the ward keystones and put them in the storage bag. While everyone was busy robbing the Clear Wind sect's outpost, news of its occupation was swiftly spreading throughout Thousand Demon Ridge and Grand Sky Coalition. Rumors claimed that Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood sect wasn't dead at all, and he was the main reason the Clear Wind sect's outpost was occupied. According to the disciples who managed to escape back to Jianghu before their Sanctum of Providence was taken, Lu Yi had put a huge gap in their Grand Ward in just dozens of breaths. Then the well-prepared disciples of the Heavenly Derivative sect in Deep Sea Mountain rushed through the gap and started slaughtering them. Since they had been caught with their pants down, they were unable to put up any effective resistance. Their cultivators had dropped left and right like flies. In this battle, the Allied forces were able to occupy the Clear Wind sect's outpost and massacre over 400 Spirit Creek Realm cultivators. There were so many deaths that it was almost enough to cause a total rupture of their talent succession in the inner circle. Naturally, the news stunned all of Jianghu. What stunned them wasn't Lu Yi's return to life, but his ward-breaching skills. If the young man had used the cheap tricks he used when he conquered the outposts of House of Wintry Blossoms and Sunlit Mountain, which could be easily adapted to, then his current method was easily 10 times better. The young man had, via his own power and skill, breached a Grand Ward the proper way. In other words, it was no longer possible to defend against his methods. Whoever this bastard targeted was going to lose their Grand Ward, meaning that every Thousand Demon Ridge outpost in the Spirit Creek battlefield was in grave danger. To say that the sects were nervous would be an understatement. 2 months ago, all signs had indicated that Lu Yi was killed by the poison. They had cheered and celebrated his passing all across Jianghu. It was just a lie though. Not only was the young man alive and perfectly healthy, his attainment in the way of wards had grown by an unimaginable degree during his 2-month stay in the Heavenly Derivative sect. Countless ward cultivators skilled in the way of wards cried, "Impossible," when they heard of this news. They had never heard of a Spirit Creek Realm cultivator talented enough to breach a Grand Ward in just dozens of breaths, much less witnessed it with their own eyes. If Grand Wards were so easy to breach, they would have done so ages ago. And yet Lu Yi had done the impossible. Short of denying reality itself, they had no choice but to accept the truth. Naturally, the entire Jianghu was in an uproar because of this. Back in the Spirit Creek battlefield, both Sanguine Vale and Thunderlight sect were panicking right now. They were on their way to reinforce Clear Wind sect, and they were going to reach the outpost and catch the enemy in a pincer attack in just another hour or so. Then they heard the impossible news that the Clear Wind sect's outpost had been occupied, and nearly all of their cultivators were slaughtered to the last. At first, no one was willing to believe the news. They all thought it was a sick joke and messaged their companions about it. Eventually though, they realized it actually wasn't a joke, and terror consumed them like someone had poured an ice bucket over their heads. They immediately turned around and flew back to their respective outposts. If Clear Wind sect's outpost was truly conquered, then one of them was going to be the next target. As for who was more likely to be targeted, Sanguine Vale was probably it because they were closer to the Clear Wind sect than the Thunderlight sect. Sanguine Vale's Legate and Prolgate acted like headless chickens for a time. They sent out an emergency request for reinforcements and begged Thunderlight sect to send their forces over to Sanguine Vale first. It was because Thunderlight sect's forces were already on the road. Assuming their ally was willing to take the risk, there was still a good chance they would be able to hold back the combined forces of Heavenly Derivative sect and Deep Sea Mountain. Thunderlight sect was aware that they were next if Sanguine Vale were to fall. The Prolgate leading the expeditionary force was inclined to agree to Sanguine Vale's cry for help as well. However, this wasn't a matter he could decide alone, so he had to send a message to the headquarters and request for direction from his elders. The higher-ups of Thunderlight sect quickly arrived at a consensus and agreed to respond to Sanguine Veil's cry for help. Without further ado, the Prolgate turned the ship around and flew towards Sanguine Veil's outpost. Meanwhile, the Cultivator's Heavenly Derivative sect and Deep Sea Mountain had already finished sweeping the battlefield. They were now on their way to their next stop, Sanguine Veil. Lu Yi was currently working on something with the ward cultivators of the Heavenly Derivative sect. Speed was of the essence here. The news of their occupation of Clear Wind sect's outpost must have spread by now. If they were too late to show up at Sanguine Veil's outpost, then their next battle was going to be a hard one. That was why they were making haste now. If they weren't mistaken, Sanguine Veil and Thunderlight sect should have dispatched some reinforcements to assist Clear Wind sect. News of its occupation must have reached their ears already, so they were probably on their way home right now. A funny thought arose in his mind though: what if they could intercept these forces before they returned to their outpost? All massive ship spirit artifacts that could carry hundreds of people at a time were all purchased from the Vault of Providence. They cost a lot, and their quality usually reflected that price. However, there was a limit to how fast they could go, and they were definitely slower than an individual's flying speed. The cultivators flying the ship had already cranked up its speed to the max, but it still wasn't fast enough to catch up to their enemy. That was why Lu Yi was busy right now. He was going to boost the ship's speed beyond its limit. Some time passed, and a ward that encompassed the entire ship's spirit artifact was built. The ward was nothing special, it was just a ward with a massive glyph, Windwalk as the core and 16 ward flags as the base. If he could apply the glyph to himself in amber, then of course it could be applied to a flying spirit artifact as well. However, Lu Yi literally could not sustain a glyph that was big enough to empower the entire ship. It was a different story if they used a ward though. The reason he used 16 ward flags to build a ward was to secure the glyph to the ship and to make it so that it could absorb spiritual power to sustain itself. A pile of spirit stones had been placed next to each ward flag, and their spiritual power was being siphoned into the massive ward. After Lu Yi had activated the ward, it buzzed once before coming alive. Complicated patterns began to appear and shower the entire deck in light. One moment, the two ships were flying side by side. The next, the Heavenly Derivative sect's ship shot forward like an arrow and transformed into a dot in the horizon in an instant. On the Deep Sea Mountain ship, Song Ying was tallying his casualties when he noticed the disturbance. When he looked up and realized that his ally's ship had turned into a dot in the sky, he hurriedly sent a message to Zhao Li with a slack jaw. He wasn't the only one who was caught off guard by the sudden movement. Nearly everyone on the ship was sprawled across the floor, and it took a not insignificant amount of effort to climb back to their feet. Lu Yi hurriedly adjusted the output of the ward. He had created countless wards when he was challenging the 100 Wards Tower, but this was the first time he created one ward meant to accelerate an object. Naturally, his inexperience had caused a minor screw-up. If he did not adjust the output now, the ward was going to overload and destroy itself in less than an hour. The ship gradually slowed down until Lu Yi had found the sweet spot. The ward was now stabilized, but the ship was still moving at more than twice its normal speed. While this was going on, Zhao Li replied to Song Ying's message and explained what had happened before ordering his cultivators to pay close attention to their surroundings. 2 hours later, a cultivator reported that they had spotted a massive ship some distance in front of them. They were clearly moving towards Sanguine Veil's outpost. Zhao Li perked up immediately. As he and Lu Yi predicted, Sanguine Veil had dispatched some reinforcements to rescue Clear Wind sect from their predicament. Unfortunately for the reinforcements, they were able to conquer the outpost before they could arrive, so they had no choice but to turn back. Why had Heavenly Derivative sect and Deep Sea Mountain left the Clear Wind sect's outpost in such a hurry? It was to catch up to the reinforcements Sanguine Veil had dispatched. Ram it! Zhao Li immediately ordered from the deck. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.